Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 341. Only 30 episodes after 311.
Oh.
My name is Colin Moriarty, joined as always by my son from the raging infernos of Los Angeles, Chris Reagan. Chris, are you being safe? Dude, I don't know if you saw where I lived was evacuated.
Dude, it's
it's crazy.
This is without a doubt the craziest I've ever seen it and the craziest I've ever heard of it. There are places that I've been to that are gone. You know, it's pretty close to home. It's wild. We're good here where we are. We didn't get any evacuation notices, although we are, like, geographically speaking, we are like in the center of like several fires. Like, we're surrounded kind of. So I just kind of feel like the what's that that image of the dog.
Oh yeah, this is fine.
Yeah. But yeah, dude, I was up all night basically just kind of like trying to make sure, because my biggest fear is like sleeping through one of these things. It's like a really terrifying prospect because these things, especially with the Santa Ana winds, like these fires can jump like crazy. I don't think people really understand if they've never seen like a wildfire. Like, these things can jump highways. It's not just like random fires starting.
Yeah, I think embers can go a half a mile or something.
Yeah, so it's pretty nutty. So like I didn't get amazing sleep. I know I'm opening another episode talking about my sleep, but like this is like particularly specific.
But it happens to be relevant.
It happens to be incredibly relevant. But you know, I mean, I'm all right. I've got my to-go bag in case anything crazy happens. I've got essentials and passports and paperwork all ready to go in case. I think, knock on wood, we're kind of past the worst parts of it, but you know, never know. Got to be prepared. But it's wild, man. It's close to home this time. Like I have exes whose houses are like they're gone, and I'm just like, that's crazy because I remember those places.
A lot of magical moments, man, might even happen at those places.
No, terrible ones, but like it's weird.
Terrible, yeah.
It's just weird, you know. Like, holy fuck.
Yeah, I was looking at the map. A lot of people that have never lived in Los Angeles don't really know the layout of it very well. So I've kind of been tracking it. And so it's like, all right, Malibu and like all of these things. It's not like when I lived there was that massive fire in like Bel Air and all of that like rained fucking ash on my apartment and all the rest. But I remember my mom texted me last night. She's like, dude, she didn't say dude, but she was like, Colin, I've been keeping an eye on this. And I remember when these things would happen, you would tell me not to worry. And now it's in Santa Monica. And I'm like, Mom, I wasn't lying to you. Like, it is really weird that that the fire would get anywhere near Santa Monica. And Santa Monica can only really burn if the winds are really bad, because there's not a lot of wildlife really. It's all houses on the water. And I looked at the first map. I lived in Santa Monica 6th in Colorado. And I was looking at the first map that's kind of like towards the west end of Santa Monica and then kind of on the water. And I was looking at the first map and it's like a line around that area that was getting evacuated. I'm like, it's not us yet. Then I looked at the next map that they released and it was like, oh shit, like they would have boom, boom, boom on my door.
Yeah.
And been like, gotta go. That's kind of interesting and scary. And so, yeah, to your point, I'm like, wow, that's when I got in touch with you, or you actually texted us. And then I was like, I literally was, when I saw that map, I was about to text you because I'm like, now it's getting towards Hollywood. So now it is getting towards Burbank a little bit, you know, like, and it's like, holy shit. In other words, for people that don't know LA, the fires are going to places where you really never could have conceived that they would have gotten to. And
right,
there are certain parts of it that you're not surprised would be on fire. But yeah, so that's scary, man. And then I was talking to Ramon. He lives in Boyle Heights, so he's totally fine. But he was even saying like air quality horrible, all that. I'm like, I totally believe it, you know. So I'm glad you're well, and hopefully you don't have to jump out that window behind you.
But yeah, maybe not.
The fucked up thing, dude, because I think I see this stuff and I'm like, all right. Seems like everyone's kind of okay for the most part. Firefighter is doing a great, valiant job. At least you can rebuild. But then you see the information. It's like, oh no, State Farm canceled all these people's fire insurance. So
yeah,
have fun. You know, it's like Jesus Christ, dude. So now it really is like it was already a humanitarian disaster, and now it's really fucked. You know, because at least there's that option where it's like, all right, we're out, everything's fucked up, we can go back and figure it out. But a lot of these people are not going to be able to do that. You know, and they got to manage these wildfires better, dude. And like, you got to have controlled burns. I was reading a paper, where, you know, back in the day, everyone's like, oh, what happened with wildfires back in the day? And I'm like, what happened back in the day is that wildfires ravaged sometimes for months. It's probably how humans first interacted with and contained fire, you know, from lightning strikes and all of that, and then figured out how to make it later. So it would devastate shit. It would go on forever until it rained, or until there was nothing left to burn. But in a civilized society, it's like you burn the forest yourself. You do controlled burns. And I was reading that California should be burning 1 million acres a year, and they're not doing it.
Yeah,
you know?
It's
like, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, people. This is why people elect not to do these things, because it scares them. Because like the idea of like, oh, well, we're going to burn a bunch of shit on purpose. It's like, what if it gets out of control and scary? It's like, this is what keeps it under control. It's not exactly the same thing, but I kind of liken it to the way that people feel about like nuclear energy, where it's just like the idea of it is scary. So people are like opposed to it, like intrinsically. And it's just like, no,
but it could solve all of our problems. It's so fucking annoying.
I don't know.
It's dude, it's so annoying.
I know.
Just build a bunch of nuclear power plants in the middle of the United States and route all the power out to all these different places.
Yeah, it really would. Anyway, like it's
the PLA will come and bomb it probably.
Yeah, probably. But it's crazy out here. It's definitely getting real. I really have no concept of where things are at the moment. I woke up like maybe like 30 minutes ago, so I'm still kind of like getting and even just the news is kind of delayed in certain places. Dude, the scariest thing is like a couple days ago when we recorded our first show back. So it's not this show, but like one of the first show that we recorded. My power went out just from the winds. And I had no internet and I couldn't call anybody. I had to like walk down the street with like the flu just to text the guys like, hey, I got no power. So we might have to reschedule. Thankfully we didn't, but yeah, like if I have
prelude though, it's sad. You know,
it's a little bit of an omen. We'll see. Knock on wood. I think I'll be fine, but you know, we'll see how things shake up.
Well, we're glad you're well, and wishing the best. I mean, we have many listeners in the LA area. Wishing you guys the best. Hope it is well. I lived there for 3 years. I have, you know, an attachment to that place too, in some sense, and it's horrible. You know, it's a horrible thing because LA is full of good people. As everywhere is, I think, pretty much. Yeah. Dustin Furman, executive producer. What's fucked up in your life?
Damn. Well, the mundanity of my life is just beyond measure. So anything I say right now compared to a fire burning down the biggest city in the United States is nothing. So I'll tell you this. Went to McDonald's last night, double quarter pounder with bacon. Now, I know you're not a bacon guy on it, but I get the bacon.
Okay.
Going through the drive-thru using the app, which you tell them your little code, and then you can go through. Well, I finished my order, and we have a double... You know, there's like 2 cars that can go through. They have 2 order kiosks, and then they kind of converge. Always a little bit of tension at the converging point on these.
Definitely.
A little bit of tension.
Yeah.
Normally, at least where I am, pretty orderly. People understand. One goes, then you got to let the other person in. Then you got to, you know.
Right.
Some order. Not last night. No. Last night I finished my order, and it was like within a second, this truck goes, vroom. Just completely. It wasn't his turn yet. Just completely went. And then when I went up to the window, they were like, oh, were you this order? I'm like, no, I'm the fucking mobile order because the fucking dickhead in front of me needed his fucking McDouble that bad. Mm-hmm. So that's really,
I hate that shit. It's so funny because Micah and I often talk about that as well. I don't like the split line thing.
That's a new thing in our lifetime.
It's definitely. It's an efficiency, I think. but I don't like the way it reconverges. In other words, what Dustin is saying is that like when you pull up to a McDonald's, it's the same in my area too. You pull up to a McDonald's, there are two windows, like there are two, what would you call them? Like little stands with the microphone and all the menu and all the rest.
Kiosk
and you drive up to that, the kiosk. Yeah. And you drive up to it and so you can order on either one, but then it asks you to kind of to converge back in one line to get to the windows themselves. And yeah, it is a little bit of a social test. And you see, as a person who watches argument and fight videos all the time, that's a venue.
Oh, dude, I was thinking that.
Yeah, I've seen, I don't want to say I've seen many, but I've seen several. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the thing. I was thinking that because I was pissed off and annoyed, and I was telling Holly about how annoyed I was at it. But I was like, I bet you there's people that just get out of their car right now.
Like, someone's getting shot at some point.
Yeah, over the line at the McDonald's. I 100% believe it.
Can I tell you something?
Please.
I have these. When you guys are probably not as fucking aggro as I was when I was younger, in terms of just like my disposition. Well, actually, Chris, you're a New Yorker. I think we're just a little more surly. We have. I've learned living in different places, there are different social expectations in New York about quickness, about getting out of the fucking way, and you say and you do that kind of stuff. And I've flipped at the mouth on more than a few occasions in my life, but never starting it, always like in reaction to someone else. And what I've noticed as I've gotten older is that like something in my mind pops up when I'm like, should I? And it's like, no.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably been like, not that it means one thing or the other. It's not like a fucking fist fight or something, but I think I was at Publix last year with Micah, and we're shopping, and there's like an Instacart person ahead of us. You can tell because they have like fucking a bunch of shit and like two carts and a bunch of phones and all that. And the woman has like an open glass of tea, like just like an actual like just mug of tea. And it tips over in her cart and just spills through and onto the floor. And she just looks at it and then walks away. And I was like, dude, I would have lit that chick up like 5 or more years ago, where I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you can't just do so. Like, you've just broken the social contract. And then something in my head was like, nah,
not worth it.
Yeah. It's like, what's the point really?
You pick your battles at a certain point. Yeah.
I'm not one of these people that's like, oh, he's going to, some people make a pull a gun and fucking kill you. I'm like, I don't think that's going to happen. I just don't think it's like, this interaction is not, you broke the social contract because you're a fucking moron and a loser. I don't need to tell you.
Yeah. And now I have to interact with you. Like right. Why turn this event into two bad things? Is the mindset, I think. Where it's just like, okay, now you've seen somebody break the social contract. That's already frustrating. And now you're going to interact with them. That's not in the cards for me anymore at this point. I think the things now, but I try not to wear it. Right. Like 2 nights ago, I went to Walgreens at like 3 a.m. because I was dying from this flu, and I was like, I need NyQuil and like Dayquil. I just need something to like put me out and just to medicate myself a little bit. And so I went at 3 a.m. and there's nobody in there. And then I go directly to the NyQuil. I come back, there's somebody in line, and I'm like, okay, great. Well, it's only one person, I guess. And then they're talking to the cashier for like 3.5 minutes. And I'm just standing there like with NyQuil, clearly suffering. I'm at a Walgreens at 3 a.m. with NyQuil. Like I'm not on a romp, just hanging out. And they're chatting like, yeah, I went to Toluca Lake or something. And I'm like, brother, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, that wouldn't see that. But this is the thing. And this is fucking dead ass true. I was born and raised in New York, and I lived in California for 13 years. The shit that flies in California socially, not in a million years would you see that in New York. Without someone, people all publicly get embarrassed. It's a thing. And it keeps you in line. No one wants to hear your fucking... It's considered rude to get into a conversation asking about someone. You have your pleasantries. Right. Hey, how you doing? Oh, how you doing? And then you get your fucking bagel and you get out. You got to go.
You move out
and
of the way.
It's the same thing in the South. It's horrible.
You move out of the way.
Right. I'm like fumbling with my wallet, like trying to get out of the way, being like, I'm taking too long.
Me too. Me too. That's probably like a deep anxiety.
It is. It is an anxiety because you don't want to get like, and your parents teach you this and like society around you on Long Island. It was definitely like that. Like, just get the fuck out of the way. And people think it's being rude, but no, it's being polite. That's what you don't understand. It's being polite.
It's considerate.
Right. Considerate. That's exactly right.
Of people's time and of what they might have going on that you might not be aware of. And so like, yeah, I don't know if the person behind me in line at 3 a.m. at Walgreens is sick, but I can probably infer that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd probably get out of the fucking way. You know? I don't know. Fucking whatever.
And you got to be careful in New York too. Like, you're dealing with a different level of people in the sense, and I've told this story in the past because it stuck with me. It was like, dude, this dude owned me so bad. I've told it in the past when I was on the subway and I was riding somewhere in Manhattan, and I was walking in, and kind of a guy was coming towards the aisle with me, and I was like, "Oh, excuse me," and I kind of let him go, and he just didn't say anything, and I'm like, "You're welcome." And he turned around. He was in like a suit, like a businessman. He turned around. And was like, "Oh no, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much," kind of thing. Like, and I was like, I got owned. Like, I got owned bad. You know,
that's the worst thing to ever happen on a New York City subway.
Yep. And I was like, God damn it. You know, because that was my whole thing. It's like I still kind of do that sometimes. I hate when I hold doors for people and they don't say anything. I'm always like, "You're welcome." Still to this day, that's definitely a thing. I do that constantly. I've done that 1,000 times in my life. So I was doing that to him, and he dunked on me, dude. You know, I opened myself up to it.
Yeah,
my own fault.
I do try to say thanks in those.
You have to.
Situations. Yeah,
I'm 100% going to say please and thank you to you. Like 100%.
Yeah.
Gotta do it.
I gotta say, although we've kind of veered off topic, I'm a little surprised that you don't go with the bacon on the burger.
Yeah, well, I find these to be conflicting flavors. I love both things deeply. Love bacon.
Right.
Love it.
So you don't get a bacon burger.
But yeah, like I'll eat a bacon burger. So like if you're going to like, you know, a nicer restaurant and they have like just a burger that they make, it's like, well, I'm not going to fucking have you like McDonald's this for me. It's just like, yeah, all right, I'll eat it. But I would never volunteer for that because I feel like it's too much. I want the beef. I want the cheese, the ketchup. And then you got this bacon, this salt, this, it's coming in hot. But it's obviously a beloved. I mean, it is the beloved, you know, burger topping, in my opinion. So obviously I'm on the outside here, but that's not for me.
I think conceptually I agree with you. Like I think on paper, I would see bacon on a burger and I'd be like, what? But then I have it and I'm like, no, this is it.
You know what bothers me a little bit though, Chris, is that like sometimes the bacon, you know how you get bacon can be like of 4 or 5 different consistencies.
Yeah.
You got like the stringer consistency, the crispy consistency, kind of what I love is like the you know, like the white part, the fatty part that doesn't really get cooked as well. Or it's like, I love that part of the bacon, you know, like that. It's like the bubble that's like at the end of one or the other. And usually like one end's pretty well done. One, I love that part. But like you bite into the burger and then you get sometimes a different consistency. The bacon juts out or it pulls out. Mm-hmm. In some sense, it's like, I actually think bacon bits would make more sense. If you're like looking for that flavor, and I'm not saying garbage bacon bits, like just make bacon and crumble it. Because we went to brunch this past weekend, and I ordered chicken and waffles, but I was like, well, give me a little bacon on the side.
Oh, nice.
You know, please. So I'm an appreciator. Yeah, I would even say an enjoyer. Actually,
that's fair. Yeah. I will say I love every consistency of bacon. I have not met a bacon I did not wholeheartedly approve of. You know
what's whack? Pre-cooked bacon that you like then heat up later. That shit sucks.
I have bought that before, and I was surprised. It's nowhere near as good for sure, but it is convenient.
It is convenient. It is convenient.
You know, you just microwave that right up, no problem. Now, talking about the bacon on the burgers, that's the biggest flaw with In-N-Out. No bacon.
Yeah. I was furious. I was furious when I got there and everybody was talking about like, oh my God, best burger in town. And then I get there And the second I go up to the window, I get my default, like, let me get a bacon cheeseburger. Yeah, we don't got bacon. And I was like, oh, so you're imposters.
It's a secret menu.
It's not even like that's not even like a crazy ask. I know
it's just one other thing for them. They're like a conveyor belt. It's like one other thing that they would have to worry about,
Bro, even
it is a nice upcharge.
Yeah.
It's a nice upcharge. They'd have to have the bacon guy. Like if you ever watch In-N-Out make food, it's like there's one person doing like, one guy just dropping the potatoes in to the cutter and then like like for fucking hours and hours. And you'd have to have the bacon guy. Just kind of, what I love is the cheese fry guy. Yeah. He's usually he's usually also the shake guy that like works up front. Because they have that little thing where they put the cheese over the fries and then they'll put them in gotta order the cheese fries.
They're doubling up with that guy. Who's the animal style guy?
Oh yeah, there's an animal style guy back there probably as well. And they're all making like $30 an hour. Which is great. Which is great. They're not making, they might be, some of them definitely are making that.
Oh, for sure.
Great. Yeah. That place is fucking so packed. Oh my God, they make so much money. All right. What the hell are we talking about? It's good to be here with you guys. Good to see you guys. It's good to be back though. I was ready to kind of get back into it. Got to remember how to do the show though. Don't really remember how to do it. So let's try to navigate our way through. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, episode 341. This is a PlayStation podcast ostensibly. We like to get into it a little bit for the first hour or so with some nonsense. Then we spend 2, 3, 4 hours, whatever it takes, getting through all the PlayStation news of the week. You can find us 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. I wrote about this in the letter to the audience at the end of the year, but it is starting to frustrate me. What we've realized, it's not starting to, it's been frustrating me, but I'm kind of accepting it, is what we've realized is that our public-facing numbers are not accurate. And I don't know, like, we've talked to Patreon about this, and my theory about this is that I'm what we would call an elderly Patreon. So think about people that signed up for the Patreon in like 2017 or 2018, and these people just basically disappear off the face of the planet. And I think at some point, like, they stop being counted or they get counted or whatever, and they stop paying or whatever, and then these numbers kind of filter through because it's showing our numbers as being down month over month over month over month. But then you go into the insights panel, it's like past 30 days, 729 new patrons, 200 canceled patrons. It's like, what is going on here? So thank X amount of you that are on Patreon with us right now. We don't really know. But we're thrilled to have you along with us. $5 a month is the sweet spot. Gets you early ad-free access to all the shows on our network, the Nintendo show, Xbox show, gameplay show, conversational podcast, and so on and so forth. Also gets you access to Sacred Symbols Plus, our weekly supplement to this show, over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. The episode that Chris was alluding to when he was talking earlier is the Metacritic draft. That was our first show that we recorded, and that goes live the day after this goes live on Patreon. So go check that out, and please look forward to it. For those that don't know, we each draft a team of 12. We play our 10 best players, and we try to see who wins with an average of the highest Metacritic scores on the games we chose. The only rule is they have to come to PlayStation in that calendar year. We declare the winner there as well. And are we recording with Brad? Did we ever figure out what we're doing?
Yeah.
So we're going to do it after the show.
After this, we'll do that.
And so we'll also be on that podcast, which we haven't done yet, in real time, go over the VGA betting and see who won that. And the consequences are dire for the losers. So prepare. 2 losers, 1 winner. Looking forward to that. Over the holidays, we each put up a mailbag. Those did really well. People really enjoyed those. So thanks for checking those out. I recorded how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I guess 5 of us that worked on Tribreaker. So the 2 artists, the musician, Barry, the designer and programmer, and me, the writer, all got together and did a nearly 2-hour episode of Sacred Symbols Plus, all about the making of the game. It's not really so much about the content of the game, but what it was like making it, putting it together, selling it, the challenges we encountered, the mistakes we made, the things we wish we did differently, and all of that. I think people are really going to enjoy that episode. And one of the things we talk about pretty deeply is how the game's doing. And I must admit, the game's not doing well. Like, we're happy with it shows the increased nature of competition on the platform. because we're only selling, a couple thousand, a few thousand copies of the game, which is a fraction of what we sold for Twin Breaker. And this is a better game than Twin Breaker. We think it's just like a discoverability issue and all that. So we get into a lot of like what our thoughts are and how we think we can sell our games better and position them better, release them better, the usefulness of physical games, and so on and so forth. And we even talk explicitly about our next project. And I know people are excited about the role-playing game, which we talk about pretty extensively too. However, so Tribreaker was game 6. I'm thinking in the release order that the role-playing game will probably be game 9. So I wouldn't get too excited. We just have a lot more to do. However, there is a large playable build of it coming for people, not for you guys, for me and for others behind the scenes, to really get into like tuning it. So we're getting pretty close because the tuning is the difficult thing. And this is the mystery to me about how this all works. I don't know why this thing has this many hit points. I don't know why you do that much damage. Like, we have to figure this all out. It's going to be, I don't know why this thing costs this much. I don't know why you get this much experience. So we have to, that's going to be like the fine tuning that we're going to have to do. And I'm going to have to read about that because there's probably systems of thought. I'm one of the people, by the way, that likes small experience amounts. Dragon Quest does this. You know how like to go from level 1 to level 2 in Dragon Quest, you need 27 experience points. But I hate the games that are like, you need 14 million experience points to get from level 39 to 40. It's like, no, gotta get that. So we're getting into all of that. The next game, we'll announce it more explicitly, but it's a Herboxia prequel, and I'm really excited to, Herboxia is by far our biggest game. Herboxia 1 is our best-selling game. Herboxia 2 is our second best-selling game. So we're hopeful for that. So please look forward to that podcast. That will go live next week. And we'll have a bunch of other stuff coming down the pike. Remember, over on Patreon, you can get RSS feed links, so you can just use your podcast services or Spotify. You get access to our Discord. You can submit questions and inquiries to the audience on the to these shows via the audience on the various threads on Patreon. So please do check that out. You can also buy merch. LastStandMedia.store, t-shirts, sweatshirts, stickers, and so on. David Wilson II wrote in and said, "Welcome back from the abyss, gentlemen. I hope you all had a wonderful, much needed, and well-deserved break. My brother snagged a Last Stand t-shirt for me at Christmas. Man, the quality of the shirt is impeccable. It's the most comfortable shirt I own now. Mad props for supporting American too. For anyone on the fence, Last Stand merch is S tier. Thank you for keeping an expectation of premium quality amongst all your products." No problem. We are dedicated to using American when we can. Sometimes we have to go overseas. But we want to work with fair trade or fairer trade countries, like not China, for instance. I think we got something from Honduras recently. It's like, I can deal with that.
I think the hoodies, the stand down pullover hoodies might be from Honduras.
Yeah, I can deal with that. A global neighbor. That's fine. All right, let's get into it. Few things to stretch our legs even further, even though I don't know, do we really need to stretch them anymore? Let's do it. Let's get back into the swing of things. Rampage 64 wrote in and said, "Happy New Year, fellas. Last year when LSM went on break, Colin mentioned how bored he was and how ready he was to come back on the shows. I'm wondering if he feels the same this year, or was the break more fulfilling this time? Hope you got some much needed rest, Colin, as for all of the LSM crew." Thank you for writing in. So I gotta say, I really enjoyed this break personally. I really did disconnect. I actually did stop doing anything for the first time in a while for days at a time. And it was nice. I played a lot of games, and we'll talk about that at the appropriate time in the show. But so break overall was really good. Were you guys satisfied with your time away? Chris, what did you do with us? You pre-recorded Snark Tank as well.
We did some, yeah. We took off. We took off though. We were just like, yeah, we've got too much to do. And we were just exhausted. Also, I went home to New York for a little bit. It was like a really short trip though. I went for New Year's. I think I got there the morning of like the 30th, and then I left probably like the 3rd or the 4th, something like that. So it was a pretty quick trip, but the break overall was okay. I mainly did video stuff. Like I wanted some time to do video stuff. So I posted a video on Christmas. I wrote 2 other ones that are pretty much entirely done. I just have to go out and film them. A lot of that's been on hold, obviously, because everything's burning. Mm-hmm. but
you should do one on the fires. I
don't know how I thought about that, but then
Because you can
I'm
get all
not-
sorts of cool B-roll and stuff, probably.
I could, but then I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how bad. I don't know what jokes I could make and or what information I could give that would be worth it. You know, it's really I don't know. It's a crazy situation, and also I just don't think I'm funny enough to figure out like how to make it funny. Not to say that you couldn't. I can't. I literally just can't think of anything.
Yeah, no, I understand.
But it was a decent break. I didn't get as much game time as I wanted to get in. That's probably like the only regret is that I didn't really play much because I was like either traveling or just working or filming. But I was working on stuff that I wanted to work on, so it was like it was a nice amount of time. It was nice to be home and see family and see my dog and all that stuff. Be in New York, feel the cold.
I
love
saw
that
your
cold, man.
ruminations about moving back there or whatever, or kind of being priced out. Are you thinking about going back?
No. I mean, eventually I will. I think at some point I will because I have so much family over there, and you know my parents are there. I love New York, and I'll be back there at some point. It's just a matter of like whether or not that'll be in the next like 10 years or not. Like I don't know. But I like, dude. I like being in that city. Like it energizes me. I don't know what it is. It's like I said in that video. I was talking about like how it's like Superman. How he goes on Earth and he like feels like powerful, but like when he's on Krypton, he's just like a normal person. That's what it feels like when I'm there. It's just like there's like an energy, like you feel everybody's like on this like wavelength of like they're going someplace, they're doing something. The air is like brisk, so it kind of like jolts you. I love winter in New York City.
Yeah,
there's like something about it that energizes me, and I do love it. But I mean, it's so fucking expensive. I was looking at, just hypothetically, just to ruminate about it. I was looking at rent, and it's hilarious, dude. There's places that are like, I'm not even exaggerating, like $38,000 a month for rent.
I believe it. Yeah, it's crazy.
For by the way, for what I have right now here.
Yeah, just because of its location. Yeah,
just because of its location. Just. Yeah. It's fucking insane. Yeah, like that's inconceivable. It makes no goddamn sense. But whatever.
I just feel bad for like renters generally, and I say that as someone who was a renter for a long time, 15 years. It's like it really is just money into someone else's pocket, and by virtue of where you live, you simply have no choice. Like you just don't. There's nothing for you to buy. There's nothing affordable. There's no land. There's no, you know, it's shitty, dude. I get mad actually when I reflect on how much I've even done like the math in my head. Like how much did I pay on rent? It is so much, like hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know?
Sure.
It's like, damn, dude. And my place in Santa Monica even was almost $4,000. It's like crazy, you know? So
it's not made any better by the fact that like a lot of real estate is just kind of bought up by either management companies or literal foreign governments, but it's
crazy that's allowed.
Whatever.
You would think you'd be able to come in and just be like, no, I don't think so.
Nah, man, money.
Like, you know, yeah, of course.
So, yeah.
Dustin, what's fucked up with your life?
Well,
again.
Yeah.
Break was pretty good overall. Spent some time with family, of course, on Christmas. Made a delicious prime rib roast for New Year's Eve for all my friends, which was a new recipe for me to make. Turned out pretty good. And then, so we're going to talk about the games we were playing, but I got into a game, I think the day after New Year's is when I really got invested. And dude, I was full goblin. Holly and I both, where from...
She's playing too?
Well, she's playing Baldur's Gate.
Oh, okay. Oh,
she's playing Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm playing Final Fantasy 14. We'll get into it later. Yeah. But from January 1st to the 3rd, did not leave the house and did nothing other than play games for pretty much 3 days straight. It was actually pretty awesome. Pretty good time to just do absolutely nothing, see nobody, not leave the house. So I enjoyed that quite a bit. But can I be honest with you, Colin?
Of course you can be. Yeah, of course.
There was a weird point in this break where I felt like really mentally down about work stuff. Where
What say more?
so well, I don't know. Do we want to get into some of the comment stuff?
So about what people were saying.
Yes. No.
Okay. That's a relief. I was like, oh my God, are you going to like quit?
I'm out. No.
Because I don't know if the company can go on really. No. I don't know how anything works.
No. I'm not quitting. No, there was a point though. Like, here's the thing: is that I think that any content creator can be like, yeah, I know the comments. You shouldn't read them, but if you do, just take them with a grain of salt. And it's like they're always going to bother everybody to some degree. And there was just a point on break where I'm like, man, it feels like everyone hates this. Not just like last week's Sacred, but it was like, oh, there's no timestamps on their single topic episode. Oh, the Christmas break stuff that I fucking worked 14 hours on that Friday to get done. Oh, why do they even do this? It's like, and here's the thing. I know that that's like 1% of people, right? Like the complainers are the loudest, but at the same time, I was like, man, this just sucks at the end of the year. And obviously I know I'm complaining about complainers, which is probably very aggravating for a lot of people, but it left me in a weird spot at one point where I was like, man, all this stuff that I'm putting effort into, the loudest response back is like not good. But again, I know in my heart of hearts that it's like most people listen to a podcast and be like, I like that. Or maybe they didn't like it and then they're just like, that's okay. Or, whatever. Yeah. So there was a little portion of the break, like a day or two, where I was like, man, this just kind of sucks, Yeah,
it's what wasn't planning on talking about this today, but like I want to, in Q1 here, I want to, as I said in my letter to the audience, like I want to get together like a community guidelines sort of thing. And the premise of it is basically going to be something like, I believe that we have lost as a culture the ability to have decent conversations in major ways because of how broken everything is and how broken streams of communication are and how everyone can say everything that they want, which is fine. Like on some hand, I'm like, this is what everyone wants. So it's like, okay, I mean, I'm not going to stand in the way of progress. And that's why I think something like Twitter or X is like a true double-edged sword in some way, but like really one of the most remarkable things ever in some sense, because it's just a stream of consciousness of humanity. Like whatever's going on, whatever's happening, whoever wants to say something. So why shouldn't you have a voice? If you want to have a voice, okay, that's cool. Your voice is not necessarily any more valuable or less valuable than mine. Like I think we just all have voices and we leverage them as best we can. So I don't want to get in the way of that, but I want to, conceding that I think we've lost, I want to try to get a little, the reference I want to use basically is like, in Civilization, the game, how like there are the city states and there are like these really stubborn fucking places on like some peninsula and everything is going on around them. Like time is passing and like, but for some reason they're just impervious. And like, if you try to fuck with them, they really put up a fight and you kind of just leave them alone and they just exist and you go about your business in other directions. I kind of want to make a city state on a civilization map where it's like, can we just be left alone? Like since we can't fight against the prevailing, nature of discourse, can we just we've already made our own place, but couldn't we inoculate it, from not dissent, but from vulgarity, anger, abuse, just permanent discontent. And I think we can. And that's kind of going to be how I want to approach a community guideline structure is like, the whole thing I've been bouncing around in my mind is like, is saying something to the effect of, I shouldn't have to say this. Like that's going to be the whole premise. Like, we're all adults. This is content for adults. I shouldn't have to say any of what I'm about to say. I shouldn't have to have these guidelines. And for 99% of the audience, you don't need them. And like leveraging some sort of consensus against the disruptors and the disruption. as I've said this to you in the past, and I think I've said this publicly, Dustin, is like, the only reason I don't do something like this, by the way, what I'm about to say is because I think it can be misused, and I understand that, but it's like, I am of the mind that like, I think it would be interesting to tell everyone on Discord. I don't really read our Discord, but I know that there are like disruptive people there. It's like, you all vote for the 10 people that should be removed from this place.
Yeah.
You know, like literally you all vote, like get everyone's attention, everyone's attention, the normal people's attention. Like, who are the 10 most disruptive forces in this place? You know, it's like, right. I think you have to kind of be somewhat aggressive, and I'm not going to do that because it obviously could be leveraged against people that didn't do anything wrong and all the rest. But in other words, like some sort of self-policing with the premise of we shouldn't have to even say this.
Right.
But we're going to, and it's and to make it aimed very much at a small group of people who know exactly who they are,
right.
So that the masses that listen and watch don't feel not offended, but actually liberated.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah.
I'll say this though, Dustin, I went and looked at some of the feedback, and I saw it in a lot of, you know, on the episode Naughty Dog Derangement Syndrome, you know, a lot of feedback, and on other things too. It's like totally, whatever, it's totally fine. That video has 1,100 likes and 697 dislikes. Even when it was clearly being brigaded, you know, by people that don't listen to the show, and a bunch of people leaving their comments, they still couldn't get more than a third of the dislikes on the video. You're not the majority. Okay? Like, you're not. And it's like the way people talk to each other is just, it sucks. It sucks that ruined part of your vacation. But I wasn't really interacting with it at the time, so I was kind of blissfully unaware.
Right. That's what I should have done was, well, I mean, that's the curse of my job specifically, is that even on break, I'm tuned in at a low level amount, making sure everything's posting and stuff like that. I could have resisted looking at comments, but that's just what I do. I at least consider it part of my job to be tuned in on what people are saying about our content across all platforms. Like, that's something that's important to me. And I've gotten pretty hardened to it overall. But like I said, I think anyone who, even the most hardened of people, when you're just reading the same stuff over and over again, it's like, totally. Oh man, is there a problem with me? Is there a problem with us? You know what I mean? Like,
there's not a problem with us.
Right,
I went and actually, after I saw the feedback, I went and listened to like what we like that. So for people that don't know, the Naughty Dog Derangement Syndrome episode, which is episode 338, the entire end of the show is about Intergalactic. We got so much feedback that we just did 6 inquiries about Intergalactic. And I listened to the whole thing, and I'm like, there's nothing here that people should be this upset about. Like, I am not only confident in that, I know that. Because I like literally went and listened to it, and that is usually the case,
right?
You know, I am of the mind that, and I saw like we had a few people leave Patreon, but not very many, like over things like at all. So I look at this and I'm like, these are not our people, like, you know. And for as many downvotes as the episode got many more upvotes, 2/3 upvotes. Now I'm not using that as like some sort of like concrete barometer, but it means something. You guys tried to, you know, that's a stark difference, by the way, from what actual Intergalactic footage and the trailers actually experience, which is horrible like to dislike ratio. So I think it also showed that our core audience was standing up, you know. So right. I understand you being, you know, hit by that. Of course it affects you, dude. Like,
sure.
It's very easy for people to say like, just ignore it. I've said this a million times. It's like, it's very easy to say that when it will never be you.
Right.
Ever. It could, and not because you're a bad person, not because you're an irrelevance or you don't matter, but because of the nature of who you are and what you do. It can never be you. So it is easy for you to say, you ignore that level of abuse. You ignore what people are saying about you. It sucks. And I've said a million times, I've known one single person who dead ass never cared. And it's why I'm so surprised that like people talk shit to him ever, because he really doesn't care. And it's Greg Miller. Like, he's not just putting on a face, like he doesn't give a fuck, you know? And
right.
Like everyone else I've ever met in my entire life does care, you know?
Right.
And that's just human, of course.
Yeah.
You know?
It is funny. Yeah. like one of the confirming things to me is that you mentioned like, you know, a lot of it's not our audience. And when I saw comments on the following weeks, it's like, man, they're being real quiet about this Naughty Dog stuff. And I was like, you exposed yourself. Because if you were actually, you know, tuned in to the show, you would know it's like this is not new. This is pre-recorded, you know? So, but yeah, I don't want anyone to think that I was like sitting in a dark room alone with a glass of whiskey over these comments sulking. But maybe it was just like this degree of, it's like, man, there's all this negativity or seeming negativity, right? Like, I think in general, like I said, I know in my heart of hearts what is reality, but you know, you feel it, and then it's like, because we're on break, it's like there's no interaction with it. There's not that we need to confront every negativity, but it was like, oh, we're just kind of outside of all of this right now, and all this is happening at the same time. So
steel yourself, dude. It's like, you think it's going to get any better? It's going to get worse for this game. So
yeah.
But I'm putting my, like this kind of response and these kinds of things, like just make me want to put my shoulder into things. It's the same thing of like the response to having, you know, Stuttering Craig on Sacred Symbols Plus, people not realizing that conversations are not endorsements, that they're conversations, you know, heterodox series of conversations. Just makes me want to have more of those kinds of conversations, you know, because apparently the point's not getting across of like what the purpose is of everything. It's not to line up and tell you only what you want to hear, but to present you with a series of things, some of which you definitely don't want to hear or might not even be for you. But I'm glad you said like the timestamp thing. Like when people, I saw on the most recent videos, people complaining about timestamps, and it's like, dude, we've been doing these podcasts since 2018. We never put timestamps on the end of the year stuff because it spoils the content of the podcast when it's supposed to be about like a selection of things.
Right.
It's cool that you might be a new listener and you don't know that yet, but that suggests to me that you're not really that in our community, because you would know, you know? So it's, you just got to, and reading the comments, I went through and we have like almost 2,000 comments on that video. The comment that bothered me the most actually was the comment suggesting that we were deleting comments, which we don't do.
Oh, I noticed that. Yeah,
that's not true. I mean, I do delete comments on YouTube. It was the only comments I delete on YouTube are the ones from like, you know, fake bot girls where it's like, love your content.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like some sort of, and I'm like, I just don't want this pornography on my fucking page. I don't delete comments. Otherwise, you leaving comments and downvoting the video is good for the video. Like, I'm not like YouTube in my notes that I've been kind of constructing for our community guidelines. One of the things I was going to say was like, I'm kind of going to leave YouTube alone because it's not bad for us to have you saying whatever you want and downvoting the video. It just makes it more relevant. So it would be stupid for me to get in the way with that. And I don't really want to control that. That can be like kind of the most libertarian part of our community, but it's going to get tighter and tighter everywhere else, you know? And it's not to get like, dissent is good. I would even love for people to make entire threads and entire things about things that they disagree with, but you need to learn how to do it.
That's the key.
Like, I don't know what people don't understand. And I think most people do understand that. There's a selected few, but remember back to the adage, I shouldn't even have to say this. Like, you know, that's what bothers me the most. But I think that 99.9% of the audience totally gets that. And I was heartened by, like, I was curious because you can only see dislikes if you have like the plugin, right? I don't have that on my phone. So, and I was on my computer for like 2 weeks. So I was eager to go on and see a few days ago, like, what is the like to dislike ratio? I was expecting it to be like a disaster. And I was like, oh, I mean,
yeah,
right. I think the key thing too, that is that, any amount of feedback like that is not gonna change us. It never has. Hopefully, I mean, for me at least, it hopefully never will. That's the thing that people love about this podcast, is that we are authentically ourselves in our own opinions. And so it's like, okay, we get it. People don't like that. Or so again, I hate it when creators like cast their entire audience as the people that are commenting. And it's like, that's not true. But,
well, that's what I've been saying. It's like, It's not most of them. I think a lot of them are held captive. It gets totally back into my like eliminate 10 people from the community thing. Like it's like everyone's a prisoner, you know, of the poisonous discourse from the loudest, but not the most numerous. You know, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to reaffirm what you were saying.
Yeah, just that we understand that our authenticity is like the bread and butter of the show, where the thing that people aren't getting from other podcasts. So it's like we're not going to change course based on feedback about our opinions. Simply, like, not the case.
Right. Like, I'm definitely wrong about things and have been checked about things by input. And that's good. That should continue. But God, like, learn how to deliver it. Like, part of dialogue, like modern dialogue, should be like the respect of people. And again, this goes into why I just think we've lost. And now we need a little city state out on a peninsula. Or maybe an island. That would be even better. You know, moated from everyone. You voluntarily come in, you give us your papers, we stamp your passport, boom. You come on in, but you can't leave.
But you can't leave.
You can't leave. It's like Utopia. Thomas More's Utopia. Can't leave. And you can't cheat on your wife either in Utopia, or you become a slave.
Damn it.
All right. It's true, by the way. Fucked up, fucking weird book. Shouldn't cheat on your wife anyway. All right. But slavery for that? It's intense.
A lot of people would be in slavery.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
Yeah.
In some way, that would really check you, right? Like, you wouldn't want that for yourself.
No.
Yeah. So, keeps you faithful. All right. Well, I'm sorry that you were so touched.
No. Like I said,
I
don't want it to be seen like Dustin's break was ruined over this, but there was a period where I was like, man, what the fuck? You know?
Yeah.
So
touched like that reminded me of like when my uncle would say like, that guy's touched in the head.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very New York thing. Yeah. My family throws that word around. Yeah. Like, are you fucking touched? You know?
It's such an amazing insult, or like a amazing way to describe that.
All right. Bogey wrote in, said, hello, sacred boys. Help me pick a name for my newborn. We got it down to 2 names, Ronan or Simon. Middle name will be my name, which is Henry. We're missing a key component, unfortunately, of this, which is, what is your last name? You know? However, I think Ronan and Simon have the same intonation. And so, like, I think it would be the same if these were really the 2 names. Both are pretty good names. So is Ronan, you're naming your son Ronan after Rise of the Ronin? Or you are, which is different Ronan, obviously. It's an A instead of an I. Or Simon after Simon Belmont, perhaps? Or is it Simon from the Bible? What is that term? Isn't it simony or simony? Which is like selling positions or something like that, is it?
The act of buying or selling something spiritual.
Yeah.
Such as church office or sacred item.
And it's based on Simon from the Bible, I think, right?
I think so.
That would make sense.
Ronan, is it Ronan like after Ronan Farrow?
Yeah, Ronan Farrow, right?
That's the only other Ronan that I'm aware of.
Investigative journalist.
What the fuck is that?
He actually broke some interesting stories. I haven't heard from him recently, but he was behind a few like really big bombshells. Interestingly.
Yeah. I don't know. I gotta say good. Simon feels like, geez. That's I don't know what the science is on this, on whether or not names affect how people end up being perceived or how they look, but I feel like Simon's doomed to be a nerd in some way.
Yeah.
Which may or may not be positive. Like, I mean, you know, nerdiness is kind of not as much of a negative thing today as it used to be. Even by the time I was even by the time I was in high school, it really wasn't that much of a negative necessarily. I guess it depended on the degree or the intensity of it. But Simon, you know, Simon's not there's no Simon on a football team. You know what I mean? If there is, he's faking it.
Yeah, I can't. There must be a Simon I can think of, but I can't right off the top of my head. Yeah, I mean, the name Simon to me reminds me, obviously, of the Bible. Honestly, it reminds me of the sun on Seventh Heaven.
It reminds me of the what is it? Those chipmunks.
Oh, Simon Alvin Theodore.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, that was the bomb when I was a little kid. You know, people were loving the Chipmunks. And then Simon Belmont, of course.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But then if you're going to go Simon for Simon Belmont, maybe you should name your son Richter. The reason that I would never break out the name Richter, because I think that's a fucking dope ass name. I would never break that name out because the New York Rangers, who I absolutely hate, had an all-time great goalie named Mike Richter, and that ruined that for me forever. Like I was like, God damn it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I can't use that name, but you should. So don't Simon or Ronan, no, Richter.
Yeah.
Richter. That would be sick.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Ronan or Simon? I like both of these. I'm leaning Simon, though, I think. I don't know why.
His life will be known as Simon's Quest.
Simon Henry.
Simon Henry Bogey. Thank you for writing in. Lewis Templeton of Templeton Investments wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, I recently had new internet installed at my house. 5 minutes in, and the engineer asks to use the toilet. I think nothing of it and show him to the downstairs toilet and go back to buttering my toast. This is when I hear the wet farts reverberating around the toilet bowl. For anyone with stomach problems, you know exactly the type. I couldn't believe the balls on this man to not either wait or just drive to a public toilet nearby. I then remembered that since nobody ever uses this toilet, there's no soap in there, which I now can't offer to him without acknowledging to him I know you've taken a dump in my toilet. He then finishes the installation with his shifty hands, my fault I guess, and proceeds to ask for a 5-star review. After he leaves, I brave entering what is now his toilet, I guess, and discover the skid marks. He really marked his territory. My friends think this is my fault for letting him use the toilet, and others think I should make a complaint to the internet provider. How would you have reacted to this primal act of male dominance? P.S. Loving my stand-down hoodie that's made its way over to sunny England." Thank you, Lewis, for writing in. I don't know, man. Like, in some sense, I need more information, but again, with stomach sensitivities, I feel like maybe the move is to be like, yeah, like you're a human being. You're about to shit your fucking pants. You can poop in my bathroom, you know? Now, him leaving skid marks is not a good look. Maybe he didn't notice. I don't know how you wouldn't notice that. It's going to be hard to do something about that, but you could do it. The move, in my opinion, Lewis, that you should have done is come down with a towel and soap, no matter, like, not acknowledging anything and being like, we never used this bathroom, so I just wanted to, you know, like even if you're peeing, you know, just assume that he would wanted to wash his hands. I just think a little bit of grace goes a long way, in my opinion, on this front. It's like, it's a human kind of thing. This is I don't know if you guys saw that there's like a Ring doorbell video that's making the rounds the last few days of like a delivery person that was like begging to use a bathroom or whatever. And it's like, let him use the fucking bathroom. Like, are you kidding? Like, obviously it's not an ideal situation. I wouldn't want my bathroom to be used. But like, isn't that like a once in a lifetime thing? No one's ever asked me to use my bathroom in my entire life. Like, that's just like knocked on the door or something. So it's like, if that happened, it's like, yeah, all right. I think I would do it. So I'm pretty sure I explicitly told when we got a bunch of work done, like these shelves are custom and all this stuff, where I explicitly told the people that work here, like, you can use the bathroom. Because I think in some places, like, they leave. And it's like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You know? So maybe a little, because you're saying here, Lewis, your friends are saying like, fucking, it's your fault, or, you know, make a complaint. Definitely don't complain. I mean, unless you feel like this dude really disrespected you in some way. The shitty hands thing is unfortunate, but what was he supposed to do in some sense? You know? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm off base. Maybe I'm off base.
Coming down with the towel and the soap, I feel like there's a bit of an implications like, hey, man, I heard you fighting for your life in there.
Yeah.
You might need this.
I know you shat all over your arms and hands.
But isn't that also like, but seriously though, isn't that also like, if someone did that, first of all, I would be embarrassed if I were him, right? I'm sure he is, or like a normal person would be. But then it's like, that's like the coup de grace in some sense, but it's like, thank you. Like, of course, yeah, you got to fin it. It's acknowledging humanity in some sense.
Sure.
The humanity of the situation.
Sure.
In my opinion, you know,
I don't see anything wrong with, I mean, he asked, wait, did it say that he asked? Yeah, he asked to use, 5 minutes in, he asked to use the toilet. Yeah. So as far as your friends, you know, saying, oh, it's your fault or whatever, it's like, well, you said yes. And so that's all that it entails with him potentially going to the bathroom and fighting for his life. leaving the skid marks. Maybe he didn't leave a brush. Like Colin said, what are you supposed to do? What was he supposed to do?
Yeah.
So it's an unfortunate situation, I guess, but I don't know.
This is not nearly as bad. Like, I was on the pooper's side in the runner story that we told last month.
That's
where
worse.
the runner pooped on the person's yard. This is way less egregious than that.
Right.
Yeah.
So like, I'm obviously going to be on this person's side. I don't mean to take Lewis out back and beat him this badly, but it's like, it's one of those things that it's just one of those instances. It's a funny story, but it's like, put yourself in his shoes. It's that simple. That's how I felt about the runner. Where I'm like, it's easy to cast judgments until you're the one about to shit your pants. You know?
Yeah. I really think the only faux pas on the guy's behalf is the skid marks, really. That's
he could have taken a clump of toilet paper and like did a kind of crude, but again, he wasn't able to wash his hands.
Yeah. So
maybe
like
he could have had like the what is it? I don't even use
hand sanitizer.
Hand sanitizer. Yeah, I don't use it because it dries the fuck out of my hands.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. I've been in bathrooms where like I've not had this situation happen to me, but I've been in bathrooms where I just look around and I notice it's like there's no plunger or brush in this bathroom, and I just don't get it. I don't understand that philosophy. You know what I mean? Like if I have a bathroom, there's a plunger and a brush in there. Like always. Because like why the fuck would I want to have the experience of somebody coming out to me and like telling me to fix something? You know what I mean?
Right.
If you fuck up the bathroom,
took a huge shit in your toilet.
Yeah, let me give you all the tools. Because nobody wants to be that person, right? Nobody wants to be the person who's like, hey, sorry, but I fucking completely clogged your toilet and I can't do anything about it. And then you have to, not only do you have to alert the people, but then you have to like, it's so pathetic. You got to get somebody else to come help you. Like, no, here's the tools that you need.
Right.
And I'm always bewildered whenever I'm in a bathroom that doesn't have that. I'm like, do you like those conversations? Like, I don't get it. But that to me it's a little bit of a faux pas on your behalf, man. Honestly, like if you have because I have a bathroom literally behind a bunch of behind a green screen and like a bunch of soundproofing foam soundproofing foam on a stand that I never use. There's soap, toilet paper, a plunger, and a brush in there. I haven't opened that door in 7 months. It's
someone
probably
living in there.
Crazy in there. It's probably like there's
an illegal immigrant living in your bathroom and you don't even know it.
Yeah, there's a Chilean national who's hiding under the sink. No, I don't know. I think there's faux pas to go around here, but none of them are particularly egregious. It's perfectly reasonable that you might have like not thought to stock that bathroom. It's perfectly reasonable why he might not have been in a position to do really anything about the skid marks without making a situation worse by like dirtying his hands even more than they otherwise would be. I don't know. I say just let this go, but stock your bathroom. Always.
Yeah, do right by the poopers. You know,
right?
The poopers of the world. And I know I could be off base just because I am one of the poopers of the world. You know, I've been in awful situations in the wrong place on more than a few occasions. So
yeah,
I am just deeply sympathetic to the plight of the pooper. You know,
I just think bathroom etiquette is so important. Like, I don't know, like, dude, when every time I go to the bathroom, not in a public bathroom or anything, but like if I go to the bathroom at somebody's house, it's usually number one anyway, because I'm never in that situation where I have to do number two at somebody's house. But I'll take toilet paper and I'll get the rim in case there's any, splash, because like,
sure.
I do that every single time because it's just like, I don't know, it's considerate. It might be like overkill maybe a little bit, but like, I don't know, man. Just think it helps to be sanitary. God forbid.
The final thing I wanted to say about this was think about if you want another reason why you should show the humanity towards the person, think about the joy that the toilet itself experiences. It's all it does is experience your poop and pee. He's sitting there with his mouth agape, waiting,
waiting to receive.
And some new character comes along, he's excited, do right by your toilets. It's the fucking stupidest joke I've ever said in my life.
I hate that word. So a gape is so heinous.
Yeah, it is. It's a bad word. All right. Let's get into some game stuff now. That's what the podcast is for, apparently. These are smaller news items, of course. Hayden Glass wrote in and said, howdy, Sacred Trio. Question for Chris. How do you feel about Microsoft saying no to a secret level episode with a Master Chief and Doom Guy crossover? I'll shut the hell up and listen. So this story broke that apparently Microsoft was pitched something to do with the secret level anthology on Amazon that would have crossed over to Microsoft properties, Halo and Doom. And they said, no, that would be too cool.
Yeah. They're allergic to great ideas. I don't know. I think this would have been a slam dunk. It would have been so easy. Like nobody would have been like analyzing it like deeply in a sense of like, oh, this doesn't fit with canon or lore. Like everybody's kind of in on it from the get go. It's like, oh, this is a crossover, like, what if scenario? Like, yeah, have at it, have fun. I think it would have been literally nothing but a positive thing. Whatever, man. I don't know. I'm sure it was difficult negotiating between the IP owners of Doom and Halo, which are themselves. That might have been tricky trying to figure out what they themselves wanted, and they just couldn't agree with themselves on it. So they figured not to do it. I don't know. That's a cheeky way of saying. I do really feel that way though. Like I really do feel like that was just such a layup. I think I even tweeted over the break. It's like Microsoft should be studied in their ability to just fumble layup after layup, because this would have been such an obvious, like, dude, everybody loves Doom. Halo's kind of on the back foot, but people still appreciate it a lot, to the point where like I saw a lot of people react to this news of this thing being canceled or poo-pooed or shut down, and be like, how could they not do this? People want to see shit like this. It's fun. And for something like Secret Level, which like that probably would have been one of the better ones, and it could be a fact of like, there was part of me that was thinking like, oh, maybe it just wasn't a great idea, because like some of those secret level things were just not very good. Like the PlayStation 1 was shit, quite frankly. Like it was pretty terrible. But I just have a hard time believing that this could have been even remotely as bad as that. Like this could have only been bare minimum fun, if unremarkable, which I think would have been a good shot in the arm, not only for Halo, which is kind of like struggling, but a nice shine on Doom, which is going to get another shine later this year. So
yeah,
I don't know. I think it's a fumble personally. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think it's like a catastrophic mistake. I don't think they're going to like miss out on like millions of dollars. I don't think it would have like rehabilitated, the entirety of the Halo's image. That's got a lot of work to do, but I think it would have been a good gift to the fans. And it's a shame that they couldn't figure something out. And I just can't imagine what they would have even needed to figure out to say yes to this in the first place, but it is what it is.
I just my mom just texted me and said, Bud, I hope Chris is safe with all the fires. I'm sure you're in touch with him. I'm praying. This is a terrible situation.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tell her I'm boiling in a conflagration of my own making.
Yeah. I'll let her know.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice. Coincidence. Yeah, when I saw this news about the Doom and Halo potential, I definitely thought of you instantly. I'll just reiterate, and again, people can take it how they want, I guess. It's just like, I fundamentally don't believe Microsoft is a creative company. Like, I just don't think creative things come out of them, good things come out of them. But I don't think that they fundamentally understand things like at the level that they really need to. And I think that that's fairly obvious at this point. But
right.
You buy things like that you buy things like that to avoid the licensing to make them happen. You don't buy them and then say like, oh no, we don't want to do that. And that's why I love what you saying, like, they disagreed with themselves. It's like, yeah, okay.
It's truly crazy. It reminds me a little bit of this old animation by the late Monty Ohm. He did this Halo, this Master Chief and Metroid kind of fight scene animation. It went viral a long time ago. It's what got him hired, I think, at Rooster Teeth before he passed. But people love that shit, and it's Metroid and Halo. It makes no sense together. It's just fun to see. Like, so, just would have been a layup. It's crazy. It's truly crazy. But I think you're right. Microsoft is like fundamentally just not, especially the people higher up. They look at that and they're like, I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. No. Just like, all right, man.
Master Chief's butt cheeks, though.
Yeah.
Green light.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like we'll greenlight a live action television show, 2 seasons of which are both terrible. And, but like this one episode that we don't have to pay for, that we could license out, that everybody would totally shit their pants over seeing. I'm like, nah, amazing fumble.
They should just put Halo away forever. I think
They should sell it to somebody and give it to somebody else, dude.
Make something new.
Or just put it down. Yeah, like I'm totally
make a
of the
new
mind,
shooter series. You know.
Yeah, I'm totally of the mind that they should just put it on ice. You know, they should have did this the second Bungie left. Quite frankly, they should have did it when Bungie left, and then just brought it back when people were like, "Man, I really miss Halo," and then like suddenly there's time between it, and then it's like, "Oh, it's nice to see it again." But they ran into the ground and made a bunch of like stupid decisions, and yeah, they fucked it in a lot of ways. It's not tragically fucked. Like there are series that I see that are just like, no, you're done. But it's disappointing because it just feels so easy and so simple. Like Colin, you and I are kind of similar, I think, in the sense of like there's a lot of self-doubt always.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
If there's anything I am 100% confident in, is that I, with no experience, could have led that team better.
I believe it. Yeah.
Sincerely, I believe that wholeheartedly.
There are things that extreme that I also believe. So right. I totally get it. You know, where I'm like, I could have done this better, no doubt. But these things happen. I think Microsoft's getting better at this now, and I think that by buying Bethesda and then Activision, they've kind of solved this problem in some sense by just diversifying a little bit. But they became too dependent on these franchises. They really should have taken advantage, like you said, moving on from Halo with the studio leaving and all of the rest. Like they should have just taken advantage of just investing that money in something new. You know, I'd be really interested to see them continue to create new things, and I guess they're going to do that with Avowed and
yeah.
You know, what else is coming out this year? I don't know. I think other sequels because it's like Doom but that's good. You know, a Doom game every 4 or 5 years is great. That can go on forever as far as I'm concerned.
So 100%. Yeah.
And I love Doom more than ever now. We'll talk about that when we get into the games we're playing. Okay. Dustin, you have any thoughts about the Doom Halo thing, or should we move on?
Nothing that hasn't been said. It's just insane. Ridiculous.
Like they don't make sense together, and yet I guess thematically, but it's like it's not that hard to figure it out, guys.
Do you think maybe the only angle that I can think of, which doesn't even really make sense, is they're like, oh, well, Doom is too violent. And so we don't want Master Chief like crushing a demon's head with blood everywhere.
But what would have been cool? Yeah, like you don't. Yeah, first of all, it's like I think that would be interesting, but wouldn't it have been cool to have this beautiful animation of them fighting together or something, and they're doing their own thing. Doom guy is mega violent. You know, Master Chief is very sophisticated with the weapons and like just really clean kills and all, you know, and like marry it.
Would have been such,
you know, be creative. Yeah.
Then they kiss at the end.
And then they make out
at the end. Yeah, why not?
Kith.
Yeah, they both take off each other's helmets.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They each other's helmets.
And underneath their helmets is the other person's helmet.
That's awesome. Yeah. All right. Big piece of news broke this morning from when we were recording. Assassin's Creed Shadows has been delayed again. It's been delayed about a month. So people might remember that this game, which takes place in Japan, people are eagerly awaiting, was supposed to come out in November, and then it was pushed to February. Now it's March 20th on PlayStation 5. A statement that they released says in part, quote, "Dear players, we want to extend our heartfelt thanks to our incredible fans and dedicated teams for your unwavering support since our announcement in September to further refine and polish Assassin's Creed Shadows. Since November, we've been thrilled to share our progress through gameplay overviews, and the overwhelming excitement has truly inspired us. Each week has brought valuable feedback from our community. While we've already made remarkable strides, we believe a few additional weeks are needed to implement that feedback and ensure an even more ambitious and engaging day one experience." And thus, they pushed the game to March 20th. At the same time, this has gone a little bit more underreported. At least, it'll probably make the rounds while we're recording. But Ubisoft released a press release, and it's called a strategic update. This is for shareholders, where in part they announce that this is what's happening. But there's something interesting in here. It says, quote, following the strategic and execution reviews initiated by the executive committee a few months ago, Ubisoft is taking decisive steps to reshape the group in order to deliver best-in-class player experiences, enhance operational efficiency, and maximize value creation. Ubisoft announced today that it has appointed leading advisors to review and pursue various transformational, strategic, and capitalistic options to extract the best value for stakeholders. This process will be overseen by the independent members of the board of directors. Ubisoft will inform the market in accordance with applicable regulations if and once a transaction materializes. End quote. I mean, I would need someone that can read the stuff a little bit better than me, like a Hogue, and maybe he'll have tweeted about it, but it sounds to me like they're willing to sell themselves. And I don't know if they're like eagerly trying to run away from like a 10-cent takeover, or if they're willing to split themselves up, or if they're looking literally for just new investment that will peel more of the control of the company away from both the Guillemot family and, you know, the retail investors. But that's pretty interesting. Maybe I'm misreading it. You know, I don't know. So these things happen at the same time. And it says that they're going to be revenue neutral, I think, by the end of the fiscal year, which is interesting. But they do note that they've shut down 3 studios. They canceled the game, like they are making drastic reductions.
Right.
All right. So what are our thoughts here? Dustin, let's go to you first. Assassin's Creed Shadows, March 20th. Ubisoft seeming to talk a little bit of nonsense in this press release.
Yeah. Well, clearly there's a lot riding on Assassin's Creed Shadows. And I, at the very least, appreciate that they've already delayed it once, and it was a very long delay. What is the time? What was the old release date?
February 13th or something like that. And before that, it was November.
So a little over a month delay for this specific second delay. So I know that this is a thing that would frustrate a lot of people because they want to play the game. But for me, it's like, if that's what they need to really get this over to the finish line, to be a quality finished product that people spend money on, then great, do it. But with Ubisoft not doing so well, and as you mentioned about this other article about them potentially being ready to sell, having this game be great and sell well is probably very, very important, especially after it's been interesting seeing the saga of the Star Wars Outlaws, and them like it not really hitting at release, and then them kind of trying to soft relaunch it. It's not something I think we covered too in depth, but I saw they were like doing new press for an update, and I was like, it's kind of odd. So even when Ubisoft has the prowess of a Star Wars license, it doesn't necessarily mean immediate sales for them. And so Assassin's Creed, their biggest IP for sure. And so it seems like just so much is riding on this game, and the gameplay snippets I've seen pop up on Twitter last few days, or maybe even just today. I don't know if they released anything new, but it looks cool. It's still probably not going to be for me, being that I'm just not into Assassin's Creed games, but I hope that it really is the Assassin's Creed game that the fans have been waiting for so long.
Yeah, I have here. Yeah, here it is in the strategic update to the point of Star Wars Outlaws. They lowered their expectations for bookings for the fiscal year, and they say, quote, Q3 fiscal year 2024-2025 net bookings are now expected at around 300 million euros, primarily reflecting lower than expected holiday sales, mainly for Star Wars Outlaws, as well as the discontinuation of X-Defiant. So, yes, and it shows you how unhealthy just game development is, because I'm pretty sure Star Wars Outlaws is in the top 20 games sold for the year. So it's like, come on, man, you can't have a top 20 game and lose money on it unless you're spending too much money on these games. Of course, the licensing is probably extreme on these too. Regardless of what they make, they're going to owe licensing on it. So, it's why these guys need to invest in their own IP, but nonetheless, and Assassin's Creed is one of those things. I'm curious what you think, Chris. This seems to me to be somewhat irrelevant. I mean, if they just need more time to go gold, basically, and get more things in the game, I think that's good. It doesn't bode well for the condition of the game necessarily, but Why not make it the best it can be?
Yeah, I mean, I've never been opposed to a delay. I think we've talked about that before. Delays are generally good, even in the situations where delays end up in a bad product. It stands to reason that you can only imagine how much worse it would have been pre-delay. Like, so I'm just generally in favor of these things. I think it's potentially speaks ill of the state of the game, but it also maybe potentially, I don't know. It could just be Ubisoft being particularly skittish after something like Star Wars Outlaws, where they're just like, listen, it might be in a perfectly fine state, and it's just like, listen, we can iron out every single possible, because I think there are acceptable shortcomings and acceptable failures that kind of make their way through final QA, like something like, oh, that door glitches or whatever, or there's a lighting error here. It's not really, it doesn't break the game experience. Really, ship with it. They might be particularly focused on even just the small things because I think they're aware of how even something small can be blown up into like a viral moment. I don't know. I think based on I am not into Assassin's Creed really. Like, I liked the first one when it came out. I thought Assassin's Creed 2 was really great. I loved that character. Ezio was like really fun. Brotherhood I really liked a lot. I didn't play Revelations 3. I was kind of didn't really play Black Flag. So I've been kind of out of the series for a long time. I've had no real inclination to go back in. The gameplay footage I'm seeing of this is the closest I've ever felt to being like into it. I saw this one video of them like showing like how they managed to chain, or they've managed to marry the dodge mechanics into the parkour, so you can like chain dodges into free running, and it's like this is cool. This is like new, and that kind of adds something. And how this the ninja protagonist is like particularly fast for an Assassin's Creed game, like that's appealing to me. I think there's a pretty high potential that this game ends up being maybe not the best Assassin's Creed, but like one of the better ones. But it's just a matter of like whether or not that matters anymore, because I do think there's a stink on Assassin's Creed as an IP for having been around for so long and having been so flip-floppy with the way its direction has been headed. Like, do we want to go smaller scale like Mirage? Do we want to have an open, like a crazy 500-hour RPG like Odyssey and Origins? Or do we want to have like a linear kind of old school event? Like, it seems kind of schizophrenic in some way. It seems like people don't really know what they're getting. Ubisoft in general just kind of has been in a really precarious situation and hasn't really engendered a lot of faith, with a lot of games shutting down, a lot of games just in development hell. I think that all kind of does potential damage to how this game's going to be received, how it's going to be reviewed, and how much it's going to sell. I think that plays into a part of it. So, we'll see. But my prediction is that it's going to be a very good game. I just don't think people are going to care about it.
Yeah. I think you might be right. It's interesting because the sales for Assassin's Creed games, even mainline Assassin's Creed games, are kind of all over the place. But the expectation would be, I think, no fewer than a few million copies, and can go as high as 10 or higher million copies. And I will be interested. I do think that this is a test, like it or not, of the power of the new prevailing internet culture, where a controversial game can easily get buried. And that's going to play some role in it, I think. But I think the major role is just going to be the mainstream player and how they feel about Assassin's Creed these days. And it's unclear to me if they're interested or not. But I think that people have to understand that Ubisoft this is the most important game Ubisoft's ever released, just from their health perspective. Like, if this game doesn't hit, I mean, they're in trouble. And it doesn't mean that they're literally going to go away or whatever, but they're going to have to really figure out what they're going to do and truncate, bring in new ideas and new leadership and all the rest. So a lot is riding on this game. So just take a few more weeks and be like, let's just really nail this as best we can. Let's remove all doubt of the things we can control. And that's not a bad idea.
Yeah. If it's, I guess if it's good, I hope it's rewarded. But, like, I do feel bad because, like, I look at it and I'm like, I look at the decisions that they're making with this one and I'm like, this is kind of risky in a way that's like interesting. Like, they're actually like experimenting with the IP instead of just like kind of like resting on their laurels and like, oh, it's, just two playable protagonists with like completely different play styles and, set in the, a period that is a little bit overdone now, and drastic changes to the way that free running works and more emphasis on stealth. It's like it looks like they're actually like kind of like digging into it and kind of tweaking things and changing it fundamentally in ways that look interesting and promising. And it would be a shame for that experimentation to go unrewarded if what lies at the end of that experimentation is indeed something of quality, and for it to be like betrayed by ultimately the floundering nature of the company and the wishy-washiness of its creative direction over the last couple of years. That would be a tragic. That'd be a shame. But
we'll see what happens.
We shall see.
Yeah, it's March 20th, and I think that will now be the date. I don't think they can push it again.
Yeah, I think that's set.
All right, this is an interesting one. A few people wrote in about this. Ilya Staroverov wrote in and said, "Hey dudes, Implicit Conversions is the company porting and releasing PS1, PS2, and PSP games on the PS5. They recently updated their website and added PS3 emulation to their roadmap. This seems a ways off, but appears to be real. I know you guys have talked about this topic before, so I thought it would be fun to instead get your predictions on when the first PS3 classics will arrive on PSN. Happy New Year, and here's to another year of the best gaming content out there. Thank you." So yeah, this is something that is interesting. Implicit Conversions is, as far as I understand, a Delaware-based developer, and we've brought them up in the past because they're responsible for like the flood of PS like classic games. They have this, I guess, this engine or this SDK called, Syrup or whatever, and you don't even need source code to necessarily get a game running in emulation. And the one thing I was confused about when I was reading about this, well, to give everyone the news first, they have like a roadmap for Syrup Engine roadmap on their website. You can go to implicitconversions.com/roadmap, see it for yourself. And they have a bunch of stuff that's been released, right? So it's like they got NetPlay going, they got achievements done, and Rumble and all the rest. And then things that are in progress, like they're trying to get their emulators working on other platforms that are not PlayStation platforms. But then they have a thing here on their roadmap called Dreaming About. And it says PlayStation 3 emulator, researching and prototyping the possibility of a PlayStation 3 emulator package for Syrup. This is, of course, would be a huge deal because there is no universal solution for PlayStation 3 emulation. Now, I'll remind people from conversations I've had specifically with Moore's Law on Sacred Symbols Plus. Moore's Law is dead. Tom over there, he has it on his authority that from his reporting that PlayStation has games up and running on PS3 or PS3 games up and running on PS4 and PS5. But because of the nature of the cell processor, as we know, things need to be done kind of game by game, and it is very complicated and intensive, resource intensive. And so it doesn't really make it worth it. And they don't have like it's just hard for them to figure it out. It would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it, if some outside entity is the one that figured out how to do it more universally? There is something interesting though, as an exit before I go to you guys, that I noticed is that when I remember when we talked about Implicit Conversions, when the classics started coming out, their website had their like a game, like they still do. You can go and see like what we do, and it's like games. When you went to this page back in the day, it was, which is implicitconversions.com/games. I don't know if you guys remember, as I remember, I could be wrong, but it was like a tapestry of all of the classics. And now none of those are on here. And it's just like some things that they're working on behalf of other publishers like Fear Effect and Fighting Force or whatever. However, if you go to their Twitter account, they still retweet PlayStation when classics come out. So they're obviously doing those. But I wonder if Sony was like, you can't claim these games as like, or like there's there. I just found that weird, but maybe I'm misremembering what was there, but I'm pretty sure that's what I remember. So anyway, Dustin, what are your thoughts on the possibility of these guys getting something going for PlayStation 3?
Yeah, I think it would be awesome. My question is, you bring up their games using Syrup page right now. So coming up this year, Fear Effect, they say coming in 2025 to PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, and Steam. So I guess the question is, there is technically a possibility that this PS3 emulator that they would make wouldn't necessarily be for PlayStation Plus games. It could be for third parties that want to port their PS3 games. But at the same time, it's like, man, if they have the ability to do it and it's up to a quality that they're releasing third party games, or at least looking at it, why wouldn't Sony want to use that? I wonder, the question I have is that from a limited technical perspective is that it's always been my understanding that the PS3 games, as you mentioned, Colin, require a little bit of individual finesse. It's not necessarily plug and play like other older consoles, or even I guess some newer consoles too. The PS3 is particularly complicated due to its cell architecture. So maybe the expense per game would be much higher than a PS1 game or something like that. But I guess in general, it's like, man, I really hope that they make it work because it just feels like it is time. Especially being the state of PS3 emulation on PC from people who aren't being paid to figure it out. Just the open source community and the stuff they've done. And even at this point, I know it's a different beast entirely, but it's like I'm seeing tweets about people that are playing Bloodborne at 60 FPS up-resed on PS4 emulators now, which it is ironic. I would imagine actually in some degree PS4 might be easier to emulate than PS3, but still, it's time to figure this out. So if Sony's not going to do it, hopefully implicit conversations can, or not conversation, conversions can.
Yeah, you make a good point about the PS3 emulator kind of being more for a universal third-party approach, because in their roadmap, like I noted, in kind of like the in-progress things that they're actively working on is like getting PS1 games working on, or PS1 emulator working on Switch, getting PS1 emulator working on Xbox and all the rest. So you could conceivably imagine third parties, and you can already see that, IDOS, so that would be through Embracer Group now, getting Fighting Force and all these things going is working through them. So they've attracted attention through their work on for PlayStation. So they might be moving on in some sense from that as well. Do you have anything? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just real quick, a separate question. Limited Run has their Carbon engine, and the Fear Effect and Fighting Force they have listed as Limited Run games as the publisher. So that's a little confusing to me. If Limited Run has their own means to do these ports, that they're it's something to do with IDOS or something. I don't know, but is a little weird to me.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know the answer.
Okay. Chris, do you have anything you want to add about this?
I mean, not that hasn't already been said. I do think you did start it off by, I think, positing the question is like, when do you think we'll see this? This is a ways away, man. I think this is like 2028.
Yeah, they're dreaming about it, they say.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of bewildering, man. Like, I understand that the cell architecture of the PS3 is like notoriously convoluted and weird for sure. Like, I get it. But to be so convoluted as to be unemulatable for this long is kind of wild. Or at least like not emulatable in a way that would realistically pass certification. You could play Uncharted. You could play an emulated version of like Uncharted 2, the PS3 version on PC at like 6 frames per second. If you really wanted to, I think. I'm pretty sure.
A lot of these games now are running at full speed. That's the crazy part.
Yeah. Well, I think because those games not ported to PS4 or no? The Uncharted collection.
No, they were.
Oh, they were. Yeah. Blue Point brought them.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I could be mistaken.
That's the thing is there's certain games that on the PC side of emulation have really they've done an amazing job. Metal Gear Solid 4 in particular.
Right.
I think you can run at like 60 in 4K.
I don't know what the holdup is, man.
All right. There's a little bit of a note here. This comes from our friends over at Push Square who did some LinkedIn trolling, as people often do, and discovered that a Platinum Games veteran, the lead designer over there, is leaving Platinum Games to go to Housemarque, which is interesting, where he'll act as lead designer for the team. Over on Moby Games, he's listed as the director for Bayonetta Origins, which was that Switch spinoff. Was that any good? I don't. It was like a side scroller, wasn't it? Or something.
Not a side scroller,
like
but
isometric, right? Or something.
Isometric.
Yeah, isometric top down type.
Oh, okay, cool. And he was a designer on Star Fox Guard, which I don't think that was a Wii U game. I didn't play that. And so he doesn't have a lot of experience. I don't think it's really that big of a deal, but it's just interesting that Platinum, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention because it goes far beyond Kamiya, where Platinum Games is like kind of losing. Like, it doesn't seem like it's going well there. But then they announced, I don't know, it's like Bayonetta's 15th anniversary or whatever. And I wonder what the publishing arrangement is with Bayonetta 2 and Bayonetta 3 with Nintendo. Because I don't think Bayonetta is owned by Nintendo. I think that is a Platinum product. I can look. But any thoughts on this, Dustin?
What an aside about this, which is just really funny. Over the break, a video came out from a YouTuber named Shank Mods called "What Happened to the World's Largest Tube TV."
Oh, yeah.
The basic premise of the video is that Sony had what was the largest CRT ever made. And there was this thing on the internet that people didn't know if it even existed or if it was just something that they did for marketing, because it would have been like $100,000 or something crazy. So this video is about, there was like this one like Bigfoot picture of this TV that was in a noodle shop in Japan. And the guy in the video, Shank Mods, was like, hey, can someone in Japan help me find this? And this guy on Twitter who said that he was a game developer was like, I'll go check it out. I'll help you out. Turns out it's this guy. What's his name? I want to make sure I say it right. Is it a BB?
A Bebe, maybe?
A Bebe? A BB?
BE.
So this guy who's now moving over to Housemarque is a major character and player in this video, which now has, over 2 million views. It's an amazing video. I highly recommend it. Even if you don't care about CRTs and retro stuff, the story of finding this TV in the most random way, how they were able to save it. It's an awesome video. And it's just such a weird thing that when this came up, I was like, oh, I've heard of this guy from this random video. But I'm guessing he's moving out of Japan then and over to Denmark. Where's Housemarque?
Housemarque's in Finland.
Finland, right. So, pretty interesting stuff.
Helsinki. I'm looking up here at the USPTO, which is the Patent and Trademark Office. This might surprise you. Who do you guys think owns Bayonetta? You have any thoughts?
Sega?
Yeah.
Because Sega is the one that published the remasters after Bayonetta 2 was a Switch exclusive.
Right.
And they put those out on PS4 and Xbox.
Oh, Switch. So Bayonetta 2 came out on PS4 and Xbox. Okay.
No. Just one. Just one.
Oh, okay. So two. Oh, okay. So 2 and 3 are still. That's what I thought. So 2 and 3 are. Because I was thinking, I'm like, I don't think Nintendo owns it. I would have imagined Platinum owned it, but Sega's been licensing it to Nintendo. It's interesting. And then so that kind of makes sense of why Platinum is not well funded, because they're working on a sub-licensed game that they're probably being paid a flat rate for, like the thing that they're most associated with. They have no ownership over at all. Yeah. Obviously Sega got all of this stuff going, Vanquish and all that kind of stuff. So it's not a huge surprise, but I just thought that the studio had retained more of its independence than that, I guess, because the Bayonetta spinoff or Bayonetta Origins is also explicitly trademarked by Sega. Very interesting. All right. What's next? Good luck to you, by the way. I just closed the window. What is it? Tanari-san? Tanari-sensei? All right. Midnight Black collection has been announced by PlayStation. It's a new run of accessories. It'll be a DualSense, a Portal headset, earbuds, and they come out soon. They look pretty nice. I gotta say the controller's sexy, and there's an edge too, by the way. But the Portal looks really nice. Really does. Mm-hmm. I love all these Portals, but I just don't need another Portal. It's the same thing as the 25th or the 30th anniversary one, where I was like, I just don't need this. Does any of this look attractive to you guys?
Well, I'm assuming it's the same. This is the original black DualSense. Because because they don't highlight it. They show it in the larger image, but then they don't highlight it specifically as a new version of it. So I'm guessing they're just adding to this
Actually,
line.
You're right. It says here, bringing the Galaxy-inspired Midnight Black colorway to the PlayStation Portal remote player, DualSense Edge wireless controller, Pulse Elite wireless headset, and Pulse Explorer wireless earbuds. So the controller itself is not explicit. Yeah, so you're right. That is the DualSense Edge. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me see it again. Can you hold it up?
It's just black.
Yeah. It looks different. Like, we don't have very high res cameras. Yeah. What do you think?
It's nice. I don't use it anymore though. I have so many DualSense controllers. I've more than I need now because my anniversary one came with 2, and I already had 3 before that. So I definitely don't need any new ones. I'm kind of getting a little curious about these earbuds that they sell. I've not heard anyone. I don't know anyone that owns them, but there's been a few times with the Portal where I want to use it, and I'm like, I got to get wired earbuds because my AirPods don't work with it, which is really annoying. But the earbuds, $200.
Yeah, it's $200.
No. Okay, I don't need those.
They're more expensive than the headset.
Yeah, okay. I guess the headset's
$150. Portal is $200 and the Edge is $200. So those prices are all standard.
Please let us know. Write in. Anyone who spent $200 on the wireless earbuds? Let us know. Are they good for $200? I mean, I know AirPods are. I think AirPods Pro might be $200.
Yeah, I don't know what my AirPods cost. I just have had them for a long time though. They're great. Dude,
yeah, they're awesome.
Over the vacation, I lost one of them.
Oh no.
Like, sometimes like you're doing something, I always have one in my ear because I'm listening to podcasts, and then I like want the ambient sound around because it's fucking weird. So I sometimes put it down because I'm being distracted or whatever, and then I forget where it is. And there's that like find my function. It just doesn't fucking work like at all. And then I was Googling about it, and like it doesn't work for anyone. It's like, dude, it's an earbud. Just beep. Beep. And literally Mike and I sat there for like 2 hours, and it would beep we would get it to beep like every 20 minutes, and it would just be like beep just once, and it would be like where was it? And then I'd be like resetting my phone and trying to get it beep again, like trying to triangulate it. Eventually we found it, thankfully, but God, fucking annoying. I just use, so like when I'm playing Silent Hill 2, I want to be totally immersed, so I'm using the Pulse headset. But I just wire it with a 3.5 millimeter, like whatever jack cable, and it's not a big deal,
Yeah.
Like, I don't mind that. I know it's annoying to some people, but it's like, I don't know. I don't care. It's very.
I was
old school,
using these. Dude, I've gotten I'm such a big fan of in-ear monitors now that these ones were, I don't know, $100 or something, but I'm kind of thinking about the custom mold ones.
Yeah. Ramon and I were talking about those too, like getting those done. He's worried about my ears with the drums, which I totally appreciate and agree. He's like, you should just get those made,
Yeah.
Totally worth it. I'm like, yeah. Because I just use like I've said before, just a stock set of like noise canceling headsets. Yeah, that's cool. It's inspiring for me to do that as well.
It's so much nicer podcasting not having them on my head, and just having these. But yeah, $200 for Sony's sounds a little steep. So let me know what you think about those.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. High margin. I like headphones personally, so I don't really mind them, but I know most people don't. I remember like when I had like a CD player, like a portable CD player 20, 25 years ago, and I would wear big headphones. Then you look like an idiot. Yeah. In hindsight, it's like, what are you doing?
Not anymore, dude. I mean, the big headphones are in.
Yeah, it's just back then you looked like a dork. Everything was trying to get smaller,
Right.
And I'm like, but the quality, Chris, any of these accessories for you, my friend?
No, I think, I mean, look, black looks nice, but it's not, I don't know. Like, I'm still enamored with the gray anniversary controller that I have. Those colored buttons, man, everything that doesn't have the colored buttons looks lame to me. Like every time I see like, oh, it's a new controller, and it's like the X is white and the circle is white, and it's just like, there's no personality there at all, in my opinion. So like, I'm good on accessories. I'm not really in the market for anything new. I've got 2 PS5s in my house now at this point because I got the Pro and I still have my old base. I got plenty of controllers. I have like a set for both of them in my room, and then in my living room, I have my Steam Deck, which is kind of like my unofficial Portal. I'm good. I don't need anything.
Yeah, I'm good as well. My over the break, my gray controller, the anniversary controller, took its first fall onto the hardwood floor. The first of many, no doubt. But because we have a hardwood downstairs, and I always leave the controller like on the arm of my recliner, and it's nice and thick, and it's typically fine. But every once in a while, I bump it, and it's like, fuck. But it seems fine, you know. Also, I gave my my launch PS5, because I had 3 PS5s. We just don't need all these PS5s. So I gave my launch PS5 to my nephew over the break, and pawned one of my old, not pawned because I literally just gave it to him, but gave one of my old controllers to him, giving me an excuse. I have a couple of controllers still in the styrofoam like sleeve when you take them out of the console, you know, or out of the box.
Oh yeah.
So those will get some use in times to come. All right, a few more news items to get through here. We'll go back to Push Square. They report on a VGC podcast that they listen to, wherein Andy Robinson, who's the editor-in-chief of VGC, an old school and respected video games journalist, who I talk to behind the scenes sometimes, nice person, he had said on their podcast that they're looking to revive Sony is looking to revive some of their old IP. And he says that their quote-unquote deep-cut old IP stuff, a couple of things that they're working on at least. I wonder what you got, like what would come to mind for you guys? Old school deep cuts. I mean, a lot of things come to mind for me. I wonder how crazy they want to get with it. Dustin, anything come to mind for you?
I don't know if this is considered a deep cut, but the first thing that came to my mind was Ape Escape. Like potentially what my dream would be an Astrobot Ape Escape crossover game. Because I feel like they have a similar, they're both little weird guys that there are a lot of them, you know. So you could do like Astrobot versus Ape Escape type game. And there was there was a heavy Ape Escape featured in the most recent Astrobot game. So that's what I would love to see. But I was trying to think really what else, like something that might be considered more deep cut than Ape Escape, like Siphon Filter, maybe, which we talked about when there was the leaks of the UI leaks of Ben's new game. Like maybe that's something, but Vib Ribbon, maybe no.
Yeah, I was thinking,
know.
like, for some reason my mind always goes to Colony Wars as a PSVR game, VR2, but I just don't think there's any reason to invest in those kinds of games at this point. And I try to wish cast and set my summon circle, with candles and everything for the getaway, but I don't know if that would ever come back. There's a lot of cool stuff. Another deep cut IP that I think has a lot of potential is actually something like Tokyo Jungle. If they had any balls at all, Fat Princess would be fucking sick. The entire premise of that game is just hysterical to me, and it's like, it's not offensive, it's just stupid. Come on, man. It's crazy that they released that game, and it wasn't like a PS1 game, it was a PS3 game.
Right.
And then they released one on PS4.
Yeah.
So they were into it for a little while. I love the idea of that IP, but who knows? I mean, it really could be anything. They own hundreds of IP. So I wonder. Yeah. And I wonder also, like, obscure. Is that what he says? Deep cut.
Incredible Crisis.
Incredible Crisis.
Let's go.
There you go. Deep cut old IP. That's, your head's in the right place now. All right. We'll find out. Chris, anything come to mind for you?
Ape Escape was the first thing that came to mind, but I'm kind of the mind that, like, that's not really what they're talking about. I do think that has a lot of potential, by the way. I think a modern Ape Escape is quite frankly a no-brainer. I think it's just so easy to make good and so fun, and they clearly can do it. Like, they clearly can do it. But I get the other thing my mind goes to, I guess, is Wipeout. But that's also just kind of selfish. I really love Wipeout is like such a weird, specific game with such a specific aura. It's got such a specific, like, feeling behind it. And there's some games in that series that are just kind of like stranded, like Wipeout Pure not being playable on that's the PSP game. And it's my favorite one. It's got like my favorite soundtrack. It's got like my favorite like UI. It's got like just my favorite tracks. It's Wipeout Pure is so good. But we also know that they tried that mobile game a couple years ago and Don't really know what the hell was going on with that. It seemed like kind of like a half-hearted, half-baked, kind of like throw it out the door, kind of see what happens, don't pay attention to it kind of thing. So I don't know how serious they really are about it. But that's more of the mind where my mind goes. As far as like IP that I know that they own, that they could kind of cut deep into and bring forward. But I don't really know how big racing is either. That's a whole. This could mean so many things, and it's a little frustrating.
Yeah, it is. It is frustrating, but it's good to know that they need to look back and
they should, yeah.
Just select a couple of things. I think obviously there's different tiers of importance and all the rest, and they should just select a couple of things from each of those tiers and just leave everything alone. And you can always go back later to more and more and more. It'll become more and more mystical to newer and newer audiences the more you wait too. So you don't want to go too crazy with it, but yeah, we'll find out what happens. I'm excited to hear that though, and I'll be interested to see who their partners are. If it's going to be internal, second party, licensed, whatever. All right. Speaking of Video Games Chronicle, we'll go over to them now for this next story. They write in a headline, Oblivion linked Virtuous is making an unannounced Unreal Engine 5 remake. So people are starting to put together some of the pieces here that there is a Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion remake in the works. The news first broke according to this story, and I remember it said in July 2023, a Reddit user who said to be a former Virtuous employee claimed that the studio was working on a remake of Oblivion. And now there's a LinkedIn profile for a technical art director at Virtuous in Shanghai. And he doesn't specifically name the project's name, but it says here, quote, him putting something in a LinkedIn, quote, reignited speculation that a remake of 2006's The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion could be in development at Virtuous. And so it says basically on this guy's LinkedIn that they're working on an unannounced remake built with Unreal Engine 5 for Xbox Series X and S, PS5, and PC. Connecting this with the 2003 Reddit user claiming that they were working on Oblivion with some specific details, including that there's a pairing system in the game wherein the visual fidelity and stuff are all done in Unreal Engine 5, but Oblivion itself runs like the gameplay, which is curious and fascinating, maybe a cheap way and an effective way to do it. So it sounds like this is going to happen. I think some people even theorize that this is going to be announced in the somewhat imminent Xbox conference, the direct or whatever that they're going to do. And it wouldn't be a huge surprise that this would come to PS5 too. I think you'd want to launch this widely, especially considering this would be the first time Oblivion would ever be playable on a PlayStation platform with trophies, which is very exciting for people. Chris, let's go to you first. Oblivion remake. Would you play it? I wonder how this game's going to stand up, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, first of all, the pairing system is an interesting idea. It's not the first time that we've seen things like that. Like I think like the one that I'm most familiar with is like, I know Unreal Engine runs in some capacity over some UI aspects of the Master Chief Collection, specifically with like customization window in the main UI. So I remember that being like a weird thing. It's like, ooh, okay, so there's like several different engines at play here. But having it like handle the visuals while the original creation engine or whatever the hell they were using deals with all the Oblivion stuff is interesting. It's an interesting compromise. Allows the fidelity of Unreal to break through without necessarily having to worry about all of the memory necessary to keep everything in place like people expect from Bethesda games. But dude, I don't know, man. I played Oblivion when it was kind of new. And even when Oblivion was kind of new, I remember feeling like this feels old as fuck. And I just didn't like the way it played. If anything, what I would want out of an Oblivion remake is for the game to play differently. So I don't know. Maybe the new coat of paint will kind of help ease people in, and maybe it'll, because there is that too, right? Like there is like some element of like the compounding effect of not only does it feel old to play, but it looks especially dated that like makes it worse. Maybe if it just kind of felt old to play but looked better, it would be a little bit easier for people to get into. That's definitely like psychologically possible. But I don't know. I didn't get that into Oblivion, personally. But I'd be curious to play it. I have no experience with Oblivion. My only experience with Oblivion is all those like unintentional comedy videos I see on Twitter of NPCs having perfect comedic timing, which is in and of itself probably a worthy experience. But this was also leaked years ago as well. Like I think there was like a big Xbox leak, one of the many I feel, as I say that sentence out loud, where I think also Fallout 3 remake or remaster was also kind of listed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, and I those two games were leaked. So like the existence of this game is not surprising because everything else on that list seems to be accurate or seems to be have either come out or we know it's in development at this point. So the existence of this is not shocking. The pairing system of the engines is interesting. I'm curious how this is going to be received. I think it'll be received well generally, but like I do feel like I feel like Oblivion that's a dated experience. Like people think Skyrim feels dated. Like no, man, you have no idea.
Yeah, Oblivion is 6 years older or something. So
it's 6 years older, and it feels 12 years older than like because Skyrim didn't feel cutting edge at the time, but it didn't feel fucking ancient. Like it felt contemporarily jank, you know, at the time that it came out. But like Oblivion at the time, like I remember just being like, this is a rough feeling video game. But it's always a rough feeling video game that I've wanted, like I've wanted to play. Like I could never push past certain things that were just kind of like keeping me from getting into it. Like the jank of it, the font being so like weird to read. I remember being like a big part of it for me. Like I can't fucking read anything in this goddamn game. The UI was kind of awkward. So we'll see how it goes. I'm of the mind though, like if I were to want like a remake or a remaster of Oblivion, I would want something a little bit more, not necessarily from the ground up. I'm not necessarily asking for like a Final Fantasy VII remake type thing, but definitely more than what I perceive to be being done here, I guess.
Yeah, my experience with Oblivion is very little. I've played it, but I've not gone anywhere in it, not beaten it for sure. And my experience with like things before that, like Morrowind, Daggerfall, like I have no experience with those games at all. So yeah. I would be interested in playing Oblivion, I think, just because it is a fairly important game. But it came before I felt like their next game, obviously Fallout 3, which was 2008. This was 2006, of course, was, as I've said many times, the game that really opened my eyes to like these kinds of open world experiences. So it would be cool to kind of fill that in. Because as I've said many times, I do have this fantasy of playing Skyrim at some point. Again, I played it for 10 or 15 hours. That's never going to happen probably, but it's a fantasy nonetheless. Dustin, Oblivion remake. Well, you were but a 12-year-old, 13-year-old boy. You're just a little boy.
What year was that?
When Oblivion came out, 2006. So
yeah,
this game, I can imagine, like, I grew up obviously before you guys, and these kinds of games weren't prevalent at all, especially on console. And I imagine that if they were, I would have been captured as fuck at 13 years old by a game like Oblivion. Yeah,
I certainly was.
Yeah.
I have dozens of hours. I can't remember how long. Probably 100 or more. I've told this story in the podcast before, but there was a time when I had a 360 and the only game I had was Oblivion. I traded in the 2 or 3 games I had just to get Oblivion. I was happy with just having this one game. And at the time was an incredible experience. It much like Colin with Fallout 3, this was my first experience with wow, you can have this kind of open world game with this level of customization of your character and all the different quests that you can do, things like that. I have gone back to it just a little bit over the last maybe 2 or 3 years ago when they did the Xbox update that you could play it in 4K or whatever like that. If it is true that the underlying Oblivion engine is running and it's just a Code of Paint remake, I don't think it will be well received by especially the modern audience, which of people that love Skyrim and continue to play Skyrim and then taking a step back, as Chris was saying. I don't think it will go well if there's not major quality of life updates. It's not to take anything away from Oblivion. At the time, it was absolutely incredible, but it just simply has been surpassed by many, many steps. And so at least for me, I'm sure there's people that go back to this game and love it. But when I went back to it, I thought, I can't do this like I once could. Things have changed. So I hope that if this does exist and it is a full remake, that there at the very least is just a high level of quality of life updates, simply because it's just not up to modern sensibilities at this point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I do want to say there is an argument though too. Like I do agree with that as well, but there is also something to be said about about the unintentional comedy of Oblivion and maybe like how I don't know, like how important is it to bring that forward? I guess. You know, like from a preservation standpoint, like because I'm of the mind, like you have iconic games that like, you know, sometimes might not play as well as contemporary games or might not function as perfectly as more modern games do. But just bringing them forward, like something like Oblivion, which has not been playable on PlayStation platforms, just to have the base version of that in some way, even if it's with a new coat of paint, but still preserving everything that was Oblivion. There is significance in that, I think, and there is value in that. So I don't know how to feel about it though, because I do feel like I would kind of be disappointed if a lot of the humor that they didn't intend to be in that game was gone. Although, like from a gameplay perspective, like I would want a better game.
Right.
It's hard for me to.
If it is released as a prettier version with all of its flaws, I think it's going to be a bad look for, even if Bethesda's not the one doing it.
Right.
And be like, oh, look, we're getting another Bethesda, quote unquote, Bethesda game, even though it's not remade by them. And at this point, like with Starfield, it's like the joke is no longer feels funny that their games are broken.
Yeah, it's very strange to me. Like the whole thing is very weird, but they have their fans. I mean, it's fine. You know, who am I? Look at Maddie. I mean, didn't Maddie become like a famous content creator because of his Bethesda love and his Bethesda game products? You know? Yeah.
But dude, do you guys remember, like, this might be like you might have forgotten about it. I only remember just because we're talking about this, but do you remember when Starfield was out and we were talking about it on the show, and I sent you, I think I can't remember if I sent it in the chat to both of you or just to Colin, but there was a video of like the player talking to some lady, and then the robot runs from behind and just decks her in the head.
Yeah.
And the sound effect is so brutal. Like, I don't know. There's something there, man. I'm in agreement though. Like I would want a better game, but like there's something there. I mean, we'll talk about it a little bit, but I'm playing Skyrim again, and we'll get to that when we talk about the games that we're playing. But this is weird, man.
Yeah, they are weird. They are a very interesting company to me. Yeah, we'll see. I think I would give Oblivion a chance. I've been thinking more and more about Starfield. Like, would I play? It's going to come to PlayStation. It's like, will I play? And it's like, I just don't want to. You know, like I just don't want to.
Yeah,
maybe. Who knows? I don't know. I think I would play Skyrim first.
It depends on. I think you might like Starfield just because it's like a lot more limited. It's not really as open. But it depends on what you know, if you want like a Fallout 3 kind of like expansive experience, or if you just want like something more that you can mainline.
I think something like a Starfield or a Skyrim could hit me at the right time. Right. But I think I've lost kind of my appetite for some kinds of those games. Like Dying Light 2 is a good example where it's like I brought up again because I tried to play it for a second time this past year, was Metro Exodus, where I'm like, I just don't want this. You know? Like, why are you doing this? You know, well, Dying Light's different because that was always what it was. But especially with Metro Exodus, it's like, why? I don't want a fucking open world Metro game, man. You know, what are we doing? Yeah. But anyway, but it could hit me at the right time. We'll see.
It's something that you want this.
Yeah, I like immersion, and I think that there is a relationship between time played and immersion. It's not 100%. Always what I'm looking for. And it doesn't always mean you have to play a maximal amount of like 50 or 100 hours. But if you spend a lot of time with a game, you get into it and there's something different about that. And it's not always what I'm looking for, because I like, you know, Silent Hill 2, 15 hours, like, oh, magnificent. You know, magnificent. I never got tired of you. But then you have these games that demand so much of you where you want them to be done. And I don't want to feel like that about games either. I felt that way even about Metaphor, which I thought was a really great game, but it's like, oh my God. The fucking end already.
Please wrap it up.
Yeah, like let's go.
Jeff Keighley comes out.
All right. 3 more stories to quickly get through. This infuriated me. I don't know if it'll infuriate you guys too. So Dan Allen Gaming, which I think is a YouTube channel, interviewed great trifecta of people: Glenn Schofield, Christopher Stone, and Brett Robbins. People might remember these guys as 3 leads at Visceral, which was the EA studio that, amongst other things, made Dead Space. Schofield specifically was the producer. Brett Robbins was the director, and Stone was the animation director. And they've all gone on to do other things. Obviously, Brett Robbins ended up at Sledgehammer. He directed a bunch of Call of Duty games. And then, of course, what did he direct, guys?
Wait, what happened?
What did he direct next? Does anyone know? Brett Robbins? Immortals of Avium. Immortals of Avium was his last game. Glenn Schofield, of course, worked at on Call of Duty for a long time as well, and then went and made the Callisto Protocol. And Christopher Stone ended up actually working at Bend for a while. I think he worked on Days Gone, but he also worked at Sledgehammer for a while, and then he worked on the Callisto Protocol as well. So these guys are all kind of out there doing stuff now, and Dan Allen Gaming interviewed them together, and it's awesome. And the topic of Dead Space 4 comes up, and they talk about, would they pitch it to EA? And they say, and this is Schofield specifically, quote, "We tried, actually, the 3 of us. Dead Space 4, we were talking this year. We didn't go too deep. They just said, we're not interested right now. We appreciate it, blah, blah, blah. And we know who to talk to. So we didn't take it any further, and we respected their opinion. They also know their numbers and what they have to ship. And so, yeah. So they say they have ideas. Later on, they say, yeah, we got some ideas. I'd make a Dead Space 4, Stone declared. So these guys, the original Dead Space team, or at least the execs that worked on it and helped lead it, pitched EA properly in some sense about another Dead Space game, and they declined. I think the word is that Motive, the EA-owned studio, was going to maybe move on to a Dead Space 2 remake, but I think that's not going to happen. And I find that deeply disappointing. I think you could make the case, and I would, although I would want to kind of word it differently and really get into it, and I won't do that here, but Dead Space Remake is maybe the best survival horror game ever, in my opinion. And I cannot believe that they reimagined it in such an effective way, and then they're like, You kidding? Especially in an era where survival horror is doing great. And there's a lot of competition, and people are getting into this. And again, as I've said so many times, I'm so fascinated by how dark the games can get now on OLED TVs, where it's like the TV is off. I was showing my wife in parts of Silent Hill where I was like, just look at the screen and like ignore James, and it looks like the TV's off. These are like unparalleled levels of darkness and scary, and the inability to see. It's like, this is the kind of stuff people should be taking advantage of. And EA should want to have a foot in that space. And they did. Dude, Dead Space Remake is so good. If you haven't played Dead Space Remake, go fucking play it.
Yeah, please.
It's so good. So Chris, are you as frustrated as me to hear that the OGs went and pitched a new Dead Space and EA was like, thanks, but no thanks?
I wasn't when I first read this on the document when I was going over it. And as you started reading, like, I got more and more frustrated because I started thinking, because I'm of the mind where it's like, look, Dead Space 2 was pretty good. Dead Space 3 was kind of like, it was a co-op kind of game. It kind of lost it. So when I first read this, I was like, oh, Dead Space 4, like, does anybody care what Dead Space 3 was? Like, wouldn't you be better off just kind of like, not necessarily abandoning Dead Space, but like maybe picking a new jumping off point in some way? Like maybe just like making a new Dead Space 2 or something like that. But then I was thinking, I mean, Resident Evil had like 5 and 6, and those weren't well received either. And they made 7 and 8, and they were great. And then I started thinking, like, yeah, survival horror is like in a really good point right now. Like, we've got those great Resident Evil games, obviously. We've got Silent Hill 2. Yeah, like what? And I started hyping myself up for Dead Space 4. And now I'm annoyed that it's not real, because I do think actually that would be so hype, man. If like after like that much time away, And Dead Space 3 actually has like had some revisionism going on about it. It's not that it's like a good Dead Space game, but that's like a pretty solid like co-op action game, like for sure. And so like to have that franchise revisited by people who were instrumental in it, and after that exceptional remake, seeing where they could take it and where they might go with it after so much time, that would be exciting. It's just like what I was saying earlier about like Halo and putting it on ice for a long time, and then just like seeing it come back, and like how exciting that would be, even if your last outing in Dead Space 3 was kind of like really disappointing and missed the mark in a lot of ways. Like people would just be excited to have you back to try again with new technology, and like OLED technology, and like just the new things that you can do with new consoles, and just the new wave of survival horror going on right now. Like, yeah, man, this is actually, I'm changing my own mind as I think about it, because the potential is huge. And you're totally right. Like Dead Space remake is, I don't know if it's the best survival horror game of all time, but it's definitely, I couldn't in good confidence shut that conversation down. It is damn good.
I don't even know what would compete with it other than like a Resident Evil 4 or something, in my opinion. Or maybe Resident Evil 2, just in its how iconic it is. But it would be one of those three, I think.
Yeah, you know? I would say it's my personal favorite, for sure. But yeah, no, this is really sad. Dude, it's really bummed out.
The claustrophobia in Dead Space is so wonderful. The different locations on the Ishimura and the backtracking is my favorite. It's almost Metroidvania-esque in some sense, but not really, because then you would be able to call Resident Evil or something Metroidvania. So I don't want to get too crazy with it, but I love being in a closed space. It's what makes the original Resident Evil so special. It's like, here you are, and you're going to go back to different places, and you're going to get fucking attacked by something random when you feel safe. And there's all these jump points, and and I like the religion aspect of the game a lot. I think sci-fi and religion is a really interesting intersection.
It's a good marriage of themes. I think it does what Resident Evil 4 tries to do a little bit more successfully. I think Resident Evil 4 is like more of a fun action romp, but I think Dead Space has that action while also still being unsettling the entire time, which I think a horror game should be.
The combat is also simplistic in its premise and serene, I think, actually. Like, go after their limbs, and they make fun of how like they literally wrote it on the wall.
Yeah.
Do you remember that story about like how if you ever played the original Dead Space, that like it's written in blood, like go, shoot their limbs or something, because like when they were testing the game in focus tests, like people didn't listen or read anything. So like they're like, yeah, you got to go after their and then everyone's just shooting them in the head and shooting them in the bodies, and they just didn't get it, so they literally wrote it.
They wrote it
on the wall.
They wrote it in blood on the wall. Some dude was bleeding out, and he was like, I need to give really, really good advice in really perfectly legible handwriting on the wall as I bleed out. That's kind of, by the way, this is like a brief aside. That's kind of why I'm not really that bothered by like the yellow paint stuff. Like I understand that it breaks immersion and all that, and it's like it's really silly that there would be yellow paint on everything, but like people broadly are just not as smart as we like to think they are. Those focus tests must be wild for Dead Space, where they're just shooting the heads and like, what's going on? I would love to see footage of that. But
Dustin, thoughts about a potential Dead Space 4, but not to be?
I would say it's disappointing. I'm nowhere near as hot on Dead Space as you guys are. I thought the remake was great. To my taste and sensibilities, I think Resident Evil is both Resident Evil 2 remake and 4 remake are much better.
What was your problem with Dead Space remake specifically? You think it was just too good?
Yeah, that was it. I can't handle. But so I think that there was definitely an opportunity with Dead Space remake for sure. I think that I can't remember if it was you or Chris, but the idea of like, okay, well, we're going to use Dead Space remake as a starting off point and get rid of any baggage or potential, both in the story or also like mental baggage that people have. It's like, oh, well, Dead Space 3 wasn't very good. It's like, oh, no, we're doing a new direction for it. using this as a starting off point. But I'm not surprised that EA doesn't want to make something that might be really successful. So it's unfortunate. Despite me not liking it as much, I think that a new Dead Space game would be awesome, just because I never played 2 or 3. I played a little bit of it when it originally came out, so my main experience is with the remake, and the remake was great. So why did it not sell?
I don't think it's sold great. No, I think it sold more than 1 million copies, but that's not going to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think a sequel would have been interesting just because based on I don't want to spoil anything, but based on the nature of like the secret ending or like the second ending, they changed things, which was kind of cool. And they could have like had an alternate vision for a Dead Space 2. Remember that the guys that we're talking about here in Schofield and Stone and these guys were not the ones that delivered the entire trilogy. They all moved on to, work on other things. So it would be cool to kind of like get the old team back together, but it doesn't always work out. It's like, oh, your old girlfriend or, this old thing, this old fling and this, that, and the other thing. It's like, oh no, it ended for a reason. You silly boy. Sometimes it's not good enough. All right. A couple other things to get through really quick. I thought this was interesting from BBC. Says in the headline, Sega considering Netflix-like gaming subscription service. It says, quote, Sega is considering launching its own Netflix-like subscription service for video games, a move which would accelerate gaming's transition towards streaming. There are already a number of similar services on the market, such as Xbox Game Pass and PlayStation Plus, which see gamers pay a monthly fee for access to a range of titles rather than owning them outright. Sega's president, Shuji Utsumi, told the BBC that such subscription products were, quote unquote, very interesting, and his firm was, quote unquote, evaluating some opportunities. Quote, we're thinking something and discussing something we cannot disclose right now, end quote. I don't know about this. I get it. I just feel like everyone's too late. Yeah. I just feel like we've it's getting nuts. The amount of high tier subscriptions. What I want to see is like more really low end subscriptions, like not to promote ourselves, I guess, but like what we do on Patreon, like $5 a month or whatever. I wouldn't mind doing that 10 or 15 times, and there are things that I subscribe to at a lower level, but when you're demanding from someone $15, $20 a month at the baseline, right? I saw that when I resubscribed to Netflix for the football games that were on Christmas. They were Netflix games, so I just went on for a month. It's like $22 to get it without commercials. That's fucking nuts. And I'm scrolling through this stuff and I'm like, this is cool. And I'm watching a thing here and a thing there. But I'm like, I don't know, man. That's like a big ask. And then I got Amazon Prime and I have Peacock for a month because I got to get that for a game, or you got to do this. And it's like, geez, Louise, man. Now, because it's not that there's too many of them per se. It's just that they're asking too much from people. And then you get this like cumulative bill that is your cable bill back in the day. The entire idea was to make this cheaper, a la carte, and approachable. So I just think Sega going this route would be strange. Now, they're not the only one. EA has their own. Ubisoft has their own. They're probably looking at it and saying, well, we could do something, but I just don't know what this divide and conquer situation is not working. These companies have to get together if they want to do stuff like this, in my opinion. What are your thoughts? So let's go to you first, Chris.
Yeah, I hate this idea. Yeah, no, I no, don't do this. It's a terrible idea. Or you know what, do it and then completely fail. Because I don't think this is working. I think that this experiment doesn't necessarily bode well, especially for a company like Sega. Like, I mean, like not to shit on them, like they have good IP and they're putting out some good stuff, but like I don't think it's enough to justify like a subscription service. You need to. Xbox is probably like in the best case scenario or like the best position to do something like this because they just own so much, and even they're kind of like plateauing. So like I just don't know what the point is even having this conversation this late.
If you read the interview over at BBC, it's interesting. It's pretty extensive because it was ahead of like the premiere of Sonic 3, the film. So they got to talk to the guy pretty extensively about other things too. But basically what he positions is like Sega is in a uniquely basically it boils down to Sega is in a uniquely positive position as an entity, and it needs to be offensive as opposed to defensive. Like it needs to strive to grow. And he uses the term, the president, of making Sega shiny again, like making it a destination. The people that BBC talks to, like the commentators or whatever in the piece, agree with you, Chris, that like this doesn't really make much sense and that it would probably fail. I don't think you need professionals to tell you that, though. But it might just be that they're looking for, to carve out 50 or 100,000 people a month that would pay some repeat subscriptions costs. It's just a matter of like, would they pull their games off of Game Pass, and like, how would this all look? It's just an interesting proposition. Dustin, are you going to be a subscriber number one of Sega's subscription service? Of course, they did have SegaNet back in the day, by the way, and the Sega Channel. So they were kind of ironically ahead of the game on this, but it just didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I was quickly trying to figure out like what EA's subscription numbers are. In 2021, they said they had 13 million players. So I don't know if that means subscribers or just people at one moment. I'm not sure. So I think that there could be a path where they could do this, but you have to account for, of course, like what lost sales do you accrue from doing something like this? And also at this point, as you mentioned, a Sega subscription, it will be like the Peacock of the game world, where it's like at the point where you're like, enough. We've got so many of these at this point. So I'm not really sure that even also like thinking about Sega. I mean, I guess Sega's back catalog would be pretty extensive, but these services at this point are so unappealing to me overall. Which, this is a side note, my 1 month of Game Pass that I signed up to play Indiana Jones, 3 days before the end, I went to Microsoft's website, canceled it, refund $13.
Unbelievable.
Immediately.
Why do they do that?
Happening.
Why do they do that? It's
every
so
time.
Weird. Why do they do that?
I can't remember if they did this in the past, but they gave me an offer. They said, you can keep your subscription for 3 more days, or we can end it now and give you your refund.
What's the offer?
So the choice was to keep it the full month and pay, or cut out my 3 days and get a full refund.
It's great. Well, it's like, I don't know why. It's cool that they do that, but they're like hurting themselves. I don't understand why they're so generous.
I don't know either. So anyway, a Sega subscription, no thanks. But if it sounds like EA is doing all right, maybe they would have the same shot at success. But again, I don't know if Sega is as big as EA to pull off something.
No, they're not.
Like
I mean, EA, you have to remember that like EA subscription services is widely buttressed, I assume, by the annualized sports stuff, of which they always have a new game in there. And if you can subscribe to EA Play or whatever and get the newest FIFA, why wouldn't you? It's the same thing. The question they have to ask themselves is like, how captive are people? This is what I think Microsoft is going to learn one way or the other ultimately with Call of Duty. And what the argument behind the scenes obviously is like, what's more valuable, getting someone on Game Pass for a few months to play Call of Duty or them buying it? And you have to kind of send them in one direction or the other. You can't get both. And so Sega, I think in some way, like if they want to explore subscription stuff, they should just make a partnership with one of the streaming services and put all of their shit on it. And just take licensing money. And you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to worry about, it's just free money. Yeah, you have to split it with someone, but you don't have to worry about the infrastructure or any of the other stuff. It'll just be there. Or just make it widely available. But I appreciate his sentiment, though. Sega is in its best position right now since the early to mid 90s. Relative to the market, they're in a much stronger financial position now. So, Sega. What will we do with you? All right. Final inquiry. Guys, I thought this final story was interesting, and I wanted to just bring it up. not necessarily about the sales figures I'm about to share with you, but the trajectory of them. And we actually brought this up on the Sacred Symbols Plus episode that I did with the Lilimo boys. That's going to go up in a couple of weeks, where we brought this up and how encouraging this is, I think, for all developers, although I think it's a very limited thing that's only for big notable games. But here's the story. PSU.com reports Stardew Valley has surpassed 41 million copies sold across all platforms since launch. The game, of course, came out in 2016, and this is a very impressive figure indeed. However, this is the figure that I thought was most interesting, and they pointed this out as well. Stardew Valley in February 2024 had surpassed 30 million copies sold, meaning in the last year, the game has sold 11 million copies. A quarter of the copies of Stardew Valley sold in the lifetime of the game happened 8 years after the game came out. Really fascinating. Now, of course, pricing plays somewhat of a role in this. However, Stardew Valley was never very expensive to begin with. And a lot of this has to do with the lone developer Concerned Ape and his kind of willingness to update the game continuously. And there was a big update that was released for it last year, which I think brought a lot of people in. But I just think that that's so impressive and so interesting, and is a sign that like a game, even single player centric games, but games with community and good word of mouth, can bubble up and do great years after the fact. This Concerned Ape dude makes so much fucking money that I can't believe that he even is able to focus on making anything anymore. At that point, I'd be like, I'm good now. I will no longer be living in the real world. But you guys all enjoy. I'm going to sell Stardew Valley for $500 million and go fuck off. Right. Do either of you play this game at all? I did try it. I played it on Vita. It's interesting. It's just not for me. I'm not a Harvest Moon person, so or once in a blue moon maybe, but not really. So I wanted to get into it because it's so cozy and so welcoming, but just couldn't get into it. Dustin, you were a fan or are a fan?
Yeah, I played this game on PC initially and got really into it, really enjoyed it.
26 million copies of the 41 million were on PC.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing too is that I've bought multiple copies of this game because I think I bought it again on Switch.
7.9 million copies on Switch.
Yeah. I wonder how Apple Arcade is counted in these numbers, because that it's part of, I think, the only subscription service that it's on. Maybe not too big of an impact, but I'd imagine that a lot of these copies are people like me that played it on PC or Switch or something, and now they're no longer playing on that platform. And then a few years later, like, oh, that game's fun, I want to play it again. And so they'll buy it again where they're currently playing. But yeah, this game, it's such a crazy success story. I think there's a chapter about it in one of Jason Schreier's books that I read. And it's a really interesting story about the developer Concerned Ape, that his like girlfriend supported him for 2 years or something like that when he made this game. And I mean, at that point, no one knew about this game. There's no promise of an indie success at all. And ends up creating this game that just sells millions and millions of copies.
And then he dumped his girlfriend.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that.
But, I hope not. I doubt that.
But yeah, there was an orchestral tour of the music I think this past year.
Oh my God, he must be so happy. Good for him.
And the merch too. I mean, I've bought Stardew Valley merch for Holly before. So yeah, it's a great success story. I'm a little confused. I mean, I'm trying to make sense of why so much of it would have been in the last year, but nothing is coming really to mind.
It says update 1.6 is the biggest update that the game had seen in a long time, like in many years.
Yeah.
But yeah, and again, it must be more affordable. Like, what could you... let's see. Stardew Valley PSN. $15 on PSN. Steam. It's $8.99, I think, on Steam. Oh no, $14.99. Plus, you can get all the DLC for a pretty cheap price too.
Right.
And a lot of it is just included, I think. So that's so affordable. I mean, this is the idea. This is what I want. I mean, this game is so valuable at $15. It's fucking insane. It's like not even close to anything we're doing at Lilymo, but this is the argument I make for the lower end, not like the crazy low end, but 10, 15, 20, where people don't miss the money, where it's not for $10 for everyone is not that much money. You're not going to lose your shit. You know, and I think it's cool for people to be able to get into games at an affordable price and then hopefully get into it, but not feel regret, you know, and be able to take those chances. 716,000 reviews on Steam.
It's insane.
I'm sure too that there's a like a multi-generational appeal that you think about when this game came out in 2016. Now, like as more Gen Z players start playing, this is a game that still would be appealing to a lot of them. So new people are still discovering the game from that aspect too. I'm
looking at the video, just like a video of the different tasks and things you do in the different environments and stuff. I'm like, it's so cool. You know, what an impressive project, and what an amazing idea. Obviously premised on something that existed, but just taking it to the next level and doing it by yourself and being really control oriented. I think that's so fascinating. So I Stardew Valley's got to be on the short list of games that I would like to get back to at some point and try again. And Mike has been playing Story of Seasons recently, and so she's playing on a 3DS or was playing it on 3DS. So she's playing Fire Emblem now. So
nice.
All right. Well, that's it for the news, for the smaller news items anyway. All right, my boys, it's time to get into what we're playing. I think there's going to be a lot to be said here, at least for me, because I was on a fucking rampage the holiday season. But let's start with you guys first. And Dustin, I'm curious to hear about your journey. As you brought up earlier, you've been playing Final Fantasy XIV, the renowned MMO with many an expansion. And it seems like you're really into it. So I'm interested to hear about your journey.
Yeah, I finally started Final Fantasy XIV. It's something I've wanted to do for years. I played it briefly, like just the intro part on when I was streaming, and I was so confused and I hated it. So then I gave it up. And this is a game that Brad has asked me to play for as long as I've known him, which Brad, by the way, has played with me only one time. So, you know, asked me to play for all this time, and now he's too busy playing Overwatch. All right, that's fine.
That's
fine.
So
I'm
Overwatch. Jesus Christ.
So okay. You know, it's fine. But this isn't really interesting game. In a way that I did not I expected, but not in this way. So my experience with MMOs is that I did play a decent amount of World of Warcraft when I was in high school. Nothing too crazy, but I think I got to like the end of the first expansion or something. So I know how MMOs work. The thing that always puzzled me about Final Fantasy XIV is people always like, oh, the story is so good. Like, how could this be? How could it be that in an MMO, everyone is raving about the story? And what's really weird about this game is that the single player, or the main story quest, I should say, basically does play out like a single player game where you, the main character, are like the hero of this world. There's a cast of characters that you interact with. There's cutscenes, and basically, for the most part, everything up till I've played, which I played all of the original content. So A Realm Reborn, and I'm at there's like 80 quests between A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward, the first expansion. So I'm in that in between part where they were just like updating the game, adding new stuff before the new expansion. You pretty much can play that entirely single player if you want to. And what also surprised me, which I guess it really shouldn't have been the title, is that this is very much a Final Fantasy game, in that, like I said earlier, you have your cast of characters, a very strong story. And I will say that in its initial release content, it can be really, really boring, where some of the way the quests are structured is just that you'll go talk to this person, you'll get some dialogue. They need you to go talk to this person that's on the other side of the map. So you bring up your teleport and you go and teleport. You talk to this person. They're like, oh, I need you to go kill 3 of these dudes. You're like, okay. So you go and do that. You talk to them. And they're like, okay, cool. Thanks. Go back and talk to the guy you originally talked to. So then you teleport back. It's like a game of like teleport around the map. And because of that, there were points where I was just kind of like quickly skipping through dialogue. And from my understanding, that's pretty standard in A Realm Reborn, is that it's just like, it's interesting, but it's not great all the time. So now that I'm getting towards the end, I'm not that I've like ignored all of the story, but I'm really like reading and really trying to get invested in the different characters. And what's cool is that this game is highly political in the lowercase p way, as you say, Colin, that you're dealing with these 3 nations that have like an alliance with one another on this continent that are dealing with an empire that is trying to take them over. And so and for those who don't know, also, when Final Fantasy XIV first released, it was so bad that they ended up taking it offline and basically remaking the game and relaunching it. But what's cool is that they incorporated that into part of the lore. So in the lore of this game, it starts off and there was a calamity 4 years ago that basically like wiped out most people. And so the political aspects is really cool, but also can add to the boring parts where you're dealing with the relationship of these 3 nations and you kind of are part of this group that is outside of it and how they interact. So that may be appealing to some people. It might not be to others. But as far as the combat, it's pretty, I mean, as far as I remember, pretty standard MMO stuff that you have your different abilities that you use and you kind of like figure out the system in which to use them to get the optimal buffs and stuff like that. When you're in dungeons, there's different roles, whether you're a DPS or a tank. I'm playing as a DPS Dragoon, which is pretty cool because I've got like the sick Dragoon armor. But I'm enjoying it more and more as I go on, and I'm starting to understand, like I can start to see where the story's going, that people are like, oh, this is really good. So I'm definitely going to play more. And I'm very excited that probably in the next few days, will be to the Heavensward expansion, which is where people are like, this is where it gets amazing. So, like I said, you can play this game and not necessarily play with other players now. They made it so when you queue for dungeons, you can queue with NPCs instead of other players. I've done a bit of both where I've queued with other players, and I've been surprised that the community overall has been extremely nice. Like not complaining that I'm watching the cutscene for a dungeon when I'm the only one doing it. People being very helpful, and that surprised me quite a bit. So if you're interested in checking this game out, there is the free trial version, which lets you play up to like level 80 or something. There are some restrictions. I just went ahead and bought it kind of as a test to myself. That's like, dude, you said you wanted to do this. Don't do a free trial that you'll just weasel out of. Like, put your money where your mouth is here. So I bought it. I initially bought it on PC, but surprising, I would say 80% of my game time has been on PS5. I bought it again, and the controller support is like really, really surprisingly good. And so most of my time has been on PS5, runs great on the PS5 Pro, but I have a different element to tell you guys about as I've been diving into the world. I saw a video on YouTube. I want to make sure I get the YouTube creator name. Let's see. The video is called "The Seedy Underbelly of Final Fantasy XIV" by a YouTuber called Oh Boy. I highly recommend this video because with MMOs, I'm always curious about the culture around it. And clearly, Final Fantasy XIV, it's a haven for furries. just to put it straight up. You can have like a little cat girl character, and there's some other beast men, but I didn't know the extent because I noticed when I was in towns, I was seeing every once in a while people advertising spaces to like hang out, like nightclubs.
Oh, no.
Like that's really weird. Then I watched this video and I learned about ERP, which stands for erotic role play. And so in Final Fantasy 15, there is a player housing system where you go, Chris is out. Chris is done. Oh, just wait. Just wait. So yeah, you can have player housing where people buy player housing that then they set up as a nightclub where people role play, which role playing is nothing new to MMOs. There's like role play servers in World of Warcraft and stuff. But in this, the video specifically is about how people use this mod manager, which lets you download assets from outside the game and use them on your character, where it's like, here's a furry with a muzzle and his giant cock out in this nightclub. And it's wild. So the video is really funny.
And is this is sanctioned behavior or
not really? No. The mod manager apparently is in a gray area of whether or not it's against terms of service. The nightclubs, though, I mean, you can buy a player housing and you can invite and do whatever you want with it, really, to some degree. So when I was playing last night, I saw one of those pop-ups for a nightclub. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go. Yeah. So I found the address. I went to the world server. I went and I was just wanting to see, like, what's this nightclub all about? I walked in. Immediately, I'm out of place because I'm the only person in normal fucking armor. So I didn't know what to do because I didn't want to get spotted.
That fucking rules.
I didn't want to get spotted. So I was like, I don't have any normal clothes or like nightclub clothes. So I just took off my character's shirt. So I had like armor pants on, like I was like an edgy guy or something. And I shit you not, there is probably 40 plus people that their characters are just like hanging out on this dance floor doing stuff. I look over, there's like someone's made a bar. And in that, I see one of these big guys standing there, or he's sitting on one of the stools, and another character that's like this little bunny girl is just doing her standard dance on top. So I think it was supposed to look like a lap dance. And then every minute or so, they would use this other emote that looked like a Splatoon, like paint splurting everywhere. I don't know if that was a semen thing. So that was pretty interesting. Oh, it goes a little bit further in the nightclub, they were talking about a Twitch stream going on. And I think the idea is that if you're a character in the nightclub role playing, you put on this Twitch stream and that's like the unified music. So I was like, okay, let's check out what this Twitch stream is. This will be for video listeners, but video watchers, but I took a screenshot just to show you guys. It was a VTuber with giant titties streaming it, and like, yeah, everyone 30 seconds, get your champagne bottles out. And then like all the characters would get and pop champagne and shit. I was like, man, this is
it's crazy fucking nerdy. That's so many levels down for me.
I realized too that I talked about the weird lap dance I saw. Those were probably people with mods on PC. And there was an actual lap dance going on, but to me, it just looked like characters clipping into each other. And that's the funny thing is now I know. You never know as a PS5 player without mods on if you're walking past a furry with his giant cock out. So there's definitely an underbelly, and I needed to experience the culture for myself. I don't understand it, but interesting times we live in, boys.
Yeah, that is Final Fantasy 14. I've thought over time because I love Final Fantasy itself. It's like I never played 11 either. Was to like give it a try, and I've always said that I wanted to play as a healer because I just thought that would be like weird and difficult.
You're needed,
but that's not going to ever happen. So
no, yeah, that's the thing is that some of the story stuff, I'm like, in some ways I could see Colin liking this. Because it is like really in depth with its different character relationships and the political aspects, but the questing, it's still very much an MMO in that way.
I don't think I've ever really played an MMO like with any amount of like gusto or time spent at all.
Yeah.
So we're back. We had to make a cut. We had a technical problem there, but for the lore of the show, I want to let everyone know what Chris told me, which was that he actually got up because we thought he got up during your story for comedic timing, but he actually had to get up because he left his fridge open and it was beeping.
It was both. I was like, I heard it beeping and I was like, it's not necessarily going to come to the mic, but it's going to bother the hell out of me.
Right.
And I didn't want to get up in the middle and interrupt you. So I had to wait for like the point where it would make the most sense for me to get up and leave.
Well, I gave you.
Fortunately, you gave me a great
ample time,
a great reason.
Yeah, but yeah, Final Fantasy 14. I'm committed. At the very least, I'm going to play through up through that first expansion that people say is amazing, and then I can and truly judge it for what it is. But I'm liking it. So maybe at some point, Last Stand. It's a free company, not a clan. So maybe a Last Stand free company in the works, if there's enough people interested.
I'm sure there are.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are players of many in our community. Chris, let's go to you. It says here you're playing Marvel Rivals and Skyrim. What do you have to say?
Yeah. So it was kind of a light gaming break for me. I didn't really get to as much as I wanted to. I was traveling also, so I was kind of away from my PlayStation, which is where I've been playing most of the things that I've been playing. So it's kind of, I mean, apart from like Indiana Jones and the odd, PC exclusive like Marvel Rivals. So I was like, oh, okay, well, what can I play while I'm traveling? What can I play, while I'm home? Luckily, I had my Steam Deck with me, so my options were pretty vast. And especially over the last couple of days where I've kind of been like, or the last week specifically where I've just kind of been bedridden with the flu, I kind of got this like, I don't know, let me start Skyrim. I always get the urge to jump into Skyrim every winter like clockwork. There's something that happens where I just hear the call of Sovereign Guard, and I gotta get in there. I don't know what it is. But I was playing through it, and last year I talked about how I dabbled with survival mode, and I kind of like that. And so I decided to pick that up again. Having to eat, having to keep warm, having to cook your food to get maximum, hunger relief and all sorts of things. Making my own potions, crafting my own armor. Actually, I'm trying to engage with like the systems that I ignored previously when I was playing through it. Because if I'm gonna play the same playthrough that I had the first time that I played Skyrim back in like 2011, it's not really worth it. Because I'm just gonna dip because I'm gonna be bored because I'm gonna remember everything. So I've been doing a lot of like alchemy and smithing and that kind of thing. But I've also realized kind of midway through the intro where I was like, you know what? I'm engaging with all these systems that I didn't engage with before. I know the quest line that I normally do. I normally go through like the main quest line for a little bit and then I branch off and do other things. I should just not do anything. Like I have a rule basically this playthrough where I'm like, I'm not going to play anything up until a point. Like there's like some missions early on that you should do because you get like specific powers that are useful. But outside of those like really early levels or really early missions, I'm not going to do anything that I remember doing. So only interact with NPCs that I've never interacted with, only go to cities that I have very, very little memory of, only do quest lines that I either ignored the first time playing through or barely remember at all. And it was at this point that I kind of realized like, oh, I've never played any of the DLC for Skyrim. Somehow. Like I've just, because when I first played Skyrim, I played it extensively, but it was on 360 when it was new. So I didn't get Dawn Guard or, the vampire stuff or any, the house building stuff, like none of that stuff. I have no memory of it. I never left the map to like a new region, never did any of that. So I'm doing a lot of this stuff now. And I don't know, man. The Skyrim's weird. It really is a comfort game for me. Like I think I didn't realize I liked it as much as I do, I guess. Because I keep coming back to it like year in and year out. And even though I do drop it eventually, like I always come back to it and there's always something that I don't remember or there's always something new there that like I didn't realize was there. There's always a gameplay system that either I failed to engage with the first time or just completely was oblivious to. And I guess there's something about Skyrim that I think this is the strength and the weakness of it, is that there are certain play styles in this game that are so dominant that there's really no reason not to do them. There's like certain like stealth archer things where it's like, yeah, obviously you're going to sneak around with a bow and hit things from far away because it's like really effective. Like, why would you not do that? And so it leads you to not engage with other things like, you know, hand-to-hand combat, or why engage in alchemy and brew potions when you could just loot it off of like dead. But like, there's certain things that come naturally and come easy, path of least resistance type things. And so that's a weakness, but there's a strength in that in the sense of like, it truly is a role-playing game in that sense, where like you kind of have to get into the headspace of like, okay, I'm not going to be an archer this time, and I'm going to make that a conscious decision. Or I'm not going to loot potions off of dead bodies. That's a conscious decision, so that I'm forced to engage with the systems at play there. And when you actually do engage with those systems, like, there's a pretty deep game there. Even with vanilla Skyrim with no mods, I know that like that's like kind of like a heresy, but I just generally don't like modding my games to high heaven unless I'm like super familiar with them. I appreciate Leon Kennedy running through a mansion with a massively hard cock. I appreciate it every now and again, but
I didn't know where you were going to go with it, but it was going to be somewhere bad.
I appreciate the occasional fun of it. Dude, I saw a mod earlier this morning because Skyrim's in my feed now of like a crab, and they just put like angry Gordon Ramsay voice lines over it. And so
I've seen that.
And he's like, it's fucking raw, and it's like charged. It's so good. But I don't know, man. Skyrim, it's dated. It's a little janky for sure, but it definitely holds up way better than Oblivion. It's very, very playable still today, and if you do want to mod it, that option is there. I really like it. I know that there's like revisionism going around about that game. Obviously, you know, it happens with a lot of games. Like I think BioShock Infinite, we talked about that happening with a couple episodes ago, where I understand it's quaint by today's standards. It's buggy for sure, and it's got a level of Bethesda jank that I think it's not necessarily as broken as like Oblivion or even Starfield in some ways, but I definitely get it. But it's a special game, and I like it a lot. I'm having a good time with it. It's a perfect Steam Deck game too, and it's a perfect sick in bed companion kind of game. There's something really cozy about just like climbing a mountain and hearing like the wind howl and just like being in bed and under blankets. It's like, it's a really good feeling. So I'm enjoying my time with Skyrim. It's probably going to be like a pretty persistent, like go to bed kind of game for me. But outside of that, I'm still trucking along with Marvel Rivals. Got myself a team now. It's pretty reliable. Although I got to say, man, this is a cross. So there's a cross-play game, right? And you can play with people from on any platform. Like I have friends who are playing on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. I have some who play on all of it. And there's, to my knowledge, and to everybody that I know's knowledge, no way to link accounts between platforms at all. So like my friends list is packed, but it's like 3 of the same person. On like this is my PlayStation account, this is my Xbox account, this is my PC account. And it's kind of wild that this kind of thing isn't sorted in some way. Like I don't understand why it feels like a weird oversight. It's not like the end of the world, I guess, because it is free and you could just sign up and make an account. There's no email attached to it or anything. So that's nice, but it's mega weird that this is like a really simple fix that it seems to just not be in the game at all. My progression's all over the fucking place. Not that I care, because I don't play these games for progression. I play them because they're fun. But getting into it, getting really good at certain characters. I'm finally delving into some healer characters, because if I solo queue, it's just all DPS, and it's a nightmare. So I've been forced to do the healing role. But I'm pretty pumped about like the next update they got. They got the Fantastic Four coming. They got what
Luffy.
is it? Yeah, they got they literally got basically Luffy in there. They got Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman, who, guys, the mods in this game are fucking hilarious. It's just it's Gooner Central. Like, you talk about Final Fantasy, but you got I saw a mod of, so there's a character, the character's named Jeff the Shark. He's like a baby land shark. It's a shark with like legs. He's like a small kind of creature that hops around. He heals people. but like I saw a mod where it's Professor Xavier in a wheelchair. And he's so low to the ground, and like from the camera perspective, it looks like he's just coming gallons because he sprays like Jeff the Shark sprays water on people to heal them, and like so it's just this guy from the it looks kind of like this. It's just it's ridiculous. So I appreciate the modding community, man. They know how to have a good time.
Use your talents for good.
Yeah. But that's really all I've been doing. I tried to dabble into some other things, but I didn't have enough time with my main machines to really get involved in any of the stuff that I'm like deeply playing. So that's where I've kind of been over the last like couple weeks. Gonna pick up some stuff now that I'm home, assuming it's still here at the end of this episode. But we'll see.
You guys are making me laugh with some of these PC game forays. What are you guys doing over there?
It's crazy.
Fucking degenerates. More power to you. I think it's great. Yeah. All right. I played a lot of games over the break.
Yeah, I'm excited.
So I'll go through them now. I played I actually went I meant to read this earlier. Did I close it? No, I didn't. Okay, cool. I meant to read this earlier and I skipped over it. Because we had a correction of sorts from someone. Yeah, Kazdan Risk wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, a PSA and maybe a correction. PlayStation wrap up for 2024 does update. I just checked today after checking it first went live, and it actually is now including 2025 trophies and stats. My latest trophy being January 4th. Just wanted to alert you in the audience. You can get the most up-to-date wrap up data at the site. Cheers and take care." Okay, so this used to not be true, but I guess it is now, and you're right. So it'll stop at December 31st at midnight. But my stats are updated now, so I got up to 1,230 hours for the year and 20 platinum trophies, so that's pretty good. And now a lot of that came from a lot of play over the holidays. I was really in the zone. I was looking at my trophies last holiday season, and I basically it's not only because it's a fucking huge game, but I was basically just tuned into Tales of Arise the entire time. And this time I tried to jump around a little bit. So Tribreaker, A Sacred Symbols Odyssey, our newest game at Lilymo, I platinumed that. That was Platinum 172, the PS5 Platinum, which is the more difficult one. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. I hope people are enjoying the game. Thank you for supporting it. And then I played all of Borderlands 1.
Oh.
And I played that I just started a new character and played through the main quest on the Game of the Year edition. And I did all the side quests too. I did the whole core game, like 100% of the core game. But there is DLC included in it, and I never played the DLC, and I was just kind of like, I'm kind of over this at this point. But it was cool to play, kind of scratch that off the list of games that I've really needed to beat that I never did. And something deeply nostalgic about that as well. I talk about this stuff in a much deeper way on Summon Sign, the most recent episode of Summon Sign, so you can go listen to that. And we get into Borderlands a little more. And then I was kind of in a shooter mood, so I downloaded Doom 2016, and I ended up platinuming it. I never beat it back in the day, but again, I was saying this on Summon Sign when we were talking about both Doom games, is I didn't realize, and I looked at the trophies, and I was like, geez, I was so close to the end of both games, and I just was like, eh. And Doom Eternal makes more sense because I was moving at the time, and I just got distracted, but I don't know why I never beat Doom 2016, so I played through all of it. I got all the collectibles, did everything in the game, did even the online trophies, which are really easy to do, and got the platinum in that. So that's Platinum 173. Awesome fucking game. Just absolutely love it. Just really rock solid, fun shooter, never stop moving, over the top, gory and bloody and violent to the point where it's just comical. It's not like, I don't find, we were talking about this a little bit, where when violence isn't real, it doesn't bother me at all. Like, I could care less. It's like just an aesthetic, right, as opposed to something that is real. It's like, oh my God, look how gory that is. It's like, who cares? It looks great and it plays like a dream. And I really, really loved it. And then I went on from there to Doom Eternal, and I'm not going to platinum it because the online mode is just not good, in my opinion. I learned that just by playing the tutorial that they force you into, which is good because it's a very weird online mode, but I'm like, this isn't fun.
Yeah.
I can't sit here for 5 hours or whatever it's going to take me to do this. I just don't want it that badly. But I 100% did the game and did all the collectibles and all the that kind of stuff. And it was a lot of fun. Doom Eternal, though, I think it has a hub world. And I remember us making fun of that at the time. when the game came out, where I was like, what is this? Like, what was so fun about Doom 2016 is it just kept you going and moved you along. I don't want to be on Doom Guy's spaceship. That's like the least fun thing I could possibly imagine. So I really hope with the new Doom that they kind of have gotten rid of that and either just made a linear game again, or, I mean, and this is generally a linear game, but just make a game that's delivered linearly, or just let you do it from menus. We don't need to get into like the whole walk around your spaceship and go to the portal and bring up the computer and all of this.
Yeah.
I will say one thing, and I remember us saying this at the time, I think, but this is the double standard about the PSN thing with PC, is to play this game on PS5, you have to make a Bethesda account. You know, it's like, I was like, that's kind of annoying, but I did it. It didn't stop me from playing. It just goes to show that like that people are only mad at Sony for this. You know, like, like in an appreciable way, like only Sony can let you force you onto the PSN. But when I go and play this fucking game, there's no way to avoid signing. And that scratched something in me, Chris, where I'm like, I feel like we did talk about that and that it was a little bit of a controversy or an annoyance.
It was a slight one. Yeah.
Because in Doom 2016, there's an option, but it doesn't make you. In this one, I couldn't figure it out anyway, how to get around it.
Yeah.
It's like, you just do it.
My quick search says that it's required for multiplayer and add-ons.
Yeah, I don't know. I just booted up the game. I did later buy the DLC, but I have not played it yet. Right, and that was after I beat it. Because it was on sale. It was only $11, I think. I don't know if you guys looked at the sale. I mean, there was endless games, like thousands of games on sale, and I stopped scrolling through them probably 2,000 in. I ended up buying like 5 different things, and I'm like, but the sales were good, dude. Mass Effect Trilogy, $5.
That's great. Yeah.
You know,
got a PS Plus game?
I don't think so, because I would have had it, but maybe. Yeah.
I think I saw something about the Arkham collection being really cheap as well, like currently. And I was looking at that because I was like, I realized like I wanted to play Origins because I never actually played it, but it was like $20 on like most things, and it was like, oh, it's the $5 for the whole collection or something, or like something like way cheaper, like $7 or something. But yeah, Doom 2016, that was the only time you texted me over the break.
Yeah,
just to let me know that you.
Well, I try to leave everyone alone. As we
I was happy to see it. It was dope.
Yeah, because I didn't think I was going to do it. There is a somewhat difficult trophy. It's not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, of beating the first stage, like the Mars stage, or one of the Martian stages on the hardest difficulty level, which is like crazy hard. But it took me 10 or 15 tries to do it. And because there's no checkpoints. Like if you die in that mode, you just go back to the beginning. So I did that. And there were some online trophies where it's like, get to level 5, which took like 4 matches, win a match, which I was just on a winning team. And then I was like, I'm out of here. So yeah, I ended up grabbing those. And then I got the DLC for Doom Eternal. I'll get to it at some point. I probably should get to it sooner than later, since that game is somewhat difficult and requires a cadence. What a beautiful orchestra of gameplay, though.
They're both so
just
good.
Absolutely exceptional. It's just exceptional.
Yeah,
and
I'm really glad that you jumped back into both of those. Like Doom Eternal, like I agree with you, and some like that was my one issue with Doom Eternal, was that the connective tissue didn't feel as organic or well constructed. I think the combat system is better, but like the connective tissue between like level to level, like it doesn't feel as like organic or meaningful or consistent. It feels kind of like disjointed in that way. But dude, Doom Eternal is primo. That dance of resource management is so good.
Oh, it's exactly right. It's really, it's one of the few games I've ever played, both of them really, but especially Doom Eternal, because they add, like grenade stuff and like the flamethrower and all of the rest, and managing your shields, especially, where it is just so fun to play, and how cool it is to play, how many moments you create as you play the game where you're like, that was fucking dope. What I just did was I'm running backwards, I'm throwing a grenade and flaming them at the same time. You get like that cadence going, and then they just explode in the shield pieces.
Yeah.
And you go and grab them, and you're circulating through all your weapons as you go through the game, and you're using the chainsaw, and you have to manage the fuel in the chainsaw. And it's really, really special. Like I was excited already because I like it, and I told this story on Summon Sign a little bit, but just that Doom was the rare game when I was a kid. Doom came out when I was like, what, 9 or something. And I wasn't a PC person. We didn't have a PC until 1992 or 1993. And my dad had a PC built by my cousin and he put Doom on it. And that was like basically the only game I had on PC. And I would play SNES otherwise. And I was like, it was so mystical and difficult and weird. And I've always been interested in it and loved it since then. And I had an affinity, as I said, for Doom 3 as well on Xbox. Yeah. And Chris, we've reflected on it in the past, and I know you guys know, and I said this on Summon Sign, so I don't mean to be redundant for people that listen to that, but I find it fascinating how everyone thought Doom 2016 was going to be bad. And how the tea leaves were bad. They basically scrapped the original Doom 4, remade the game, had this beta for the game that no one liked. And then it came out and they're like, oh, this is fucking dope. Like, this is beyond dope. So I love that story too of like the redemption in that pre-release environment. So yeah, shout out to Doom Eternal. The Dark Ages comes out this year on PS5. I'm going to be all over that. And then moving on, Silent Hill 2 Remake. I played through it. It took me about 16 hours. I'm working on I got the 3 core endings for the game because they're easy to kind of manipulate towards the end if you make a save at the right place. And I was kind of lucky because I was really aiming just towards one. I didn't really know that. And then when I was reading about it, I'm like, oh yeah, you can just do this and beat it again and all the rest. And I was making different saves. So I decided that I'm going to get the platinum in this unless something goes wrong. And I'm playing through it now. And I'm basically using like a speed run walkthrough to just, so you can do a run and do a bunch of things at the same time. You have to beat the game on New Game Plus. You have to beat the game without using a gun, which requires really the chainsaw, which you could only get in New Game Plus. You have to beat the game in under 10 hours. And you have to collect all of the items that are only available in New Game Plus that all unlock the other endings of the game. So I'm basically following this thing that can get it done in like 4 or 5 hours. And I'll chip away at that like an hour a day or whatever because it's boring because I've already seen the game. But I was fully immersed and fucking really obsessed with this game for like 4 days. And I would play it every night. Actually, we had our Christmas tree. And again, talking about these deep blacks and dark colors on OLED screens. Our Christmas tree is like, facing the TV. And I was like, you got to shut this thing off. Like the game is so dark. You got to just be fully immersed. I had the headphones on and I really, really liked it. And it's a fucked up. I played it on PlayStation 2, but it's one of those things where I'm like, I don't remember this. And I never really had the affinity for it at all that other people did. I'm just not a Silent Hill person. It was like, that was other than the Vita version, the last one I played. And so I didn't remember it at all. I actually went back and watched much of a long play afterwards. I didn't want to watch it during. I was like, wow, they really did a beautiful job. And there's some videos that even show it side by side. And the Bloober team did a really nice job. But it's, what I loved about it the most? It was fun to play. It's arcadey in a sense because it gives you so much ammo, so much health. But there's no one in it. It really is like a somber game with only a few enemy types. And I think literally 4 characters other than yourself. Yeah. Period. So, or maybe 5, depending on how you look at it. So I think it was a very successful game. I'm glad I played it. I really like it. And I recommend it. So there's that. And then just still playing Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake behind the scenes. Basically just during sports that I'm not really that invested in on my portal. So I'm at the very end of the game. I'm like, there's like a last kind of run of a couple dungeons you have to do at the end. I'm ready for it to be over. It's very traditional. It's very fun, but it's good. There's nothing wrong with it. It's me. I'm just not in the mood for it right now. I'm in the mood for more action. And to that point, we have a few inquiries from the audience that I wanted to read. A rarity of me taking a couple of suggestions. Don't get any ideas. This is a one-off thing, perhaps, or maybe not. Goopy wrote in and said, "Good morning, Vietnam. I come to you very late with this game suggestion. I had completely spaced mentioning this every time a new thread came and went during December. Colin, since you were in the mood for FPS games, why not take a crack at 2023's terribly named horror FPS indie gem, Trepang 2? I remember y'all talking about it back when it first released, but from what I recall, you did not partake due to it not being on PS5 at the time. Now that it's actually on console, and I highly recommend playing it because it's a fun and very high quality balls to the wall shooter that respects your time at around 10 hours while wearing its fear inspiration on its sleeve. It has familiar features, such as bullet time, dual wielding, and enemy soldiers that scream the fuck word at you. Overall, I don't think you'd regret checking this game out. Chris would likely enjoy it too. Anyway, play it or not, I'm not your dad. I'm back to the depression as both Bengals and Boise State football fan. God bless you, Goopy. Thank you for writing in. So I'm going to take this recommendation. It's actually half off right now on PSN. And it's from Team 17 published it, which is a fairly well-known indie publisher. Trepang Studios is the developer that made it. And it did come out in June of 2023 and later came to PS5. I did watch trailers. It does look great. The platinum trophy is supposed to be extremely hard, and I kind of want to challenge myself to get it. You have to beat the game on the hardest difficulty, which is supposed to be like really crazy. So maybe I can do it, maybe I can't, but I will check this out. I even wrote it down here on a notepad here, along with another game that someone recommended that I kind of came and went. Kingsley wrote in and said, "Don't need this question read on the show. Too fucking bad, Kingsley. I am surprised you have never mentioned Vengeful Guardian Moonrider on the show since it came out in 2023. Check it out. Top tier shit. This is a game from a developer named Joy Masher, and it's just a side scroller right up my alley. I think this game looks great as well. So I've written it down right here on this piece of paper. I will be buying them soon. I'm going to get on Trepang 2 first, probably, because it is on sale. I want to buy it before the sale ends in the coming days. So thank you for that recommendation. And finally, Miguel Almeida wrote in and said, "Hi, CDC. Hope you guys are well and had a nice Christmas. So Colin, any plans on playing Freedom Wars Remastered? How do you think the game will perform? The game has a 74 Metacritic, but only 12 reviews, so it seems like it's not generating much buzz. The trailers are full of references to Sony licensing. I wonder if this sort of deal is worth it for them and what kind of cut they are getting. Also interesting to see that it's on Switch again, but not on Xbox. Keep up the good work." That doesn't surprise me. At the time when we said that, we went into the licensing presumptions, and it's like, yeah, they're just going to be dickheads and not let Bandai put it on Xbox, which is a sign, I think, of the way they feel about that whole situation. I am going to play Freedom Wars Remastered for sure. It comes out the day this podcast launches. The day this podcast releases on Patreon. Freedom Wars Remastered, the port kind of remaster of the 2014 classic Vita game, is en route. I watched some trailers. It's very nostalgic. That game's very nostalgic for me in some sense. It was one of the last games I reviewed at IGN, and I was really into it. I think I gave it an 8. So I'm going to check that out. I know Chris won't, but Dustin, are you going to play Freedom Wars?
I think I want to. I was asking Brad if he was going to play, because this is like a Monster Hunter like.
Yeah.
So I am curious about it. I think I saw you can have like 7 people playing together, which is crazy for this type of game. So I'm definitely interested in it. But I keep forgetting it. So yeah, it's tomorrow, I guess, for us. So potentially, I'm open to it.
I love the story and like the it's a very unique game in my opinion. The combat not so much, because there were a few games that were kind of Monster Hunter like games on like Soul Sacrifice and all. I think that was that series, God Eater, and a few others. But I love the idea of these people. You basically are, the earth has been so depleted of resources that you being born, it puts you into a 1,000,000-year prison sentence where you have to like kind of work on behalf of humanity because you are such a strain on like what little exists. And you have to work to reduce your sentence from 1,000,000 years to 0. And you do it by like doing side quests, but like you get penalized for doing wrong things, for like, sleeping at the wrong time or wearing the wrong thing or acting the wrong way. It's pretty cool. And there's a Monokuma style character. He's not as nearly as cool as Monokuma, but Percy Propa or Percy Propaganda. And it's like a teddy bear with a microphone. And it's really cute. And the trailers, I don't know if Dustin, if you saw the trailers, they're really well done.
Yeah, I saw the one.
And he's right here, Miguel, that there is like a big branding on the bottoms, like license from Sony Computer Entertainment or whatever, because Sony does own the Freedom Wars IP, but hopefully a sign of things to come from other Vita products. But this came from a unique collaboration of the original studio and Bandai Namco and their relationship or whatever. So I wouldn't expect to see too many more of these things. The only other, not the only other, but you'd think they would get Golden Abyss off that thing and release that. But maybe they just don't care about Uncharted. I don't know. I think they do, though. All right, my boys, let's get into the news. There are 2 bigger news items this week. We didn't have to get too deep into these, but what I basically did, since we haven't recorded a live episode since the middle of December, is I just went through for the last 3 weeks and just kind of tried to find things that I thought were interesting. And a major thing that was interesting was this dueling interview that Famitsu, the Japanese magazine publication, famous magazine, conducted with the co-CEOs of the PlayStation brand. And they asked them some things and they said some stuff that I thought we could go into. I split them up into each of their interviews. So let's begin. Number one, over the holidays, PlayStation's co-CEOs, software lead Herman Hulst and hardware lead Hideki Nishino, both gave interviews to Japanese press that, thanks to some translation software, have made their way west. Specifically, both executives spoke to famed Japanese games publication Famitsu, and we'll start with what Hulst, former leader of PlayStation's first-party studios and one-time bigwig at Sony dev Gorilla, had to say. First, a cute anecdote. Hulst's parents were apparently toy store owners in the Netherlands when he was growing up, and he got into games because his parents didn't understand the tech and how to showcase it to customers. He also notes that 2007's Uncharted Drake's Fortune is the game that impacted him most as a developer in showcasing what was actually possible in video games. Indeed, he regards the fourth core Uncharted game launched in 2016 as having, quote, a major impact on the direction of game production at Sony's first-party studios, and its profound story and immersive world have become synonymous with PlayStation, end quote. In other words, he fully understands the power of high-production AAA titles and their importance to the brand. He also gives an interesting anecdote about how making games has spoiled his ability to play them properly. Quote, as a game creator, I always pay attention to different things when I play as opposed to the average player. For example, when I'm trying to find the best balance between the importance of having a formal tutorial in game design versus the importance of immediately immersing the player in the game world, I sometimes play the openings of various games 5 times each. I also pay attention to the length of weapon reload animations and think endlessly about what the optimal length is that does not interfere with gameplay while pursuing visual perfection, end quote. But with all of that said, there's something some people deem controversial from this conversation with Hulst, though it should come as no surprise to anyone who is paying attention. He said in part, quote, we are continuing to grow our live service division, with Helldivers 2 being a huge success. In forming a strong portfolio, the studio business group is focused on rigorously selecting games that provide great experiences to players, end quote. When asked directly about the failure of Concord and the closure not only of its home studio Firewalk, but of other Sony first-party teams recently too, like Neon Koi, Hulst answered somewhat vaguely, quote, the game business is constantly changing due to various factors, including technological advances, new genres, and ways of playing. However, one thing that remains constant is people's desire for great entertainment experiences, and attention to games continues to grow. However, this has also created competition, and like many companies in the industry, we have to make changes to our business to solidify a more sustainable operating base. Going forward, we will continue to focus on developing live service titles, along with story-driven single-player titles that our players want. We are learning a lot as we establish the ability to develop high-quality live service titles within SIE. Helldivers 2 attracted many players through continuous content releases and achieved results that support the potential of live service titles, end quote. He was likewise asked about concurrent releases of games on PS5 and PC, to which he said in part, quote, live service titles are released on multiple platforms, so attracting new players and increasing the number of players is key to their success. Therefore, maintaining the momentum at the time of release and penetrating a wide range of players is especially important in the live service field. Single-player games are an important element in enhancing the appeal of the PlayStation platform, and we set strategic sales periods for each title. While consoles remain our core business, expanding to platforms such as PC will enable us to offer our games to more people, end quote. When asked directly about releasing LEGO Horizon Adventures on Switch, Hulst basically gave a non-answer about games coming to the platforms that make sense for the individual product. So, out of their whole interview, that's kind of what I pulled out that I thought was interesting. Dustin, let's go to you. I think there are a few things to pull from here. I wonder if anything sticks out to you.
Well, the first thing is just him talking about Helldivers, specifically saying the success is due in part to the continual updates. And in terms of live service, Helldivers, it certainly has gotten updates, many of them detrimental to its player base. And in addition, I think that if it was in terms of a traditional multiplayer game, it's gotten a normal amount of content updates, but for a live service, it is practically nothing. That it's a year on and they just introduced a new enemy type and locations. It's like, that's not really going to cut it for a normal live service game, I would say. And it's funny too, because they're hailing Helldivers as their success story. And certainly it is. They published it, and I'm not trying to diminish what they did, but it was definitely not the success that I think they expected.
Yeah.
In fact, it was quite the opposite of their expectations, that I think they expected Concord to be the big one, and ended up being Helldivers. So that is an interesting way that he put it, I would say, overall. And then the answer about Helldivers is, or not Helldivers, about Concord in general is interesting non-answer. And I understand
he just won't speak about it, it seems like.
Right. They can't come out and be like, yeah, we made a shit game that no one wanted to play, so we need to course correct. It's like, they can't say that directly, but
it's too bad that they can't say that. Like, why can't they in some sense? It's like they're fallible, just like any other entity, like own it. It's obvious. They own less than anyone in some sense. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
What do they say about success and failure? It's like success has a million fathers and failure has none, or something much more sophisticated than that. But anyway, what sticks out to you, Chris? Anything you want to talk about?
I guess it's specifically the Helldivers stuff that sticks out to me the most, and I guess it's from a different perspective, though. I think, like, they talk about the success of Helldivers for sure, and that's definitely true. It definitely was their big breakout hit in a way that they've never had a hit like that ever in the history of PlayStation, especially in the history of PlayStation in online capacity. But I can't help but wonder, like Dustin pointed out, like, yeah, you know, like in terms of like a live service game, like the updates have been pretty, like, you know, they haven't been particularly world changing, you know, like this last update's really good. Like it is a really good update, but it does feel kind of like, from a live service perspective, it doesn't feel like particularly that much, especially when you have Marvel Rivals out now, where, you know, it's only been out for a very, very brief period of time, and they're already adding like 4 characters that look like they're really, really well designed and have had a lot of attention put on them. It's like, in comparison, like, granted, again, completely different IP. Marvel's got that money. It's a completely different type of game. I get it, but that is I wouldn't exactly call that the exact ideal for live service. And I kind of wonder if maybe they're a victim of their own success in some way, where they built this game on an engine that we now know is defunct. Like, the Helldivers 2 engine is not like a particularly versatile or robust engine. It's dated and ostensibly dead, with a lot of key people knowing how that engine works not really at play anymore. I wonder if they're like, fuck, our biggest game is on an engine that is not really that flexible. If they had known what Helldivers could have been, or what Helldivers would be, would they have made the choice to stick with that engine, or would they have gone with something like Decima, or something that was a little bit more proprietary, or a little bit more flexible, or a little bit more, you know, reliably, you know, workable than the one that they ended up working with? That's where my mind went immediately, which is probably like a weird aside, but I can't help but wonder about that. Like, yeah, the updates are paltry in comparison. I can't help but wonder if that's due to engine limitations, and I can't help but wonder if they're kind of thinking to themselves, like, damn, we kind of shot ourselves in the foot with this, because we made a great game that people love, but we can only do so much with it because this engine is only so pliable.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I think there's a lot. I pulled out from the notes too, a lot about Helldivers, like you guys did. And I basically pulled out 3 different things, which was just like, you know, Concord and Helldivers, and then kind of games as a service, and then maybe the PC stuff as well, as interesting notes that he has. I just think this idea of ignoring Concord like it never existed at all is a bad idea. Like, and they're going to be asked about it until they are willing to talk about it, and whether there's, I'm not going to do it because I haven't talked to anyone else that's worked on the game, but an expose of some sort or a deep dive into it, I'm sure that there'll be a lot to say about it, but it seems unusual that a game this big could fail so prominently, and there seems to be so little interest in trying to pursue what happened there. And maybe people are doing it more silently, and I hope that they are. So that sticks out to me too. And I do agree about Helldivers. I think both of you make the idea, you know, you're both right with the idea, rather, that they obviously didn't expect that this was going to be a big game. They're kind of figuring it out as they go. I think they meddled too much with it as well, and hurt it in some ironic way. It's not enough support in some ironic way. They got too cute by half with it and didn't leave it alone. and overproduced and overbaked it and annoyed people, and that cost them. And so they are learning a lot. I think what's important to note is that Sony, the football playoffs start this weekend, and people always talk about playoff experience and like just playing a playoff game and getting in there and being able to learn from it. And you can only learn by doing. And the one thing we can say for sure about Sony is that like they've now gotten into the trenches a couple of times, and they really fucked it up once, and they really found great success in another way. And so hopefully they look at that and they garner a lot of experience so that information so that the next time they're in the trenches again with another game like a Fair Games, like people are really down on Fair Games. We don't really know much about it, but one thing is for sure is that Fair Games benefits a great deal from the success of Helldivers 2 and the failure of Concord, because they can garner so much data and information and try to steer this thing in ways that are new and novel that don't repeat those problems, so that if it fails, and it doesn't fail for the same reason, and so that's good news. The other thing that I pull out here is just the games as a service stuff. He makes an interesting point, and it's what I've said before, is like Helldivers 2 is proof that they can make it work. And if anything, that just emboldens them. Even with the failure of Concord, as spectacular and expensive of a failure as it was, like I think something like Helldivers shows like, okay, so we're like 1 for 2. Better than many. I mean, let's keep going and try to figure it out. So I'm glad to hear him say that. I do not understand what people don't understand about the need for these kinds of games. And you gotta be there. You gotta have them. We were just talking about Marvel Rivals. Like these games just fall out of the sky, and licensed or not, people want to play them, and you just want to be where the people are, and you want to have a place where some of this stuff is maybe even exclusive to or console exclusive in order to court a unique audience. So there's that. And then finally, I thought his stuff about the PC stuff and other platforms was interesting too. It's a very PR answer, but I wish people would delve a little deeper into like, how did it do on Switch? What did you learn from releasing the game on Switch? Freedom Wars isn't coming to Xbox. What's that all about? Are you ever going to release a game on Xbox? Like, let's go. Let's ask some real questions. I don't expect that necessarily from Famitsu. They're very, very kids glove style, I think, in a lot of these Japanese publications. They are here too in the United States, so it's not really an insult. So I don't know if I expect that from them. But that's what I pulled out of there. And then number 2, let's move on to Hideaki Nishino's portion of the Famitsu interview. As noted earlier, Nishino is a longtime Sony executive who, along with Hulst, was placed into a co-CEO role in 2024, overseeing the PlayStation brand in the wake of Jim Ryan's exit. And while Herman Hulst deals with software, he's engaged with the hardware side of things as well as services. An interesting anecdote starts things out with Nishino too, who said that when he joined Sony in 2006, his first project was overseeing the likes of PS3's one-time popular folding at home service, which used PS3's computational power to help find cures for cancer. This was a big deal when I first started working at IGN. Do you guys remember? We've talked about this in the past, folding at home. It was pretty cool. I think there is still a folding service of some sort. I watched a documentary. It might have even been a Nova or something, like a PBS show about it some years ago. And my only interaction was with it on PS3. And many PS3s in the IGN office, you should just run it when we weren't using them. And it was supposed to help with like calculations and mathematics and stuff. I don't really understand it, to be perfectly honest. But by 2013, after a foray in the States working on PSN, he took over product planning for hardware and had his hands on the likes of PSVR and PS4 Pro. And later on, he came to oversee PSN and PS Plus too. Now, there's some nitty gritty and interesting stuff in this interview if you're willing to dig. For instance, he notes that internal research during the PS4 era indicated that the top reason people ultimately invested in a PlayStation 4 was due to its affordable price, but that the second most popular reason was because a friend owned a PlayStation 2. He also notes that internally, PS Plus is looked at as having been through 3 versions to date. The original running from 2010 to 2013, the second from running until 2022, and the newest multi-tiered version running from that date to now. Here's why, quote, the story behind that is, quote, the story behind that is that in 2006, there was no Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud. Therefore, we had our own data center in a so-called on-premises state. We knew that a lot of traffic would come, especially right after a lot of hardware was sold during the year-end sales season. So we would buy servers each time and secure a place to put them, and we would repeat this process on a yearly basis. Now that there is a cloud service, this is no longer necessary, but technically, Each component needs to be made to be able to handle auto scaling, end quote. That's fascinating. Like they just were like, we don't want to do this. It's so expensive. You have to have power and obviously a bunch of other stuff. Okay, so what about PlayStation 5? How does he think it's doing? Quote, we recognize that the PS5 has been well received. Looking at the date, analyzing the play status of users, the play time of those who purchased the PS5 is longer than those of the PS4. Well, I meant data, by the way, over there. We also know that they use the PlayStation Store more. In other words, they are playing various games for longer. In addition, the speed of the spread of the hardware worldwide is currently maintaining a level close to that of PS4, end quote. He does admit that PS5's price is permanently turning away some players, however, and he says that he wants to combat this. Quote, there are some customers who are not willing to purchase at the PS5 price range, so we would like to consider various methods, such as changing the way we sell the console, end quote. Nishino likewise talks about the popular portable device, portable device, as well as the future of handhelds. In short, the device is working as an engagement platform to keep players playing, and indeed, average Portal players don't only engage with the ecosystem more on average than non-Portal owners, but they actually play later in the day too, which is interesting. And how long should we expect to play on PlayStation 5? And what about PS6? He said in part, quote, we think that the PS5 will be around for a long time, just like the PS4. However, I don't think it's right to delay the release of the next product that incorporates new technology because it will be around for a long time. The timing of introducing new hardware is related to the timeline of technological evolution and the timeline for us to implement it. Therefore, I think it is important to provide new things while playing the ones that are currently in operation and to expand in total. Ellipsis. As of today, many PS4 games are being played, and the number of PS5 games is increasing. I don't think this will suddenly change tomorrow, so I think that home game consoles will definitely be the core of our business for a while. However, different styles of play, such as PCs, are increasing, so we are in the process of thinking about how to increase the overall number of PlayStation users, including PSN. This may be misunderstood, but if cloud gaming is possible with Portal and PS5 games are running, some people think that gaming has already entered the cloud era. However, you still need a controller and a screen at hand, and we don't think that hardware will disappear anytime soon. End quote. Dustin, let's go back to you now. What did you pull out of this?
Yeah, I'm most curious about when he's saying about customers not being willing to purchase the PS5, and they're looking at, changing the way we sell the console. What does it mean?
Yeah, it could be like a subscription to buy the console itself, perhaps.
That's immediately what I thought of. I think Microsoft did this with...
Yeah, they did it with Xbox.
Yeah, with both Xbox One, and I think they did it in the tail end of the Xbox 360, where you buy it for a cheaper price, but you have to agree to a subscription to Xbox Live. And in this case would be, of course, PlayStation Plus. And so that would be kind of interesting. And also Sony is now selling refurbished consoles from PlayStation Direct, which is part of it. So seeing that is kind of interesting. And I think that it's kind of about what he doesn't say, in that it's not we're looking at ways to reduce the price of the console. We're looking at different ways of selling it. So I guess that's up to you whether to decide whether you think that that's a agreed, quote unquote, aspect where they want to make as much money as possible, find ways for people to buy it at what would be a cheaper initial price. Or there's the reality that they really aren't able to make these things much cheaper like they were in the past. And so I've heard that before. I can't speak on it too much, but that's also another possibility. So I'm curious if they'll do some kind of subscription service to get people in on PS5. The other interesting thing is what a difference from what he's saying than Jim Ryan before the PS5, where he said, we believe in generations. Whereas this is kind of like, well, just because something's, people are playing PS5 and it will last a long time doesn't mean we shouldn't release the next console. And so I think we are now, firmly, especially with this statement, in the era of multi-generations coexisting at the same time. PS4 has been trucking along this entire PS5 generation. And it sounds like eventually when the PS6 comes out, it'll continue to be the case that they'll sell PS5s and continue to release games on it. And I think this partially has to do with the scalability of things, the popularity of live service games that don't require the latest and greatest. So just a very, very stark contrast, as I was saying earlier, from the mindset at the beginning of PS5 is like, no, we believe in generations. And then COVID happened, and I was like, oh, well, a lot of people are on PS4. Maybe we should keep that thing alive for a little longer. So PS5 is going to be around, it sounds like, for quite a long time, despite any new hardware.
To that point, I think it's interesting what it means for PS4. Like, Sony still produces and sells PS4s. And it's not like they stopped producing them and now they support the console or whatever. They're not selling that many of them, but there's still tens of millions of people on PS4. And I'm fascinated by this idea of getting the PS6 and the PS4 is still alive and still supported, and that Sony would have not games that would cross the generations. Obviously, that would not be possible. But this idea that, like, oh, we can captivate you and get you captive on PSN with a $100 PS4 or a $300 PS5 or a $700 PS6 or whatever, and just have all these things going at the same time. And people are still insistent on releasing games. Remember, there were like backwards ports of games like Star Wars Jedi Survivor coming to PS4. When stuff like that happens, it's the people at EA being like, we could probably sell like 1 million copies if we did this. You know, like, why not? Why wouldn't we just do it? So I'm really fascinated in a few years if that is literally what the situation we find ourselves in, at least with fringe stuff, like less intensive games, indie games, sports games, some other annualized stuff where there are still PS4 games coming out in like 2030. Yeah. Because there's still 20 million people or something playing on PS4 at that time. There are still 3 million people on PS3 every quarter. I mean, that's fucking crazy.
What are they doing?
I can imagine tens of thousands of people playing it, but not 3 million. I'm sorry?
What are they doing? What are they playing? FIFA? Come on now.
I would love to know what they're doing. I mean, Sony knows. I would love to know what those people are playing. That would be fucking, oh God, dude, I would be if I had access to that stuff at Sony or any of these companies, I'd be such a dork. I'd be in that shit looking at every search possible, every permutation of things possible to see what people are doing on their stuff.
You might be interested in our friend Mystic Ryan. Usually once a year, he goes on PS3 and finds, like, boots up multiplayer games and tries to talk to people and be like, why are you still playing on PS3?
Yeah,
like Black Ops 2 or something. They're really cool videos. Shit. I don't think he's done one yet this year, but I've definitely seen those in the past.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's a great idea. You know, and hopefully it's funny, man. Like, I wonder, PS3 gets updated every so often still. Like, I think people either are figuring out ways or like to hack it and it needs to be updated, or there's just little fixes that need to be made. So they're still paying attention to it. It's interesting, but they did stop producing them a long time ago. That's the difference between this and the PS4. Anyway, Chris, let's go over to you. Do you pull anything out of here that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things. I think the thing that I find most fascinating, though, is the fact that, like, we entered, so we're kind of in a space now. You know, we talked a little bit about, like, oh, you know, the we believe in generations thing only lasted so long, but we kind of entered this interesting space where consoles kind of have become somewhat like phones, where they just kind of coexist until they just kind of can't. And we entered that space without even realizing it. Like, when the PS4 came out, like, we had no idea that, like, this would be the situation with the PS4 today. And I think that's really interesting because, like, when the PS4 came out, it was such a different industry. Everything about it, like all the colloquial wisdom was different. The sentiments were different. The expectations were different. The longevity expected of the machine was different. And now here we are, and they're still at play, and potentially will still be at play when the PS6 comes out. It's really fucking fascinating. We had no idea that we were in it already for so long. But I think there's some things here that I find a little bit weird, like people are playing on portals later in the day. That's interesting. It's like, it's not interesting at all. It makes perfect sense to me. Like, people are playing in their beds as they go to sleep. Like, that's exactly what I do. Like, it makes perfect sense. It's not a mystery to me. But I think, I don't know. I think when I read through this interview, the thing that jumps out to me, I guess, is what kind of Dustin picked up on, which was the fact that he didn't say we're looking at ways to lower the price of the console. We're looking at different ways to sell it. That is an interesting prospect. The fact that he goes immediately into PlayStation Portal, I don't think is a coincidence. I think that's technically, philosophically, a different way to sell the console. I think the idea of even just still making PS4s and selling them is a way to get people in at a low end and have people in on a subscription model and build people's library to the point where they're invested so deeply, even at a low price point with an older machine, to the point where like, well, I'm kind of incentivized to upgrade now because I have I have a library here. I've either made friends here. I've accrued a, somewhat of a status here. I've got my trophies and all my data. If I'm in the market for a new machine, going from PS4, yeah, maybe I'll get a PS5. Like, why not? Why wouldn't I? It's a smart thing, I think, in the long run. I do think it holds certain things back. It is annoying from our perspective because we are enthusiasts and we really like, we like the shiny new thing to be objectively an example of what the shiny new thing can do. We don't like this kind of nebulous kind of vibe around a game where it's like, well, is this PS5 only? Like, could it run on the PS4? Probably. We want that justification. But I think we're firmly out of that area now, and it's kind of another example, another tragic example of Microsoft being just kind of just a little bit too right, a little bit too early. It shakes up that way kind of a lot, where it's just like because we made fun of the. Of Microsoft initially, because PlayStation was like, yeah, we believe in generations. Like, yeah, that's how it goes. And then they're like, nah, not so fast. Things are changing now. And it's like, damn, man, it's truly funny in some way. It's like cosmically hilarious.
Well, it's like Sega with, we were saying earlier with Sega with a Sega channel, and like, yeah, just pay us a subscription. It's like $19.95. It's like, well, you're way too early. Yeah.
It's like cheating on a test or something. Where like you sit down for your exam and then you have all the answers. You can't hand in your test 2 minutes later after the exam starts. You know what I mean? You gotta make it believable. You can't. It doesn't pay to be so ahead of the curve that you end up just screwing yourself.
Yeah, there's many millions of examples of it. We always bring up On Live too. It's like,
On Live,
you're right where you were supposed to be. It's just timing's everything. Yeah, for sure. The other thing that I think that. Yeah, the whole PS6, like, I feel like this is reaffirming that. I don't want to say PlayStation 6 is sooner than later, but I think I could believe 2027 just based on the way he's talking about it. Like, there's no reason for us to wait kind of situation. The interviewer did note to him something along the lines of like, it took an extra year for the Pro to come out, comparable to the PS4 Pro. But he was saying that they were kind of waiting for the right time to execute that tech was basically locked in before PS4 even came, or PS5 even came out. And that they were just kind of waiting on a time when they felt like it would be right to execute it based on a price proposition for the audience and all the rest. So I don't know if that pushes the console timeline back a year, maybe to 2028. But I'm certainly happy with the PS5 Pro, especially where I'm like, I'm good now. I don't want anything. But I'm sure we're going to get it. And yeah, how they all interplay and intermarry these consoles is going to be really interesting. And if they can kind of do it. And have these pillars, this Nintendo style 3-pillar approach, where you can have kind of even redundant machines that compete with each other. It's all about just containing players on your ecosystem, however you can.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on. Number 3. Not surprisingly, Sony had a keynote address at CES 2025. CES, of course, stands for Consumer Electronics Show, which has been held at least annually since the late 1960s. Sometimes Sony shows off PlayStation-related stuff in this venue, though not often. And interestingly, they use this opportunity to showcase a bunch of stuff from PlayStation Productions. PlayStation Productions is the Sony-owned production company led by longtime PlayStation executive Assad Kizilbash. And their charge is to bring Sony's gaming IP to film, TV, and so on. And they've done so with success so far, with the 2022 Uncharted film, the 2023 Gran Turismo film, the first season of HBO's The Last of Us from 2024, and the first season of Peacock's Twisted Metal series, also from 2024. So let's stick with that HBO The Last of Us series for starters, as Sony revealed that the second season of The Last of Us is coming to HBO or Max this April, though a specific release date has yet to have been revealed. The announcement came alongside a new trailer that, among other things, shows Abby in action. I'm sure everyone's reacting very normally to that. Meanwhile, in the realm of film, there are a couple of notable announcements as well. The smash success of Arrowhead's Helldivers 2 in 2024 has led PlayStation Productions to greenlight a Helldivers film, though there aren't any details yet available on that front. And Gorilla's Horizon, which you may recall was originally being developed by Netflix as a TV series before having the plug pulled, seemingly for personnel-related reasons, is also getting the film treatment, though that's early as well and seems to replace the need for a TV foray. And how about an animated offering too? Ghost of Tsushima will be receiving an animated series set for Sony-owned anime streaming service Crunchyroll, slated for 2027 and based on the Legends spin-off expansion for the first game. This isn't to be confused with the Ghost of Tsushima film, led by John Wick director Chad Stahelski, which is also in production. As we know, the next PlayStation production set for launch is the movie adaptation of Supermassive's 2015 horror game Until Dawn, which comes to theaters on April 25th, and I actually think isn't an adaptation per se. Other mysterious projects percolating at PlayStation Productions include a sequel to the 2022 Uncharted film adaptations of Ben Studios' 2019 game Days Gone and Japan Studios' Vita series Gravity Rush, and a second season of Twisted Metal on Peacock. All right, let's get into some inquiries here. T-Bone. It's like George in Seinfeld. Hey, Sacred Dudes. The inevitable Helldivers movie is official. What approach do you think they'll have to take to not make it seem like it's just a remake of Starship Troopers? I'm thinking absurdist satire, but they would have to go really hard since Starship Troopers in 1997 is already a satirical take on the themes of the book. Perhaps something from the perspective of two inept Helldivers volunteers who watch hundreds of their comrades get obliterated in many different physics-based mishaps with friendly fire, only to unceremoniously meet their own ends by being crushed by reinforcing Hellpod after the climax. Oh, thanks as always for the great content. No one else in my house will talk about video games with me without their eyes glazing over. I'll hang up and listen. Thank you, T-Bone, for writing in.
T-Bone.
Yeah, Chris, what's the direction that they should take with a Helldivers film? We don't know anything about it yet. They probably don't either, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about this in the first place. Like, I do think it's a little bit redundant. I think a TV show is actually probably better. I think it's, even if it's just like a limited series, I don't expect it to go on for like seasons or anything, but like I actually feel like it's more suited for TV just because it is so comedic in nature. I don't have an answer, man. Like, this is kind of a hard thing for me to even conceptualize because it is so it is Starship Troopers in almost every single way. Like, even what you describe of, like, you know, the friendly fire stuff. It's like that's a key part of that. That's one of the most memorable parts of that movie for me was the accidental discharge on the training field. So it's just like I don't know, man. I think you're in a pretty rough situation here trying to figure out how this works, but there's no reason to doubt him, I guess. They've delivered solid stuff consistently. So I guess we'll just see how it goes. I almost am curious as to whether or not they'll almost maybe go so many levels of meta ironic with it that they actually just take it super seriously. And maybe they make it a drama. They make it a drama.
Cool. Yeah,
that could be cool. It would be different, and it would be inherently kind of funny without necessarily being a comedy. Just because the nature of taking it seriously, it would be funny. I could see maybe. Yeah, I don't know. This is tricky because I don't know how you do it without just ripping off something that already exists.
And sticking with you, I'm curious about your thoughts on Ghost of Tsushima. I thought about you because I know you're often requesting an animated, venue for these kinds of games. How do you think about that for Ghost, or what do you think about that for Ghost? And they're doing both, so that's kind of cool. So you're not losing anything.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good idea. I think, especially considering this TV show is apparently based on the Legends spinoff, which is a little bit more supernatural in nature. It's a lot more fantastical, a lot more crazy shit happens in that expansion than happens in the entirety of Ghost of Tsushima. So I think animation is a perfect medium for that. I think it's a perfect way to capture that. So yeah, I'm stoked about that. I think that's a great use of transmedia time. Is animated projects based on games. I think they go hand in hand. I think they complement each other well. I think they lend each other to creative freedom a little bit more. I'm just curious about the live action film, I guess. Like every live action adaptation, I'm more curious about. and every animated adaptation I'm earnestly kind of interested in is kind of how I feel about it. Except for Helldivers, I guess that kind of feels like a live action thing for some reason. But yeah, we'll see. I think Ghost of Tsushima deserves something like that. I think that Legends expansion is really cool. Even though it's just multiplayer, there's really cool ideas in that multiplayer mode.
The Ghost of Tsushima animated series seems to be the most sensible thing that Sony has done so far in terms of keeping things internal to their entities too, with going with Aniplex and Crunchyroll. So yeah. I wonder if we'll see a lot more of that kind of thing in the future. Although they can only do that in a limited way. You want to put these things where people actually are. Dustin, what are your thoughts here? Anything interesting to you?
Yeah, I think as far as Helldivers, I wonder, because thinking back, I watched Starship Troopers for the first time last year, and it's an interesting movie because it clearly is a comedy, but everyone's playing it seriously, which adds to the comedy of it. So maybe a way that Helldivers differentiates itself is to make it a straight up action comedy film. Maybe that's an angle. And the other thing too is that maybe it's just okay for it to be like Starship Troopers in that movie. When did that movie come out?
97. The movie's 97. The book's the late 50s.
Yeah. So it's been a while at this point. And I know there was like Starship Troopers sequels that were really bad, if I remember correctly. I've not seen them, but so I don't know. Maybe it's okay for it to be just as similar. The Ghost of Tsushima thing sounds really cool. Of course, anime, so I'm going to be interested in it to some degree. But man, I forgot about the live action version, which sounds like that actually with the John Wick director will probably be pretty awesome.
Yeah, I wonder what the timing is of all these different things and what other stuff they have to announce as well. Interesting venue to do it at CES, but I don't mind it, and something to talk about as well. The transmedia stuff is huge, just absolutely huge for them. Like they're going to get it done. They see dollar signs, and I think that they're right to see dollar signs as long as they execute properly. I'm interested to see the second Uncharted movie, like what's going to go on with that, and so that's kind of interesting as well. Twisted Metal was good. Like I liked it. It wasn't amazing, and The Last of Us is coming in April, as we said, which is I'm really, really excited about. See how they do that and how they get into how they marry the second season to the second game and what they decide to do. Because I'm very, very curious what the approach is going to be and what the timing is going to be of everything, as we all know. Okay.
Also Horizon film. I'm so happy that it's a film and not a TV show. Just because TV show budgets and production quality is getting very high when a lot of it's really good. But I think for something like Horizon that is so, it's going to be so CG heavy that moving to a film is the right decision for it. And I think about it as like I imagine this movie in IMAX. I feel like that would be pretty cool. As a passive Horizon enjoyer, but not a lover, I would say.
Right.
The idea of it's much more appealing to me than a Netflix show, just because Netflix shows are so dubious in quality.
Yeah, they really, it's a real hit and miss kind of thing going on with Netflix. But yeah, I'm with you. I think Horizon works better as a movie too than a TV show. Like I just can't imagine something like Horizon being like, I can't wait for several seasons of this. It's more like, I could do like 1 to 3 of these. Seems valid.
I've become frustrated just getting back into Netflix a little bit, trying to like get some bang for my buck. So I'm trying to like watch some stuff, and I haven't watched any of the TV series really, but I've just watched some documentaries, and they're just so bloated, and it's so annoying to me. Yep. And then I watched one about Apollo 13, and it was like 90 minutes long, and I'm like, I just watched an unnecessarily long 4-episode series about like some murder, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But then like the story of Apollo 13 is 90 minutes. Like, okay, I don't even understand your priorities in this sense, but okay, that's fine.
I pretty much I have Netflix until I think maybe like the 20th or something, because I got it because I heard that there was a new do you know that British lady, that Kunk lady, Philomena Kunk?
Oh yeah,
she had a new thing on on Life, and it was just like a documentary. And I was like, all right, I'll watch that. But so I have it, and now I'm looking through Netflix right now, and I'm just like, I guess I'll just play I'll watch Seinfeld again, because that's all I default to, like, because there's nothing else on.
Yeah, this is weird. We all three have it right now spontaneously. I watched Squid Game 2, and it was awesome.
Yeah, I got to get to that.
Oh, I have to see that, I guess. Yeah.
What am I supposed to do with this? There's nothing on it that Holly. There's an anime coming out that Holly wants to see on it, but after that, it's gone.
All right. Yeah. I'm out too. I'm not going to keep it around. All right. Let's see here. Number 4. New PlayStation Plus Essential freebies have been revealed and released, though we haven't done an episode in a while, so these haven't yet been entered into the record. Let's do that. For the uninitiated, PS Plus subs at any tier get access to a trio of free-to-download games as part of your subscription price, and you should add the games you're interested in to your download list, even if you don't plan on playing them now, as they'll be available to you later, as long as your account is active. These all became available on January 7th, a couple of days before recording, and you can grab them until February 3rd. The most substantial offering this month is Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League for PlayStation 5, the WB published and Rocksteady developed service game that launched in February of 2024, a game which actually sold a couple of million copies but still lost the publisher $200 million and caused Rocksteady to experience multiple rounds of playoffs. It now has an offline mode, and its final updates are being rolled out imminently. Meanwhile, for both PS4 and PS5, players gain access to the 2022 update of the 2013 walking simulator puzzle game, The Stanley Parable, from developer Galactic Cafe, called The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Finally, over on PS4 only, playable on PS5 of course, you can grab the 2020 remaster of the 2010 PS3 racer Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, which itself was a reimagining of a game, from developer Criterion and publisher EA. Permanent Self-Harm Squad Unalive the Justice League. I added it to my list. I was like, all right, maybe one day. I doubt it, but
it was Self Forever Sleep, I think it was.
Oh, Self Forever Self Forever Sleep.
The Stanley Parable is great. I would recommend playing that if you can, especially if it's going to be free of charge for you. Like, dude, like that's a great that is a perfect kind of subscription game, because it really is like an experience kind of game. It's like it's not really combat. It's not necessarily narrative. It's just really interesting. So of these, I would definitely recommend jumping into Stanley Parable. I don't really have any experience with Need for Speed really at all. And Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League is tolerably decent for about 4 hours. So maybe get those 4 hours and then zip off.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of your subscription.
Yeah.
I don't like calling them free games because they're not free, but they're part of your subscription.
Right, yeah.
Well, because I see that a lot about Game Pass and other things too, where it's like, but I got this for free. I'm like, no, you didn't. You didn't get it for free. You got to count it as part of your subscription. So take advantage of it if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Justin, I totally will you be unaliving the Justice League?
No. I have too many nightclubs to go to in Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, fair enough.
Too many furries to hang out with. But dude, I have to echo what Chris said. Stanley Parable, awesome game. I was actually thinking about that game because I just rewatched Severance season 1. It kind of has that creepy workplace liminal space.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You watched the first season, right, Colin?
Yeah, I did. I'm going to watch the second season, but I'm just waiting for it to all be published.
Well, it's not out. I think it will all be published next Friday.
Oh, okay. Because I thought it was just the first 3 episodes or something like that.
Is it just the first 3?
Yeah.
Oh, that's painful.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's so good. I rewatched the first season in about 2.5 days.
It's a really excellent show. It really is. It's unique too. It's really something about something unique in my opinion. So
is that's HBO?
Apple.
Oh,
yeah, damn.
Yeah, it's annoying. But I think Apple's somewhat, it was cheap. I don't know if it is. It was like $5 or $6 a month at one point, which was pretty crazy. I don't know if they can keep that going. But the thing about them that I noticed because I do subscribe once in a blue moon is they don't have that much, but it seems like of a unique quality.
I've heard that Silo is good. Have you heard of that show?
That's like a post-apocalyptic or dystopian thing?
I think, yeah.
I heard about that recently.
Yeah. Severance is so good that I'm like, I wonder if there's anything else on here worth checking out.
I like For All of Mankind. I don't know that you would really like that show,
yeah.
but that's kind of a cool alternate history show. That's all I've ever really gotten it for. So I can't recommend. I know people really like Ted Lasso. That's supposed to be very, very good.
Right.
But I don't know what else. There are a few things on there, but I'll get it again. Yeah, when I saw that it's coming back, because I did watch Severance.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I'm looking to see about it being the first 3 episodes, because that if you either do it all at once or do it week by week, one or the other.
I think it's 3 at once and then the rest one at a time. But I think I read that. I'm pretty sure that's true. Because I went and looked because I was wondering when I might subscribe. You know, and then I'm like, well, I'll just wait.
Yeah, your first episode.
I will get Max again, though. I'm going to be churning through these because I'm going to need Max in April, and I will get that to watch Last of Us as it goes. And then I'll try to figure out some other things to do while I'm in there. Actually, this is crazy, but because I'm so excited about it, but Mike has never seen The Sopranos, and she was saying recently like she's down.
Dude.
You know?
Yes.
And I'm like, yeah.
Yes.
Definitely get into that.
I've thought about rewatching it. I'm looking at Games Radar has an article. Apparently, Severance season 2 is fully week to week.
Oh, fully week to week. Okay.
So you won't need to subscribe until March 21st.
I'm pretty sure, not surprisingly, Google Gemini might have told me that. So who knows? You know. That's what comes up now when I search for things.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
Not good.
And I guess it's not even real. That's good.
It's amazing.
All right, yeah. So I added all the games to my list. This I never played the Stanley Parable. Maybe I'll play it at some point. Need for Speed, I don't think I'm going to play, but why not? All right, guys, let's end the show with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon.com/laststandmedia. For the uninitiated, I put up a thread in the newsfeed on Patreon for $2 and up subscribers each and every week. You respond to the thread with your inquiry. I pull through them. You've heard a bunch of them throughout the show. We'll do 6 more now. These threads go up for all of our shows, so keep an eye out for all the console shows anyway. So keep an eye out for those, and you can respond to any of the shows you'd like. We'll start with James Mariani, which sounds like when I would call someone and they didn't understand my name, and they'd be like, Mariani? And I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. That's good enough. I'm ordering a large pizza. Please deliver it to this address. So it's because I look at, you know how you recognize words by, look, like you're not really reading them. It's by the shape of them. That's kind of how your brain works. I read it quickly as Moriarty. James Mariani. How's it going, CDC? I'm just getting into the Yakuza franchise and own almost the entire franchise minus Infinite Wealth. I feel sort of left out of the conversation when everybody gushes about these games as if it's the MCU equivalent of a goofy Japanese mafia saga. Should I dedicate the hundreds of hours playing through every game? Where do I start? Should I just watch a YouTube video essay of the story so far and just play the more recent Like a Dragon games? I need some guidance. Where are you on this, guys, as far as not only Yakuza, but all of these series? I'm personally very intimidated by Yakuza specifically because I simply will not jump in. Like, if it's going to happen, it's got to happen from the beginning. It's been going on for so long. You got to earn the payoff, in my opinion, or you don't have to, but that's probably the best way to do it. It's the most gratifying and satisfying and effective way to do it. But these games are getting released so often now that there's like 2 to 3 Yakuza games a fucking year. It's like they're just adding on, and I'll never get to it. So I don't know. Where are you in this, Dustin?
Yeah. I think for something like Yakuza that is so story heavy that if you want the biggest payoff of enjoying the games and them layering on top of each other, then you absolutely need to start at the beginning. Probably from most Yakuza fans will say that start with 0. Don't play them in release order. Play them in chronological story order. So that would be Yakuza 0, then Kiwami, Kiwami 2, and then I think 3 through 3, 4, 5 are re-released on PS4, and then you get into the rest. So if you're going to do it, just commit to it. That's with Final Fantasy 14. I saw some people saying like, oh, buy the expansion and level skip so you can just skip a Realm Reborn. I'm like, no, absolutely not. If I'm in it for the story that everyone says is so good, then even if it's boring, that's an essential building block to the good story parts. So I just don't understand why you would want to do that. If you either want to experience it for what it is or not. So this doesn't apply to everything, of course. Like we've joked with Colin about his desire to play the Call of Duty games or something for the context, like the Black Ops context. It's like, probably all right. I respect it.
Yeah,
but you're probably all right.
Yeah.
Like you could play Doom Eternal without playing Doom 2016. You should play both.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you don't have to.
So yeah, I think you and I kind of fall on the same side here. But like, I just think if you care enough, then put the time in. And if you don't, then just go read the fucking Wikipedia article. I mean, it's like that. It's not a judgment from me. I don't care. You know, it's just funny to get this letter from James because this is my hang up with Yakuza. I'm so far behind and I'm just getting buried. It just won't stop. You know, like there are other series I think I can get to the bottom of a lot quicker than this. Chris, where are you on this? What should he do? Should he go into the YouTube video or down the video essay route and then play the most recent games? Or should he start from the beginning, Zero, Kiwami, so on?
I don't know. I mean, you know, I'm not the best person to ask about Yakuza. I don't have the best context of it, but like, I will say as somebody who dove into Like a Dragon, specifically Yakuza Like a Dragon, I know that it's a little bit confusing now because that's the name of the series primarily now, but Yakuza Like a Dragon, I jumped into and I thoroughly enjoyed myself and I didn't feel like I was jumping into the middle of something. You know, I felt like it felt pretty contained. It felt like there was some stuff that was like hinted at previous things or the characters that were clearly returning from other games that like maybe the reference was lost on me. But I don't know. I think with a game like this or with a franchise like this, it's kind of just best to jump in and see if you like it at all. And then that will determine whether or not it's even worth your time to even invest yourself in. Because I liked it quite a bit. I just kind of hit a wall with Like a Dragon where like I had to grind an insane amount of time. And I was just like, I simply don't have the time for this. And if I don't have the time for this, I just can't imagine how a person working like living a normal existence has the time to play any of these. So the way that I feel about it is maybe do some research on what certain games are about. Maybe read or watch a spoiler-free review, something like that, and go for whatever one strikes your fancy. Like the pirate one in Hawaii looks crazy different than any of the other ones that I've seen, or at least like the premise seems wildly different than any of the ones and maybe that speaks to you. Maybe you jump in there. And I don't know. I was too paralyzed by the same things that Colin was talking about, where it's just like, oh, should I start from the beginning? And I was like, if I get stuck on this question, I'm just never going to do it. And I just had an inkling that like I just probably wasn't going to like the way that the older games functioned because they just weren't my type of game. So I just jumped into the most recent one and I had a pretty good blast up until the point where I just didn't have the time. So I don't know. I think Like a Dragon's a pretty fun entry point because I think you can go in reverse and go forward and still kind of get a lot out of it based on what I've seen. It's up to you.
I also understand, Chris, that like for me, and I'm sure you to a degree and others, is like, it is a unique thing to me. Like I become obsessive with certain IP and like it's like when people would say with Star Wars, right? On my way out of being a fan of that, where it's like, oh, you don't like this thing, just ignore it. And I'm like, that's just not how it works in my mind. Like it all exists and it all is there. It doesn't work that way for me. Like I'm not going to just know a piece of it. I want to know all of it. That's what's fun about it. And Yakuza is one of those games where I'd like to think that I will do it at some point. At some point, they're going to stop making them. I know that's hard to believe, but they won't make them forever. Or they'll go on a break and maybe it'll become more manageable for me at some point. Although I've heard this is going to be quite a problem for me because the games are also incredibly meaty if you want to play them very completely. So I'll probably get caught up on like the first or second game and never get through any of them. James, good luck to you. Guy Kotaku wrote in and said, greetings and salutations. I've been somewhat disenchanted by the latest episodes of the show. I come here to listen to what you think. I don't care about the pandering about what some uninteresting people say on some dark corners of the internet, where they only thrive because of the interest they are receiving. Please understand this comes from a staunch supporter, but I am not interested in hearing again and again, episode after episode, your commentary about the commentary of internet trolls, rather than about the games. One time or when appropriate is fair, but it has become too repetitive lately. Sacred Symbols is the only show I support on Patreon because I believe in what it stands for, a show that's completely independent from the influence of any publisher. Nothing to do with a so-called culture war. Thank you for all that you do. I was curious what you guys thought of this because I have seen feedback like this time and again, and I've tried to take it to heart, but I don't really know how to sever the cultural zeitgeist from what you're saying. In other words, do we want to do a show that's totally in a vacuum? And we could do that. We talked about it actually on one of the episodes over the holidays about how things are becoming more like that and we are becoming more alienated from normalcy. But I think like covering the zeitgeist of the industry is relevant. We brought up Assassin's Creed Shadows before. Like the entire, like it or not really, unfortunate or fortunate, however you feel, like the entire furor around that game started with social media influencers and YouTubers, Twitch streamers and stuff like that. And it became, it's a very real thing. It's so real that Ubisoft talks about it in their financial documents, you know? And I don't know. So I don't want to be so late to a conversation where it's like, okay, now the publisher has acknowledged it. And so now we're a part of the conversation. But on the other hand, I totally agree with part of what you're saying in the sense that, as I've noted when I was a journalist and the first Gamergate was happening or whatever, or Gamergate as it were, and my whole thing was like, let's just ignore it and pretend it's not happening. And I think that there is an argument to be made for that. So it's not that I often say with the culture war stuff, I'm a reluctant participant because I would like to just talk about the games, the creation of games and all of that. But we are kind of a product of our environment as well. And to ignore it, I think would be not irresponsible. It's not that serious. It's just, and not unfair either because our show is subjective, but just insincere, maybe is the right word.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think about this? Anything to say?
Well, I didn't know if Chris.
Yeah, no, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, either way. So I think that there is some good feedback here because I understand the sentiment that's like, I'm not listening for your takes on other people's opinions. I'm here for you. And we appreciate that. At the same time, I do feel like, as Colin was saying, it's like we're a show about video games, but we're also a show about the business of video games. And we're also a show about the culture around them. It's the culture that we're immersed in. So I feel like it's natural for us to want to react to the culture that we're in. And whether that is confirming of different shifts in culture or being staunchly against them at the same time. And so I think talking about other people's commentary is important, and not to say this in a big-headed way, but as people that influence the conversation around games, hopefully setting, upholding to a standard that we believe is what we should do, right? So I think it is important. I do think that there is a degree that maybe we haven't been selective enough, or we've given air to things that aren't necessary. Like shifts that may, or like something that some moron on Twitter, or like something that just completely isn't true or something like that. I think that there could be instances where it's like, yeah, maybe this is just not worth saying anything of at all because it's so stupid. Let's not bring any attention to it at all. And I think that's fair as well. But I'm just not sure that that's, completely being in the bubble, in our own bubble, and never commenting on the culture around us just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like an authentic way to cover games from my perspective, just because games are artistic products, but they're also commercial products, and they're tchotchkes in some way made by people with lives and stories, work conditions, salaries, bonuses. You know, it's complex. That's why I'm into anything I'm into. I don't like the things that I really love. I'm not just into like the product. I'm into like the whole culture of it, football or whatever, or hockey, music. I'm not just into the end product. So it's kind of foreign to me to treat something like that. But I get that some people want that. What do you think, Chris? Have you figured out what you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't disagree necessarily. I think, like, I would love. I would love for that stuff to take less and less of the less and less of the air of the conversation as possible. But you know, I do think sometimes it's just kind of warranted. I do think sometimes it is unavoidable. I think like for the intergalactic stuff, I mean, like I don't know how there was a way to not talk about that really.
Yeah, if that's what this is predicated on, I think that is definitely misguided. You know.
Yeah. But I think there are probably some things that like don't need to be addressed, or maybe are much ado about nothing, or very much exist in a realm of like this is online, but does it really manifest anywhere where people actually care about games? I think there's valid feedback there. I guess the way that I feel about it is I think we are in a particular, I mean, I don't know, maybe this is like self-aggrandizing in some way, but I feel like we're particularly, maybe not even particularly, that's maybe the wrong word. I feel like we're level-headed people. And I feel like if there's going to be an absurd conversation happening anyway, I feel like there's value in having level-headed perspectives there that aren't necessarily in it for the grift or the profit motive or anything like that, or in here to just, you know, we're here to say how we authentically feel independent of any kind of strings. And I think although these conversations are annoying and vapid and oftentimes recycled over and over again, I do think there's value in at least contributing to it in a way that isn't the standard, I guess, is where I'll leave it.
Yeah, that's well said. I get it. The feedback is, first of all, it's not our problem. It's my problem because I'm the one who puts the show together. So like, it's something that I have to be more mindful of if this is the way people feel, but I still want to be true to, the cultural component of Sacred Symbols. That's not just about the end products. We have a game, we have a show about the end product. It's called Summon Sign. We get into that here. It's a major portion of the show is what we're playing. But yeah, I just don't want to, it's kind of what I said earlier, where I don't want to be too high on my horse and elitist, where it's like, well, the things that are said by nobodies. It's like, well, no, sometimes people start conversations out of nowhere and they're the spark that caused the fire that is now this conversation or whatever. It's like, I don't want to necessarily live in that world either, because that would piss me off as a viewer or a listener if I felt like the people I was listening to thought they were above it all. That's definitely not how I feel. Quite the opposite. That's why we do so many listener inquiries. Listen, dude, I listen to a fucking lot of podcasts and no one does this that I listen to, because I don't want to. It's like, what is fun? It's like Sam Harris. When I listen to him, it's like he's just talking to a microphone. It's good, but it's like, what about everyone that's listening to you? So let's not lose sight of that either. Thank you for your feedback, though. I wanted to read it because I think it's an important thing to talk about. Anton K wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Men, Colin, take a victory lap. Black Myth wasn't an exclusive after all. Microsoft's weird comment of we can't comment on the deals made by our partners with other platform holders was purposely said to cause confusion. Why does anyone believe what Phil and his team communicate to the media? Have a great 2025, boys." I mean, the least surprising thing ever. For people that don't know, Game Science, the Chinese studio behind Black Myth, which brought Black Myth to PS5 and PC last year, but hasn't brought it to Xbox yet, there was a lot of like noise around whether it was like a secret exclusive, a secret console exclusive. And I said at the time, it would be funny to go in and really look at what I said, but I definitely said at the time, like, this seems like something that they would say as a PR strategy to cause confusion, where there really is none. It's a smart strategy, and it forces people to kind of talk more candidly about what is going on with their games or whatever. And that Microsoft might not be literally in the know as well. Like, they might not have any idea. But that it ended up being, according to Game Science, like more of a technical limitation on the Series S. And they admit that like they don't have the experience to get the game to run yet on the S, that they're just not that sophisticated with the machines at the current time. So this kind of dispels the entire idea, started solely by Microsoft PR, that there was a secret exclusive deal. And listen, logic doesn't always get you to the right answer, because there are things that are totally illogical that are true all the time. But did that make any logical sense? How did that make any logical sense? Sony's going to pay X amount of money to have the game on their console, but you can't say anything about it. Don't you dare say anything about it. It would be the first time ever that that's ever happened. So it just didn't make any sense. So
yeah,
not a huge surprise. All right. Florida man wrote in and said, hello all and welcome back. So I have a question. I loved Mouthwashing, quite the unique experience, but I have a complaint. The trophies. So some of the trophies are obscure and still wakes the deep seem obtuse in what you have to do unless you read the trophy list. Do you find this sometimes annoying when trophies are like this? How do you guys feel about the obscure trophy or achievement or whatever just thing you're doing in a game where it doesn't really tell you? It's just a vague sort of thing. I don't really mind it as long as the game communicates it in some way, or that you would kind of encounter it by playing the game completely. When we made Twin Breaker, I made a couple of vague trophies. One was to play that entire game in a 24-hour period, and the other was to see everything. But like you would kind of just naturally see those. So the vagueness of the trophy descriptions, I don't think were frustrating to people because they just kind of stumbled upon them.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think if they're, I think I like vague trophy names, but only if they're unmissable. And if it's something that is missable, or if it's something that is kind of like off the beaten path and obscure and weird, then I think you owe it to the player and the potential audience to just be a little bit more transparent about like what the hell it is that you have to do. With Mouthwashing, I can't find it in me to complain about the vague trophies in that game, because that game is literally 3 hours long. So I just feel like I don't even know if I can articulate why that mixes into a soup that makes me unbothered, but it just kind of does. The time that's demanded of you to figure out these trophies. I mean, if you really wanted to figure it out, you could just look it up, and it wouldn't really take you that long anyway. So I think for Mouthwashing in particular, it doesn't really bother me. But for like a long ass game, like, yeah, for sure. Like if they had vague trophies that you could miss and then they just weren't transparent about it, and I had to look at everything up about it, like that would be kind of annoying.
What do you think, Dustin?
Do you feel like is this a stolen valor situation, calling a Steam achievement a trophy?
No, it's okay.
I don't know if I like that.
They're all the same. I mean,
trophies are a cut above.
Yeah, I mean, they are a cut above. They are a cut above.
So I don't know about you calling them trophies quite yet until it's on PlayStation. But yeah, I think I tend to agree that if someone's out to get trophies and they're looking and you have something vague, it's like you're just asking them to look it up. So why don't you just tell them? So I'm kind of against the vagueness in this matter. I think Chris brings up good points about it's like, well, if it's unmissable or something like that, then cool. But I'm curious. I honestly, when I played Mouthwashing, I didn't even think about the Steam achievements for a single second. So, yeah. But I also just don't care about Steam achievements at all.
Yeah. Understood. Florida man, thank you for writing and be well. See you on Cops. DMAC wrote in and said, hey, Colin, kind of funny you just celebrated their 10th anniversary. So I was just wondering if you had any reflections on the last 10 years since you left IGN and you guys went out on your own. It's been a hell of a ride, I'm sure, not only with KF, but of course with LSM, which is getting up there in years now too. Also feel it's relevant to reflect on the state of traditional gaming media now compared to 10 years Destin Legary is now the latest name to leave. Side note, but I thought it was pretty cool how much you were featured in their retrospective video of the last 10 years and occasional mentions throughout. Also not sure if you've seen it, but Snowbike Mike shared a great story about how you and him connected over a Google Hangouts call back in the early days when this was a Patreon perk. It was nice to hear the respect from an OG fan who joined KF long after you left. Anyways, all the best for 2025 and treat that chicken with care. I heard that I was mentioned a few times. It's really great. I mean, I haven't talked to those guys in a while, but it was 10 years ago on January 5th that we started Kind of Funny. And that's for them to celebrate. What I wanted to kind of get into here, though, was it's been likewise 10 years since I actually went out on my own. And it was a fucking great decision, obviously, but it was so fucking scary. And we knew it paid off almost immediately, but getting to that point was really, really scary. It felt suicidal to leave a job like IGN. And 10 years makes all the difference because, you know, I'll always love IGN and I'm glad that people still use it. And I know people that work there still and care about them, but it's just totally different now. And everything's changed. And Destin leave. So I knew Destin was going to leave. I talked to him in December. He actually called me and we had a chat and got into things. And it was fun to hear his plans and I'm rooting for him. I feel in some way like it's harder to get a foothold now because there's just so many more of us doing this. When we left, we were really one of the first. I would say Jim Sterling was really the first person to do what we were trying to do, but we were the second and the first to really create a company. Jim's thing was always like, it's so funny. Jim could have made millions and millions of dollars if he wanted to, but really only charged people $1 a month and got 12 or 13,000 people to give him $1 a month. But it's like so funny how he kept it kind of low key, and we wanted to make like a corporation that was like largely crowdfunded. So we were a seminal product that helped prove things, especially in our space. And it's cool that they've made it so far. I'm proud of them and happy for them. But it also goes to show how much time has passed because I was really only there for 2 of those 10 years. And it's crazy to me that like 2 years and 2 months or something, 2 years and 3 months. And it's crazy to me that people still bring it up all the time on a constant basis. And I appreciate it, but like, got to move on at some point, you know? Imagine how I felt. You got to move on at some point, you know?
Yeah.
So I appreciate people's connection with it still. And I was really appreciative. I didn't really see any of it because I think they went for like a whole day or something like that. I'm not going to watch all that, but apparently I was in there quite a bit, and that's cool. I mean, I'm more, you know, when I sold my part of the company back to them, part of the contract was you can use any of my footage or my likeness however you want forever. So there you go. But 10 years independent, crazy times, scary, a lot going on in that 10 years. And Last Stand is getting old. Last Stand will turn 8 in March, which is crazy. You know? Yeah. All right. DMAC, thank you for writing in. Finally, Jacob Allen wrote in and said, hello all, first time writing in, but have been listening routinely for the past 3 years. I am a behavior therapist by trade, and each year I'm responsible for updating many trainings, licenses, and credentials. Over the holiday break, I had one to set up an appointment for as well as pay for the update. As I was sending the receipt through email to my boss for reimbursement, I started to wonder, are the LSM employees able to submit their gaming-related receipts for reimbursement? Also, do you, Colin, submit your gaming-related expenses for your taxes each year? Take care, and thank you for helping me get through many hours of paperwork. I'll let the guys speak for themselves, but to answer some of the questions off the top, no one is allowed to, or not allowed. It's like we just don't. Everyone pays for their own games. It's part of it. You can play and buy whatever you want, and it's really up to each individual if they want to accept codes from publishers. Maddie and COG, for instance, I think subsist on a steady supply of those, which is their prerogative, while others like us choose to buy our games. So the participation is kind of voluntary in that sense. I will say, and I'm curious to see what your guys' answer is. You are allowed to write your games off, and I suspect that you do. I hope that you do anyway, but you are able to write them off. So do you guys do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Of course.
Yeah.
I write off all my games.
I have a
all
spreadsheet.
of my hardware, all of it.
Yeah, that's
because,
totally
and
legal.
it's not some kind of sneaky thing. It's like that's part of the equipment needed to do the job. So, but yeah, no, we don't submit expenses though. I mean, as far as like other stuff, like Last Stand bought this microphone and this recorder that we use. So there's stuff that the company purchases. Colin, you've offered to buy me a computer before, so maybe I'll take you up on that someday.
Yeah.
I don't think you're gonna. I think you're gonna regret that.
Yeah. Well, no, I bought Ben a computer last year.
That's true.
But yeah, like it's although that was part of what, like, he was doing a job as well. He was kind of getting reimbursed for that. So
Right.
I don't want to make it seem like it was just
leave.
for that. Yeah, for your exit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so no, I mean, I want people to have the tools, the literal tools necessary to do the job that we have to do. Computers are a little much, but like that, you're our producer. I mean, we make an exception for that.
Right.
But like the microphone, these are expensive mics. These aren't like normal mics. And I don't expect someone to go and fucking make that investment, you know? That's why we even bought Jaffe, his own setup and all that rest. So everyone's and Hogue, like everyone sounds the same. It's important. As far as the way I pay for games, so I don't know how nerdy you guys want to get, but like Last Stand is a single member LLC. So, and I'm the sole owner of it. So any money that's left in the bank at the end of the year in like the bank account that's not spent in the pursuit of profit, so just profit sitting there, I have to pay taxes on as if it's my own money. So the real answer is I either pay for the game out of the company expenses, which would make sense, or I would be able to get the money back from the company at the end or write it off on my own taxes. I have a choice. Unlike the guys here where it's like their only really choice for recompense is to actually write things off. So, because either way, it's my money and I have to pay taxes on it or not. So I just do it up front. The company pays for my games and that's it. You know, because it's my money one way or the other as a single member LLC. So if you're not a nerd in the business, that's probably a bunch of gibberish to you, but people that own businesses out there would understand. So it just keeps the paperwork a little more neat, and it's the same difference either way. So yeah, that's how we handle all of that. And I bought 44 games last year, apparently, something like that. So not so bad.
Yeah, I have a decent write-off this year with the PS5 Pro.
Yeah, that was a hefty one.
Because that's an important thing that with write-offs, I have to think about, like, at least for some different upgrades that I've made to my setup, that it's like, I might as well make some of these upgrades and write them off. Because not that it's not like the joke of like, oh, just write it off and you get the money back. But
right.
Same time, you might as well sometimes. Yeah,
it's and then you also have to meet like the minimum deduction. Like everyone just gets a deduction. So for a lot of people, it's not even worth it to it's to make taxes easier, basically. Like they're just like, yeah, we'll just assume you have $5,000 worth of write-offs. Just like get it, and then if you can exceed that, then it's really worth doing.
Yeah.
So yeah, good. You guys should do that. So yeah, that's how it works. And then everyone kind of has a voluntary association with the games they want to play. Because the one thing that's important for me is like, I don't tell anyone they have to or should play a game. Like the question is often, is anyone, or do you want to, or whatever? And then that's how we figure out how we get our spoiler cast together and everything. I don't want people to just play games to play games. I think that's kind of boring. So.
Right.
All right. That's it. That's all we have. I'm done. It's time to go. Chris, you're still here with us. Have you gotten any updates about what's going on with your situation? Is it contained or slowed? I don't know. I haven't read anything today.
I mean, I haven't been checking my phone. I check my phone at the break that we do in the middle of the show. I think I have some friends who live a couple of cities away who are getting evacuated, but they're coming over here. So they'll be probably crashing here, I guess, because like it seems like where we are is a pretty safe place.
Okay, good.
At least as far as I've seen. I've got so many text messages now, like it's exploding.
Yeah, we'll go take care of that.
Maybe I'm in the middle of an inferno. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah,
but for now it's I don't know, man. It's funny, like you brought up earlier in the show, like. I can't remember what it was in reference to, but you mentioned a large pizza, and then I thought, like, what's the etiquette of of getting delivery?
Yeah,
in the middle of a wildfire. Like
yeah, it's like it is.
I kind of don't know what to
business
do
on one hand, right? Like,
yeah, like I would tip super. I would be like that's probably like a $50 tip for me, honestly.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
But like. You know what I mean? Like there's like a weird. I don't know what. Maybe I'll just eat a waffle.
Oh,
I don't know. I feel weird getting delivery here in this weird scenario, but we'll figure it out. I don't know. It's a weird day. I'll keep you guys abreast and updated if anything goes crazy. But should be fine.
Well, be well and stay safe. Dustin, goodbye to you. You also be well and stay safe.
Thank you.
I'll hold you close.
Thank you. I'm not in any immediate danger as far as I know, but anything could happen. But yeah, pretty chill weekend ahead. I have some crazy weekends coming up. I'm going to the Final Fantasy VII Orchestra show in Cleveland. So unfortunately in Ohio, not this Saturday, but next Saturday. And so I have that to look forward to. And I'm on Constellation tomorrow, so people can look forward to that on Monday. Me and Brad. So the Kingdom Hearts boys.
Very well. All right, my friends. Well, thank you for your time. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all of you out there as well. Hope the holiday season treated you well. It's good to be back. We're obviously keeping everyone in LA and that area in our thoughts. Be safe, be well, listen to local law enforcement. If someone comes with a rat-a-tats on your door, get the hell out of there. But hopefully this is all going to be contained soon and we can figure out what went wrong. So yeah, we're thinking about you. Be safe. And we'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.